My family called me mentally unstable to steal my $2.1 million beach house. Then, the judge learned I secretly owned the building they worked in. Your little real estate game ends here, Maya, my brother-in-law whispered, smirking as he walked past me in the courtroom, armed with a forged contract to steal my $2.1 million beachfront villa. He stopped smiling an hour later when the judge looked down at the evidence and asked why an allegedly mentally incompetent woman secretly owned the very luxury commercial high-rise he worked in, along with 11 other massive properties across the city. By the time the gavel fell, my family's entire life was destroyed, and I didn't even have to lift a finger. To understand the sheer magnitude of the absolute bloodbath that occurred in that courtroom, you have to understand exactly how my family viewed me for my entire life. I 32F have always been the invisible daughter. My younger sister, Chloe, 29F, was the golden child. She was a former pageant queen, perpetually outgoing, effortlessly charming, and exactly the kind of daughter my image-obsessed parents, Helen and Robert, wanted to parade around their country club. I, on the other hand, was quiet, analytical, and deeply introverted. 9 years ago, when I was 23, the defining moment of my life happened. I was sitting in my parents' immaculate, suffocatingly sterile living room. The air smelled of expensive leather and my mother's overpowering floral perfume. I had just presented them with my plan to start a small real estate investment portfolio instead of going to graduate school for a degree I didn't want. My father didn't even look up from his tablet. Real estate? Maya, please, you don't have the stomach for it. It's a shark's world, and you're barely a minnow. You'll be chewed up and bankrupt in 6 months. My mother chimed in, adjusting her diamond tennis bracelet. We've decided we are no longer going to fund your lifestyle, Maya. Chloe's wedding to Derek is coming up, and frankly, Derek comes from a good family. It's a massive expense. Investing any more money into your little phases is a waste. You should just find a nice, average man and settle down before you get too old. I sat there, staring at the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally. In their eyes, I wasn't just untalented, I was a bad investment. They were discarding me to focus entirely on Chloe's extravagant $150,000 wedding. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just stood up, packed my bags, and walked out the door. In the cold air of that November night, I made a silent, unbreakable vow: I would never rely on anyone again. I would build absolute, untouchable financial power, and I would do it entirely in the shadows. For the next 9 years, I lived like a ghost. I worked 3 jobs: a night auditor at a hotel, a barista at dawn, and a freelance data entry clerk on the weekends. I lived in a terrible, drafty studio apartment where the heat barely worked. While Chloe was posting photos of her honeymoon in the Maldives and my parents were bragging about Derek's mid-level corporate promotions, I was aggressively saving every single penny. I read every book on property law, tax codes, and structural engineering I could get my hands on. 2 years into my self-imposed exile, I bought my first property, a run-down, deeply distressed duplex in the South Side district. My family didn't know. Nobody knew. I spent my nights tearing out moldy drywall and fixing plumbing leaks myself because I couldn't afford contractors. I rented it out, refinanced, and used the equity to buy a small, 4-unit commercial strip in the West End, then a 6-unit apartment building, then a small warehouse. My strategy was ruthless and meticulous. I lived entirely on the income from my day jobs and reinvested 100% of the real estate profits. Over 9 years, through literal blood, sweat, and agonizingly sleepless nights, I quietly amassed a portfolio of 12 highly lucrative properties. My net worth skyrocketed into the tens of millions. All the while, whenever I was forced to see my family at obligatory holiday dinners, I played the part they assigned me. I wore cheap clothes. I drove a 10-year-old sedan. My father would introduce me to his friends, saying, "This is Maya. She's still finding her way." Not everyone can be a superstar like Chloe and Derek. I would just smile, knowing that I literally owned the building where his favorite high-end steakhouse was located. The catalyst for their destruction happened 3 months ago. I decided to finally treat myself and purchased a stunning, $2.1 million beachfront villa in Coastal Cove. It was meant to be my private sanctuary. I purchased it through one of my LLCs, but a luxury lifestyle magazine caught wind of the sale and did a feature on the property. They didn't name me directly, but they mentioned the LLC, and through a catastrophic stroke of bad luck, Chloe's husband, Derek, who works in corporate finance, recognized the LLC name from a minor tax document he had arrogantly insisted on helping with years ago to prove how smart he was. The next day, my phone rang. It was Chloe. Her voice dripped with that fake, syrupy sweetness she always used when she wanted something. "Maya, oh my God, Derek just told me the craziest thing. He said you bought that incredible beach house in Coastal Cove, the one in the magazine? How on earth did you afford that? Did you take out a massive predatory loan?" "It's just an investment, Chloe," I said coldly, feeling my heart rate spike. "Well," she continued, her tone shifting from sweet to entitled in a millisecond, Derek and I were talking. You're single. You don't have kids. It makes zero sense for you to hoard a massive luxury house all to yourself. We have the twins now, and mom and dad would love a place by the water. We're going to start using it on weekends. Derek is drafting up a schedule for the family. It wasn't a request, it was a declaration of ownership. They saw something shiny, realized the sister they deemed worthless had it, and immediately decided it rightfully belonged to them. Absolutely not. I replied, my voice shaking with 9 years of suppressed rage. It is my private property, none of you are stepping foot on it. Ever. I hung up and blocked her number. I thought that would be the end of it. I severely underestimated their greed and their delusion. 3 weeks later, I was served with a massive lawsuit. Update 1. The sheer audacity of the lawsuit left me physically nauseous. Derek and Chloe, backed by my parents' money, were suing me for control of the beachfront villa. But they weren't just claiming a verbal agreement. They submitted a physical, signed contract to the court. The contract stated that the Coastal Cove property was purchased jointly as a family trust asset, and that I had legally signed over management and access rights to Derek. Attached to this forged document was a lengthy, entirely fabricated psychological evaluation drafted by Derek's sleazy lawyer. They were claiming that I suffered from extreme emotional fluctuations and bipolar-like financial mania. Their narrative was sickeningly clever. They claimed I was a deeply unstable spinster who went through manic phases where I recklessly signed predatory loans to buy things I couldn't afford. They claimed the contract was signed during one of my lucid phases where I realized I needed Derek's financial guardianship to save me from ruin. Because I was now trying to back out of the contract, they argued I was slipping back into a manic episode, and asked the court to enforce the contract and grant Derek emergency conservatorship over the property to protect the family's financial interests. They were literally trying to legally gaslight the court into believing I was insane, just so they could steal my house. I took the lawsuit straight to my attorney, Arthur Sterling. Arthur is a legal shark who usually handles multi-million-dollar corporate litigations, but he manages all my real estate trusts. When I showed him the lawsuit and the forged contract, he didn't look worried. He looked absolutely lethal. Maya, Arthur said, adjusting his glasses and staring at the fake signature. They have no idea what they've just walked into, do they? They think I'm a broke, unstable loser who got lucky on one house, I replied, feeling a cold, dark sense of anticipation settling in my chest. Then we are going to let them walk right into the courtroom, present their entire fraudulent case, and then we are going to drop a nuclear bomb on their lives, Arthur said, pulling out a legal pad. For the next 2 months, we prepared in absolute silence. We hired the most expensive forensic document examiner in the state to analyze the fake contract. We compiled thousands of pages of financial records, tax returns, structural engineering reports, and commercial leases. I didn't speak a single word to my family. They took my silence as a sign of weakness. Derek even sent me a smug email saying, "Don't bother fighting this, Maya. You know you need help. We're doing this because we love you." I printed that email out and handed it to Arthur. "Add it to the pile," I said. Update 2. Add. The day of the hearing arrived. The air in the courthouse was stale, smelling of floor wax and old paper. I walked in wearing a tailored, charcoal gray designer suit, a stark contrast to the cheap cardigans they were used to seeing me in. Derek, Chloe, and my parents were already seated on the plaintiff's side. They looked like they were attending a country club brunch. Chloe was wearing a pastel designer dress, giggling behind her hand. My parents looked stiff but immensely satisfied, projecting the image of a respectable family burdened by a troubled daughter. As I walked down the aisle, Derek leaned over the wooden divider. "Your little real estate game ends here, Maya," he whispered, a triumphant smirk plastered on his face. I didn't even look at him. I just sat down next to Arthur, who was calmly organizing a stack of thick, black binders. The Honorable Judge Harrison, a sharp-eyed, no-nonsense woman in her late 50s, took the bench. From the very first minute, Derek's lawyer, a slick guy named Vance, launched into his theatrical performance. "Your Honor," Vance began, his voice dripping with feigned sorrow, "this is a tragic case of a deeply troubled young woman. Miss Maya Linwood has a long, documented history of extreme emotional instability and impulsive, manic behavior. She lives in squalor, yet recently, in a fit of financial mania, she leveraged herself to the brink of ruin to purchase a $2 million beachfront property she cannot possibly maintain." Vance paced in front of the judge, holding up the forged contract. Recognizing her own incompetence during a moment of clarity, Miss Linwood signed this binding agreement, placing the property under the protective management of her brother-in-law, Mr. Derek Vance, a respected corporate financial officer. Now, slipping back into her erratic state, she is attempting to renege on this promise out of spite. We are simply asking the court to enforce this legal contract to save this young woman from her own self-destruction. It was a flawlessly constructed lie. My parents nodded solemnly in the gallery, playing the part of grieving parents perfectly. Derek looked like a proud savior. Judge Harrison looked at the contract, her expression unreadable, and then turned her piercing gaze to me. "Mr. Sterling," Judge Harrison said, addressing my lawyer, "your client is facing serious allegations regarding her financial competency. How do you respond to this contract?" Arthur stood up slowly. He didn't look panicked. He looked like a predator who had just cornered its prey. "Your Honor," Arthur's voice boomed through the quiet courtroom, clear and unshakable. "The plaintiffs have painted a very colorful picture of my client as an unstable, incompetent woman teetering on the edge of ruin. They claim she has no business acumen and requires a guardian for a single beachfront property. I would like to address her incompetence by submitting Exhibit A, the complete, audited financial portfolio of Miss Maya Linwood's wholly owned real estate empire." Arthur placed a massive, 6-inch thick black binder onto the judge's desk. The heavy thud echoed in the room. Derek's smirk faltered slightly. Chloe looked confused. "Let us review the evidence of my client's mania, Your Honor," Arthur continued, opening his own copy of the binder. "Property number 1, acquired 9 years ago, a distressed duplex in the Southside District. Miss Linwood saved the down payment by working 3 minimum wage jobs simultaneously, sleeping 3 hours a night. She personally gutted and renovated the property, increasing its value by 400% in 2 years." I glanced at my father in the gallery. The smug satisfaction was draining from his face, replaced by utter bewilderment. "Property number 2, Arthur stated, turning a page. "A commercial strip in West End, purchased with the leveraged equity of the first property. It currently houses 4 thriving local businesses and generates a net positive cash flow of $14,000 a month." Derek's face was beginning to lose its color. He leaned over and furiously whispered something to his lawyer, who frantically started flipping through his own sparse notes. "Property number 3, property number 4, property number 5. Arthur listed them off, detailing the square footage, the commercial tenants, and the millions in valuation for each one. With every word, the atmosphere in the courtroom grew heavier. The bailiffs were staring. The court reporters' fingers were flying. "Let us discuss property number 6, Your Honor," Arthur said, his tone sharpening. "A historic brownstone downtown. Shortly after purchase, a massive, undisclosed foundation defect was discovered. The repair costs exceeded $1 million. The banks refused to help. The plaintiffs claim my client is emotionally unstable and prone to collapse. Yet, when faced with actual bankruptcy, Miss Linwood did not collapse. She spent 3 months eating nothing but rice and beans, studied advanced structural engineering codes in the public library, personally negotiated with 6 different contracting firms, and successfully executed a reinforced underpinning strategy that saved the building. Today, that property is worth $4.5 million. Chloe's jaw was practically on the floor. She was clutching Derek's arm, her knuckles white. She was looking at me like she was seeing a ghost. "And finally, Your Honor," Arthur said, the crescendo of his argument reaching its peak. "Property number 10, the address is 450 Riverside Avenue, commonly known in this city as the Obsidian Mill." The entire courtroom went dead silent. Even Judge Harrison's eyes widened behind her glasses. The Obsidian Mill was the crown jewel of the city's recent downtown revitalization. It was a massive, abandoned textile mill that an anonymous developer had purchased 4 years ago and transformed into a breathtaking luxury mixed-use complex. It housed high-tech startups, an art gallery, and the most exclusive, impossible-to-book restaurants in the state. "My client," Arthur said, savoring every single syllable, "is the sole owner and visionary developer of the Obsidian Mill. She managed an $8 million renovation project entirely in secret. In fact, Your Honor, the plaintiff, Mr. Derek Vance, works for a corporate finance firm that currently leases the entire 4th floor of my client's building. He pays her rent every single month." I looked directly at Derek. He looked like he was going to vomit. His skin was the color of wet ash. The man who had called me an incompetent spinster, the man who had spent years mocking my cheap clothes and my old car, had just realized that the luxurious, high-status world he desperately clung to was literally owned by me. "So, Your Honor," Arthur concluded, closing the binder with a sharp snap, "I ask the court, does this portfolio reflect the actions of an unstable, manic woman who needs her brother-in-law to manage a single vacation home? Or does it reflect a highly calculated, brilliant businesswoman who has been targeted by a greedy family desperate to steal a piece of an empire they had no hand in building?" Judge Harrison leaned back in her chair. She looked at the massive binder, then slowly turned her gaze toward Derek and his lawyer, Vance. The air in the room was so tense it felt like it could shatter glass. "Mr. Vance," Judge Harrison said, her voice dropping to a dangerously quiet register, "you submitted a petition claiming this woman is mentally unfit to manage her own finances. You claimed she was on the brink of ruin. How do you explain the fact that she owns 12 commercial properties and the very building your client works in?" Vance was sweating profusely. He stammered, shuffling his papers. "Why, Your Honor, we were unaware of the extent of her holdings. But the contract. The contract for the beachfront property is still legally binding. She signed it." Ah, yes, the contract, Arthur interrupted smoothly, pulling a thin, red folder from his briefcase. Your Honor, we anticipated this. We commissioned a full forensic analysis of the document submitted by the plaintiffs. I have provided copies of the expert's report to the court. Arthur handed the folder to the bailiff, who passed it to the judge. According to the state's leading forensic document examiner, Arthur stated, his voice turning lethal, the signature on that contract is a crude, traced forgery. It does not match Miss Linwood's biometric handwriting patterns, with a 99.2% probability of fraud, but that is not even the most damning piece of evidence. Arthur paused, letting the silence stretch out to maximize their terror. The plaintiffs claim this contract was signed 2 years ago, in March. However, the chemical analysis of the ink used to sign the document tells a different story. The ink is a specific proprietary blend called Aquaglide Pro, manufactured by a boutique stationery company. Your Honor, I have attached an affidavit from the CEO of that company. Aquaglide Pro was not invented, patented, or sold until October of last year, exactly 4 months ago. A collective gasp echoed from the gallery. A young law clerk sitting near the front actually covered her mouth. Unless the plaintiffs possess a time machine, Arthur mocked, staring daggers at Derek, it is scientifically impossible for this contract to have been signed when they claim it was. It was fabricated, backdated, and forged mere weeks ago, shortly after they discovered my client owned the beachfront villa. This is not a family dispute, Your Honor. This is a calculated, malicious act of felony fraud, perjury, and attempted grand larceny. Vance, Derek's lawyer, looked like he had been struck by lightning. He physically backed away from Derek at the plaintiff's table. He realized instantly that his clients had lied to him, handed him forged evidence, and just destroyed his career. Your Honor, I had no knowledge of this, Vance stammered, his voice cracking in panic. Derek shot up from his chair, his face red with manic desperation. It's a lie, she's lying. She set us up, she's a psychotic bitch who planned this whole thing to ruin us. Bang, bang, bang. Judge Harrison slammed her gavel down so hard I thought the wood would splinter. Her face was a mask of absolute, terrifying judicial fury. Mr. Vance, you will sit down and remain silent, or I will have you chained to that chair, she roared. The courtroom fell instantly, deathly silent. Derek collapsed back into his seat, trembling uncontrollably. Chloe was openly sobbing, her face buried in her hands. Judge Harrison took a deep, stabilizing breath, but her eyes never lost their lethal edge as she looked at my family. She spent several agonizing minutes reading through the forensic report. Finally, she set the papers down and looked directly at me. The harshness in her face softened into something resembling profound respect. Miss Linwood, Judge Harrison said gently, I am deeply sorry that you have been dragged into this courtroom under such vile, fabricated pretenses. The sheer resilience you have shown in building your life is extraordinary. Is there anything you wish to say on the record before I issue my ruling? Arthur nodded at me. This was it. The moment I had waited 9 years for. I stood up slowly, smoothing the jacket of my tailored suit. I didn't look at the judge. I turned and looked directly into the gallery, locking eyes with my mother and father, and then down at Derek and Chloe. 9 years ago. I began, my voice steady, carrying the weight of a decade of silent warfare. My parents sat me down in their living room and told me I was a bad investment. They told me I had no talent, no drive, and no future. They cut me off to fund my sister's extravagant lifestyle because she was the exceptional one. They wanted me to fail. My mother flinched as if I had slapped her. My father stared at the floor, utterly broken. They wanted me to be poor, I continued, because my failure validated their choices. It justified their favoritism. When I bought my first property and worked until my hands bled, they didn't know, and they didn't care. When Derek mocked me at every Thanksgiving for driving a cheap car, I said nothing, because I knew the truth. My success destroys their entire worldview. It proves that the daughter they threw away was the only one capable of building an empire. I turned my gaze to Derek, who was shaking with tears of humiliation. The forged contract they submitted wasn't just about greed, I said, my voice echoing off the wood-paneled walls. It was about control. They saw something beautiful that belonged to the sister they despised, and their immediate instinct was to steal it and legally bind me in a straitjacket of incompetence. They didn't just want my house. They wanted to destroy my sanity to protect their fragile egos. They wanted to rewrite my reality. But my reality is built on concrete, steel, and 9 years of absolute independence. They have no power here. They have nothing. I sat down. The silence in the courtroom was absolute. You could hear a pin drop. Judge Harrison stared at my family with a look of unparalleled disgust. She didn't just dismiss their case, she annihilated them. The petition for conservatorship and enforcement of this contract is dismissed with extreme prejudice, Judge Harrison declared, her voice ringing out like a death knell. Furthermore, the actions of the plaintiffs in this courtroom today go far beyond a frivolous lawsuit. You have weaponized the legal system, submitted scientifically proven forged documents, and attempted to steal millions of dollars in assets while maliciously attacking the mental health of an innocent woman. She looked at the bailiff standing near the door. I am immediately referring this case, along with all submitted forensic evidence, to the District Attorney's Office for Criminal Prosecution. Mr. Derek Vance and Mrs. Chloe Vance, you are to remain in this courtroom. Bailiff, take them into custody for suspicion of felony perjury, forgery, and attempted grand larceny. Chloe screamed. It was a visceral, horrifying sound. No. Mom, Dad. Help us. Derek, do something. Derek didn't do anything. He was paralyzed with shock. Two armed bailiffs approached the table, pulled Derek's arms behind his back, and slapped cold steel handcuffs onto his wrists. The man who had strutted into the courtroom smirking was dragged out weeping like a child, his designer suit rumpled, his pride entirely shattered. Chloe was handcuffed next, sobbing hysterically as they led her away. Judge Harrison then turned her wrath onto my parents in the gallery. Mr. and Mrs. Linwood, you sat in my courtroom and nodded along to this grotesque charade. You endorsed the destruction of your own daughter. While you are not legally bound to the forged contract, your complicity is a moral stain that I suspect will haunt you for the rest of your lives. Get out of my courtroom. My parents stumbled out of the double doors, looking like they had aged 20 years in 2 hours. Update 3, the aftermath. It has been 6 months since the trial, and the fallout has been nothing short of apocalyptic for my family. Derek was indicted on multiple felony charges. Because he worked in corporate finance, the moment the charges of forgery and fraud hit the public record, his firm fired him instantly. They also initiated a massive internal audit of his past accounts. He ended up taking a plea deal to avoid a 10-year sentence. He is currently serving 36 months in a state penitentiary. Chloe managed to avoid prison time by turning on Derek and claiming he forced her to go along with the forgery, but she received 5 years of severe probation and 1,000 hours of community service. However, her punishment in the real world was far worse. In her obsessed, upper-crust social circle, reputation is everything. The news of her attempting to steal her sister's house and her husband going to prison made her a total pariah. She was kicked out of the country club. Her friends blocked her numbers. Without Derek's income, her massive house went into foreclosure. She is currently living in a tiny, cramped apartment, working as a receptionist at a dental clinic. As for my parents, Arthur and I didn't stop at the criminal trial. We filed a massive civil suit against them for intentional infliction of emotional distress and complicity in the fraudulent lawsuit. The legal fees alone drained their retirement accounts. To avoid a public trial that would completely destroy their high-end furniture business, they settled out of court for a massive sum, which I immediately donated to a charity that helps women escape financial abuse. Their business took a massive hit anyway when the local gossip mill got hold of the story. They had to sell their luxury cars and downsize to a small condo. They spend their days miserably blaming each other for their ruin. I was granted a permanent, ironclad restraining order against all of them. My entire 12-property portfolio, including the beachfront villa and the obsidian mill, has been placed under a complex web of blind trusts. Even if they wanted to find me, they legally and financially cannot touch me. Yesterday, I sat on the balcony of my Coastal Cove villa. The sun was setting over the ocean, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and purple. I drank a glass of incredibly expensive wine, listening to the waves crash against the shore. I thought about the scared, exhausted 23-year-old girl who walked out of her parents' house with nothing but a suitcase and a vow. I didn't just survive the shark's world, I became the Leviathan, and my waters are finally, completely peaceful. She's dead to us, my mother said at my sister's rehearsal dinner, blaming me for a drunk driver's crash. I asked one question that froze the room. The rehearsal supper was hosted at the Waterford Estate, a setting with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a lake that appeared too exquisite to be true. Crystal chandeliers dangled from exposed wooden rafters, while white flowers adorned every accessible surface. Nobody who knew Emily Parker expected her to go above and above. She had always paid close attention to her beauty. I arrived on time, wearing the navy outfit Emily Parker had approved 4 weeks before. The parking lot was already crowded, and I could see people mixing through the windows as I moved towards the door. My stomach felt like I had eaten shattered glass, but I kept my expression bland. I had become good at it over the years. The clearance procedure for the outfit was consistent with every encounter I'd had with Emily Parker since the accident. She had texted me 3 possibilities, all in subdued hues that wouldn't catch attention: navy, charcoal, and taupe. Nothing flashy, nothing that would draw attention away from her or the bridal party. I decided for navy since it was the least sad, and she replied with a thumbs-up emoji. There were no words, simply an acceptance that I had made an appropriate option. That dress cost me $550, which was the most I'd ever paid on a single piece of apparel. It fit wonderfully, thanks to a seamstress from a downtown Detroit shop who inquired about the event. When I told her it was for my sister's wedding, she smiled and mentioned how wonderful it must be. I smiled back, saying nothing about the knot of dread that had formed in my chest since receiving the offer. The invitation had been a surprise. I figured I wouldn't be invited at all. Emily Parker and I hadn't communicated directly in over 3 years. Our final discussion was during Dad's birthday dinner, when she asked me to pass the salt, which I did. That was it. Pass the salt. In our household, a 30-second encounter was considered conversation. But the invitation was only addressed to me, Miss Lena Parker. There is no +1. No, and I figured only my name in fine calligraphy on cream-colored card material that likely cost more per page than I spent on food in a week. I was 18 when the accident occurred. Emily Parker, 21, was home from college for the summer. We'd attended a party at Lauren Whitaker's house, one of those end-of-summer events that seemed significant at the time. Emily Parker had been drinking. She handed me the keys to her car around midnight, giggling as she fainted in the passenger seat. I was sober. That night, I had never touched any alcohol. The junction was dark, the light was green, and the vehicle drove through the red light at 65 miles per hour. Emily Parker's femur was fractured, her pelvis was crushed, and her left leg suffered chronic nerve damage as a result of the accident. The doctor stated she could walk again, but the dancing was ended. Her scholarship to Juilliard vanished, along with her career in dance. Nobody inquired what color the light was. Nobody questioned me whether I was sober. Mom discovered Emily Parker's hospital wristband containing the blood alcohol content record and concluded that was the only truth that counted. I was liable for everything that happened because I was driving. Emily Parker's blood alcohol level was 0.09. The hospital had tested her as part of its usual trauma routine. When Mom saw that number on the discharge papers a few days later, her expression shifted. She stared at me across Emily Parker's hospital room, where I had been sitting watch, and I saw exactly when she chose who was to blame. "You allowed her to drink," Mom remarked. Her voice was low and nasty. "You were expected to be responsible. She is 21 years old. She should not have drunk at all." I was accountable. I protested. "I did not drink anything. I drove her home safely." The other driver. "Don't dare to blame someone else," Mom snapped. "You were behind the wheel. You were in charge of that automobile. Emily Parker trusted you, and here's what happened." Dad had attempted to intercede. "I do not care what the police report says, honey." Mom shut him off. "My daughter's life is finished. Her scholarship is no longer in effect. Her dreams have been ruined. And it occurred when Lena Parker was driving." The rationale was absurd. However, grieving is not a rational emotion. Mom wanted someone to blame, someone she could control and punish. The inebriated driver was a stranger who had previously been handled by the judicial system. His insurance was covering the medical expenses. Mom could do nothing to satiate the wrath and grief she felt while witnessing Emily Parker suffer. But I was right there. 18, terrified, and pleading for her acceptance and pardon. An easy target. The following several months were a jumble of hospital visits, physical therapy appointments, and agonizing stillness. Emily Parker's operation was effective in stabilizing her pelvis, but the nerve damage to her leg was irreversible. She'd walk again. The physicians made it obvious. However, the exact muscular control essential for professional ballet was lost. The letter from Juilliard rescinding her admission arrived 4 weeks after the catastrophe. I watched Emily Parker read the letter. We were in her hospital room, and I was assisting her with the exercises that the physical therapist had prescribed. She opened the letter with quivering hands, read the contents, and then gazed at the wall for 20 minutes without saying anything. "Emily Parker," I finally tried. "I'm so." "Get out," she whispered gently. "Please let me out." She shouted so loudly that nurses came racing. "I do not want you here. I do not want to see you. It is your fault. Everything is your fault." She had been informed about the intoxicated driver. She was aware of the police report, his arrest, and the pending charges. The physicians had explained everything to her in detail. Knowing the facts, however, was not the same as embracing them. I'd left her room in tears and passed Mom on the corridor. She stared at me coldly and said, "You heard her. Stop coming to the hospital. You've done enough damage." The years that followed the accident were a master class in solitude. I'd been admitted to Michigan State on a full academic scholarship, but Mom persuaded me to defer and assist Emily Parker's recuperation. 1 year became 2, and then 3. By the time I attended, the most of my high school pals had moved on. Emily Parker would never speak to me unless compelled. She'd gaze through me at family gatherings, her face expressionless as if I were furniture. The deferral seems logical at the time. Emily Parker required assistance with basic things while she was recovering. Someone to transport her to physical therapy appointments, assist her upstairs and downstairs, and prepare meals while Mom was at work. "It's the least you can do," Mom explained. And I'd agree because the guilt was eating me up. Never mind that I was not guilty of anything other than being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I found a job at a neighborhood coffee shop to keep myself busy and help to family expenditures. The Michigan State Scholarship was deferred, but it was not assured to be fulfilled during a gap year. The university's financial aid division issued me a letter indicating that I would have to reapply and that support could not be guaranteed for future academic years. I contacted them in a panic. Margaret Ellis, a sympathetic advisor, stated that academic scholarships were offered on the basis of immediate enrollment. Because I deferred, I lost my spot in that year's cohort. I could reapply as a transfer student after earning some credits elsewhere, or I could enroll as planned and forfeit the scholarship outright if I changed my mind. "What will I do?" I questioned her, my voice cracking. "That depends on why you deferred," she said softly. "If there is a family emergency, we may be able to make an exception with the necessary paperwork. But how could I explain that my family required me to give up my future since they believed the accident was my fault? How could I explain to her that my mother had made it obvious that I owed Emily Parker this time, this sacrifice, this penance for a crime I had not committed? I ended up taking community college classes while assisting Emily Parker, and studying at night after she went to bed. The courses included fundamental English writing, beginning psychology, and general biology, all of which translated to nearly any four-year school and kept my mind sharp. I convinced myself I was being realistic by accumulating credits while being a nice sister. The reality was, I was trapped. Mom had made it obvious that leaving would result in lifelong banishment. "If you forsake your sister now," she continued, "don't bother returning." Emily Parker's physical treatment was grueling and unpleasant. 3 times a week I drove her to a clinic 45 minutes away. She'd go into the treatment rooms for 100-minute sessions, emerging hot and fatigued, and occasionally in tears from the pain. The therapists were gentle yet forceful, encouraging her to regain movement in her crippled limb. I'd wait in the reception area, doing schoolwork or reading. Other members of the patients' families would occasionally attempt to strike up a discussion. I got adept at dodging personal queries with vague responses that indicated nothing about the circumstances at home. Another mother sat next to me at one of these sessions, around 9 months after the accident. Her daughter was recuperating from a ski accident. We talked briefly about healing timetables and insurance nightmares. Then she inquired about what had happened to my sister. "Car accident," I said briefly. "Were you there too?" she inquired, observing the fading scar on my wrist from when I underwent surgery to fix the fracture. "Yes. This must have been scary for both of you." I nodded, throat tight, unable to explain why Emily Parker no longer spoke to me. How being in the accident together had created an unbridgeable divide between us rather than shared suffering. Emily Parker's recuperation proceeded slowly. After 7 months, she was able to walk without crutches, although her stride remained uneven. After 14 months, she was able to climb stairs without help. After 20 months, she enrolled in the local community college, which was also where I was taking classes, but we carefully planned our schedules to minimize overlap. She claimed her major as marketing. It was functional and had nothing to do with dance. I once caught her in the parking lot, sitting in her car and weeping while viewing a video of herself performing the Nutcracker 4 years ago. I'd approached cautiously, hoping to provide consolation, but she saw me and drove away without saying a word. Emily Parker had transferred to a 4-year institution downstate by the time I entered at Michigan State 4 years later, and without my scholarship. She moved into an apartment near university and ceased returning home except on significant holidays. I was relieved. Living in the same house as someone who treated you like a ghost was stressful. College was lonely for me. When I arrived as a freshman, the majority of the students my age were juniors or seniors. The scholarship I had lost would have paid for tuition, housing, and board. Instead, I paid my own way through student loans and part-time employment at the university library. I lived off campus in a rundown studio apartment, surviving on ramen and cheap groceries. I studied finance since it was useful, and the employment market was stable. My grades were great, with a 3.9 GPA that I kept up by pure perseverance and long nights. I had several acquaintances, but few true pals. People would ask me to parties or study groups, and I would fabricate reasons as well. The fact was that I no longer trusted people. The accident showed me that even family members may turn against you when times are tough. What would outsiders do if Mom and Emily Parker could decide I was guilty despite overwhelming proof to the contrary? I finished with honors and was immediately offered a position with a financial business in Detroit. The beginning wage was small yet manageable. I got a one-bedroom apartment in a nice area and bought furnishings from IKEA. For the first time in years, I had a space of my own, where no one stared through me or chastised me for being. I stopped visiting home on small holidays. Only for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I'd arrive late and depart early. Emily Parker began bringing partners to these events, a succession of interchangeable guys who were kind enough. She'd laugh and joke with them, a side of herself I scarcely knew. Mom would sit me on the far end of the table, as far away from Emily Parker as possible. Dad's attempts to include me in talks were difficult. Aunt Carol, Mom's sister, was always hugging me and inquiring about my employment, but the sadness in her eyes was nearly as bad as Mom's coldness. Dad first attempted to play the role of mediator. Mom's resentment, however, was like a wave that gradually carried everyone along. He stopped offending me about the time Emily Parker began physical therapy. It was probably simpler for him to have one daughter rather than two. After college, I stayed in Michigan and worked as a financial analyst for a mid-sized corporation in Detroit. I went home twice a year for big holidays, sitting at the far end of the table while Emily Parker discussed her career as a marketing director or her ideal lover, Ethan Collins. Mom would serve me last, almost like an afterthought. Dad would engage in uncomfortable small chat about weather trends. When Emily Parker's wedding invitation arrived, I looked at it for 4 days before opening it. My name was listed alone. There was no +1 given. The ceremony would take place in our hometown of Riverside, at the church where we had both been baptized. I purchased an airline ticket and requested time off from work, knowing I'd regret going but unable to explain to myself why I couldn't just miss it. The invitation package was extravagant, with thick card material with gold foil printing, an information card, an RSVP card with a pre-stamped envelope, and a map of the venue locations. Everything screamed pricey and meticulously prepared. Emily Parker had always been detail-oriented, even as a youngster. Her bedroom was carefully arranged, and her school tasks were always completed on time. Ethan Collins looked like an ideal fit for her. I had met him once before, briefly, at a family dinner 20 months ago. He was a civil engineer, stable and quiet, with a pleasant grin. He attempted to engage me in conversation that night, inquiring about my career in finance. Emily Parker quickly turned the conversation away from me, but I appreciated the effort. The wedding invitation had come on Tuesday. I noticed it in my mailbox among the bills and trash mail. My immediate reaction was to toss it away and pretend it never arrived. But something stopped me. Maybe I was curious about if I was needed there, or maybe I was hoping for an olive branch. I messaged Emily Parker personally. Received the invitation. Are you certain you want me there? She answered 6 hours later. Mom insists on maintaining appearances. You are invited. Not yet. I want you there. Not necessarily. I hope you can make it. Just a straightforward observation regarding looks. I should have understood the danger in those words. I'd spend a week pondering whether or not to go before eventually accepting the RSVP card. Part of me thought that the wedding would mark a turning point. Weddings were meant to represent fresh beginnings and family harmony, right? Perhaps seeing Emily Parker happy will soften Mom's attitude. Maybe we can find a way to be sisters again. Shopping for dresses had been an agony in and of itself. Emily Parker had supplied the 3 color selections with specific specifications. Nothing too formal, nothing too casual, and nothing bright. I went to 5 different places before finding a blue dress that suited all of her requirements. The saleswoman had been upbeat, talking about how lovely the wedding would be and how unique it was to have a sister getting married. I had smiled, consented, and felt hollow within. The trip from Detroit to Riverside was brief, taking less than 75 minutes. I had rented a hotel room instead of staying at my parents' residence. The pretext was convenience, but the truth was that I couldn't take the notion of sleeping in the same house as Mom's scorn. The motel was a Holiday Inn beside the highway, clean and unassuming. I arrived 2 days before the rehearsal dinner to avoid seeming to be a last-minute guest. The passage of time seemed to go on forever. I worked from my hotel room, took a yoga class at a neighboring studio, and ate alone at chain eateries. My phone remained virtually silent, save for business emails, and a few texts from co-workers wishing me a good time at the wedding. On the day of the rehearsal dinner, I changed 3 times before deciding on the navy dress. Too early, and I'd appear desperate. Too late, and I'd appear rude. I aimed for exactly on time and succeeded, arriving into the Waterford Estate parking lot at exactly 6 o'clock. The rehearsal dinner included 72 guests, including extended relatives, close friends, and Ethan Collins' family from Colorado. As I approached the arena, I knew the majority of the faces. Aunt Carol on Mom's side waved hesitantly from a corner table. Cousin Andrew pretended not to notice me. Madison Reed, Emily Parker's college roommate, offered me a stiff smile that did not reach her eyes. I took my allotted place at a table near the kitchen doors, away from the head table, where Emily Parker and Ethan Collins would sit with both sets of parents. The location seems purposeful. A couple I didn't recognize sat next to me and introduced themselves as Ethan Collins' aunt and uncle from Denver. They were kind, inquiring about my flight and career, oblivious of the familial issues that had forced me into exile. Their names were Robert and Susan Hayes. Robert ran a hardware shop in Denver, while Susan taught elementary school. They were kind and conversational, thrilled about the wedding. Susan showed me images of their 2 boys, who are both married and have their own children. "Are you on the bride or groom's side?" Robert inquired happily. "Brides," I explained. "I am Emily Parker's sister." Susan's face lightened up. "Oh, incredibly amazing. Emily Parker is very gorgeous. We met her last Christmas when she and Ethan Collins came to visit. She's really nice and sweet. You must be really proud of her." I managed to grin. She worked so hard to be where she is. "And what are you doing, dear?" Susan asked. "I am a financial analyst in Detroit." "Oh, how fascinating. Are you enjoying it?" I did it, actually. My job was one of the few things in my life that seemed simple and straightforward. Numbers did not lie. Financial statements presented coherent narratives. Market trends followed a logical pattern. It was comforting to know what to expect. We had a good conversation throughout the appetizer dish. Bruschetta with fresh mozzarella and tomato. Robert shared a humorous story of a wedding tragedy involving a missing ring and a golden retriever. Susan inquired whether I was seeing anybody special, and I evaded with practiced grace. Other tables in the room were abuzz with chatter. I recognized Emily Parker's college friend, Madison Reed, who was holding court with a group of women near the windows. Cousin Andrew sat at a table with other cousins from Dad's side, folks I had grown up seeing at family gatherings but who now scarcely noticed me. Aunt Carol caught my gaze from across the room and offered a little wave. She seemed uneasy, trapped at a table with Mom's friends, who were most likely hearing about how much of a burden I'd been since the tragedy. Aunt Carol had attempted to remain impartial throughout the years, but she'd been exhausted by Mom's incessant story of my guilt. The sight was stunning. Large windows looked out over the lake, which mirrored the evening light in orange and pink. The tables were adorned with gorgeous arrangements of white flowers, including roses, hydrangeas, and baby's breath. String lights had been draped from the exposed beams, casting a comforting glow as dusk approached. Emily Parker had always had good taste, and it seemed that Ethan Collins had the money to satisfy it. I was curious as to how much all of this cost. The venue alone probably cost $25,000. Add in the food, the bar, the flowers, and the photographer who is presently touring the room, getting candid shots. I had heard Dad indicate that Ethan Collins's family contributed heavily to the wedding money. His father had a thriving construction firm in Colorado. I didn't add anything. Of course, I hadn't been asked to join the wedding party. There's no surprise there. Emily Parker had 6 bridesmaids, all of whom were either college friends or colleagues. Madison Reed, her 4-year roommate, served as her maid of honor. They had remained close after together and celebrating each other's graduation, going on girls' excursions accomplishments. I had seen photographs on social media. Emily Parker had never unfriended me, but she had long ago changed her settings so that I couldn't remark or respond to her postings. Pictures of wine nights, beach getaways, and bridal showers that I had not been invited to. Emily Parker is happy and carefree, surrounded by people who adore her. Dinner service started without incident. The cuisine was fantastic. Filet mignon with roasted veggies, Caesar salad, and delicious bread. I ate carefully, attempting to enjoy the dinner despite my mother's gaze from across the room. She donned a burgundy dress that complemented Emily Parker's color scheme, and her hair was arranged in exquisite waves. She appeared gorgeous yet frigid. During the main meal, Ethan Collins' father stood and gave a toast. He was a cheerful man with a booming laugh, telling him how Ethan Collins had contacted him after the first date to inform him that he had met his future bride. Guests laughed and cheered. Emily Parker flushed and leaned against Ethan Collins' shoulder. They appeared to be happy together, and I had a complex range of feelings that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Then Mom got up. According to the program next to my water glass, she was not scheduled to speak until after dessert. Emily Parker was astonished, her grin weakening slightly when Mom tapped her fork against her champagne flute. The room became silent. "I'd like to say something while everyone's here," Mom said, her voice calm. She was not looking at Emily Parker, she was gazing right at me. My throat closed. "Most of you are aware that our family has been through some difficult times," she said. Emily Parker overcame a devastating tragedy at the age of 21, An accident that ended her professional dancing dreams. The room's temperature appeared to plummet. I could sense people shifting in their chairs and bewilderment spreading over the audience. This was hardly the traditional rehearsal dinner speech. Many of you are unaware of who caused the disaster. Mom's voice became harsher. My other daughter, sitting right there, drove the car that night. She ruined Emily Parker's future. She took all my lovely daughter had toiled for since she was 4 years old. I couldn't breathe. The silence was deafening. I invited her tonight because Emily Parker insisted, Mom explained, her mouth twitching. However, I want everyone here to realize something. To us, she is dead. Someone gasped. She has been dead to us for 14 years. I believe it was Aunt Carol. Ethan Collins' mother seemed frightened. Dad sat still, his face gray. Emily Parker stared at her plate. I don't recall standing up. I can't recall walking from my table to the center of the room, where I could see everyone. My legs seemed divorced from my body, as if they were moving on autopilot while my head was racing. Mom's cheeks was flushed with righteousness. She seemed triumphant, as if she had finally revealed something she had been keeping quiet for years. Around us, 72 people were waiting to see what happened next. I gazed at Emily Parker. She still refused to meet my gaze. Then I looked at my mother and asked the one question that mattered. Which color was the traffic light? Mom blinked. What about the traffic light? I repeated it louder. What color was it when we approached the intersection? The look of uncertainty on her face was almost funny. That is not correct. You were driving. You were accountable. I said that according to the police report, the other motorist ran a red light. My speech sounded weird and too calm. He was doing 65 in a 40 zone. He failed the field sobriety test. His blood alcohol level was 0.18, little more than twice the legal limit. I removed my phone from my purse. My hands were shaking, but I was able to open my email and access the PDF I'd been lugging about for 14 years. The police report. When I became 18, I requested a copy, wanting to see the truth written out in official language. I said, the accident was ruled his fault. He spent 20 months in jail for vehicular assault. His insurance covered Emily Parker's medical expenses. All of this information is public record. Mom's face had changed from flushed to pale. You were still driving? I was sober, I explained. My blood test came back absolutely clear. Emily Parker had been drinking. She is the reason I was driving at all. She handed me her keys since she knew she couldn't drive. I turned to address the audience. 72 faces gazed back at me, each with a different expression of astonishment and anguish. I was 18 years old, I explained. I did everything correctly. I was the designated driver. I obeyed traffic laws. I wore my seatbelt. The light was green. A drunk motorist ran a red light and struck us on Emily Parker's side of the vehicle. I had a concussion and a fractured wrist. Emily Parker's injuries were severe because that is where the collision happened. It was tragic. This was not my fault. The hush that followed was different than before. This one seemed like the moment before a thunderstorm. You never even asked me what happened, I murmured, turning back to Mom. You observed Emily Parker's injuries and assumed I was responsible. You forced me to postpone college to assist with her recuperation. You treated me like a criminal within my own house. You removed me from family photographs. You've stopped celebrating my birthday. You avoided stating my name by introducing me as the daughter who still resides in Michigan. Aunt Carol was openly sobbing now. Dad held his head in his hands. I kept silent because I felt like I deserved it somehow. I replied that if I'd been a better driver, I'd have noticed the vehicle sooner and swerved differently. I've spent 14 years thinking what I could have done better. My voice cracked. I swallowed hard. But I was 18, Mom. I was your daughter. I was also hurt. I'd experienced nightmares for years. I still stiffen up at junctions. I needed you, and you abandoned me because it was simpler to blame someone than to acknowledge that horrible things really happen. Emily Parker cried. Despite the fact that she had turned away from the room, I could see her shoulders quivering. Ethan Collins wrapped his arm around her and was absolutely lost. Mom opened her mouth and then closed it. No words came out. I came tonight, hoping that enough time had passed, I explained. Perhaps you were ready to be my mother again. Maybe Emily Parker was ready to be my sister, but you chose to embarrass me in front of everyone. I grabbed my handbag off the table. I'm finished, I said. I'm finished apologizing for something that was not my fault. I'm done playing the ghost at your dinner table. I'm over waiting for you to love me again. I stared at Emily Parker one final time. I'm sorry you were hurt. I've been regretful every day since it happened, but I am not sorry for living. And I am not going to continue torturing myself because you need someone to blame. I moved towards the exit. My heels tapped on the wooden floor, each step echoing in the eerie calm. Nobody attempted to stop me. Nobody said my name. I got to my rental car before I began trembling so violently that I had to wait in the parking lot for 30 minutes. My phone started vibrating before I could catch my breath. I didn't recognize Aunt Carol or Cousin Andrew's phone numbers. I shut it off and drove back to the motel. The wedding was set for tomorrow at 3 o'clock. I didn't intend to attend. I slept poorly, waking up every few hours to look at the ceiling and relive the confrontation in my head. Part of me felt awful about creating a scene. The rest of me felt lighter than I had in years, as if I had finally let go of a burden I had been carrying since I was 18. When I switched on my phone the next morning, it showed 51 missed calls. Most came from family members. 3 were from a group called Emily Parker Cell. I listened to her voicemail while sipping awful hotel coffee. It's me. Her voice was husky, like if she had been weeping. I am aware that you will most likely not be present tomorrow. I do not blame you. I just need to tell you something. I apologize. I'm so sorry. I knew it was not your fault. I had always known. While I was in the hospital, the doctors informed me what the police report indicated. But Mom was furious, and it was simpler to let her be mad at you than at me for drinking. I was cowardly. I've been a coward for 14 years. There was a prolonged pause. I could hear her breath. I let you take the blame because I felt humiliated. She added, I damaged my own life by becoming drunk and handing you my keys. You rescued me from a DUI. You undoubtedly saved my life by driving, and I reciprocated by pretending you didn't exist. Another silence. I don't expect you to forgive me, she explained. I don't know what to ask, but I needed you to know I knew the truth. I had always known. And what Mom did last night was terrible. I should have stopped her. I should have stopped all of this years ago. The voicemail has finished. I sat on the hotel bed for a while, gazing at my phone. My return trip to Detroit wasn't until Sunday evening. The wedding would start in 4 hours. I saw Emily Parker at 21, intoxicated and hurt, seeing her dreams fade in a hospital room. I reflected on her decision to let me take the responsibility. I reflected on 14 years of quiet, avoidance, and carefully kept distance. Then I remembered the girl who practiced ballet in our shared bedroom, and allowed me to see despite the fact that I was the obnoxious younger sister. The girl who taught me how to braid my hair, shared her Halloween candy, and protected me from bullies in elementary school. I didn't attend the wedding, but I texted Emily Parker's number. I accept your apologies. I am not ready to see you yet, but perhaps someday. I hope your day was all you hoped it would be. She answered instantly. Thank you. I'll wait for as long as you need. 4 months later, Emily Parker called me again. She and Ethan Collins had settled into their new apartment in Colorado Springs. Mom and Dad were heading to therapy. Mom wrote me a note. Emily Parker had a copy if I needed it forwarded. Would I be willing to chat on the phone sometime? I answered. Maybe. 8 months later, Emily Parker flew to Detroit. We met in a coffee shop near my flat and sat across from each other at a little table by the window. She walked with a small limp, more noticeable than I recalled. Her face seemed older, but her eyes remained the same. We spoke for 4 hours. She informed me about the guilt she had carried. How it had ruined everything nice in her life. How she attempted to conceal it by pretending I did not exist. Mom's wrath had become a barrier she'd used to avoid facing the reality, which meant acknowledging she had ruined her own goals. I told her about my loneliness and vacations spent in vacant flats. How I taught myself not to expect anything from relatives. How I established a life in Michigan since it was far enough away that unexpected visits were difficult. We did not exchange hugs as she went. We did not make promises we were unable to uphold. But we decided to speak again in a month. The reconstruction was gradual. Some familial connections never healed. Mom and I talk maybe 3 times a year, and the chats are awkward and guarded. Dad tries more, but the gap between us may never be bridged. Aunt Carol now sends birthday cards, and Cousin Andrew asked me to his wedding last year. Emily Parker and I speak every couple weeks. She returned to Detroit twice more, and I saw her in Colorado once. Ethan Collins is courteous to me in a way that indicates Emily Parker told him everything. Their daughter was born 3 years after the wedding, and they requested me to be her godmother. I said yes. The scars are still present. I still get anxious at crossings. I still get a flutter of dread when I see Emily Parker's name on my phone, but the weight is gone. I bore a terrible load of unwarranted guilt from the ages of 18 to 32. I didn't get my family back totally. Some things, once broken, cannot be completely mended. But I got myself back. I had the truth acknowledged. And in the end, that had to be sufficient. When I last saw Mom at a neutral family event planned by Aunt Carol, she took me aside before I left. Her face appeared worn and older than her 65 years. "I apologize," she said. The words sounded rusty and unpracticed. I was mistaken. I was completely incorrect about everything. I nodded. "I understand. Will you forgive me?" I honestly considered it as I stood in Aunt Carol's driveway, automobile doors slamming in the background. "I'm working on it," I eventually admitted. "But it'll take time." She nodded as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I understand. Take as much time as you need." I drove away from that gathering emotion, which I hadn't had in years, not hoping for a return to the status quo. That family died 14 years ago, buried in the ruins of that crossroads. But I am eager for something fresh, based on truth rather than blame. Sometimes bad things happen. Sometimes there is no one to blame, only circumstances, terrible luck, and split-second timing. The drunk driver who hit us completed his sentence, and became sober, writing me an apologetic letter during his stay in rehab. I did not react, but I preserved the letter. I also preserved the police report. Not because I need to establish my innocence again, but as a reminder. A reminder that my truth was always correct, even when no one believed it. That being silent did not maintain the peace. It simply allowed the falsehoods to establish deeper roots. The girl I was at 18, afraid, heartbroken, and longing for love, deserved better. My current self is aware of this. Finally, after 14 years, my family is beginning to comprehend it. It's not the ending I would have preferred, but it is the reality, and truth I've discovered is more valuable than false peace. My CEO told me I was just the IT guy. When he slashed my salary, I destroyed their company's operations. The stock dropped 62% in one day. Here is the story of how I went from being an IT guy to the man who destroyed a billion-dollar company's stock in one night. And yes, that was perfectly legal. Ryan, a 40-year-old guy. This occurred 6 months ago and I'm still absorbing the complete insanity that ensued. Sometimes, I wake up thinking about how close I was to embracing my fate. But then I recall what occurred, and I fall asleep like a baby. I worked with Apex Solutions for 12 years. I started as a junior systems analyst right out of college and worked my way up to senior infrastructure architect. Sounds classy, right? To most people at the firm, I was still known as the person who serviced printer jams and reset passwords. Let me give you a picture of Apex when I first started. A small firm with maybe 100 people, based in a restored warehouse in Seattle's industrial area. Everyone knew each other, and the CEO remembered your name at workplace picnics. I was 28 years old, fresh out of the University of Washington with a degree in computer science and over $80,000 in student loans hanging over my head. Apex offered me $60,000 a year, which felt like hitting the lottery at the moment. My flat in Fremont was a shoebox with 3 housemates and a mildew-smelling toilet. But I had a job in my profession, which was all that counted. Initially the task was easy. Database maintenance, user assistance and preventing the network from crashing whenever someone opened too many browser tabs. Our systems were archaic. I'm talking about software from the late 1990s, kept together by duct tape and prayers. The main platform was a behemoth named DataCore Legacy. It managed everything from inventory management to customer billing and project monitoring. The gadget crashed at least twice a week, lost data arbitrarily, and required manual reboots that took 3 hours. We had 6 workers whose sole job was to maintain it operational. I spent the first 2 years of my career understanding the system inside and out. Every quirk, bug, and workaround. I got pretty excellent at explaining to furious department directors why their quarterly reports vanished into thin air. Here's something nobody knew. 5 years into my tenure, I created something remarkable. Year 5 was when I reached my limit with DataCore. We just lost a significant customer, Patterson Industrial, worth $5 million per year, since our system destroyed 3 months of their project data, which just vanished into the digital ether as if it never was. The CTO at the moment, a man named David, convened an emergency meeting. "We need to modernize," David explained. "DataCore is killing us." Management brought in consultants. 3 separate businesses, each quoting between $18 and $25 million for a thorough revamp. Implementation time: 30 to 48 months. The board rejected all proposals. Too costly, too hazardous, and too lengthy. So we stuck with DataCore, and I remained upset. That's when I started working on something in my spare time. Megan, my girlfriend at the time, was a nurse who worked a rotating shift. She'd go for work, and I'd sit down in my home office setting. Nothing spectacular. Just a PC I built myself and 3 monitors I purchased during Black Friday deals. I would code every night, sometimes until 3 a.m. Weekends were also fair game. Megan despised it. You work all day, then return home and work all night on the same tasks. It is different, I assure her. This is mine. I spent 18 months creating the system from scratch. I learned Python despite having previously only worked with Java and C++. I taught myself 3 distinct frameworks. I watched roughly 400 hours of lectures. I read paperwork till my vision clouded. The structure I created was adaptable. It learnt from usage patterns, streamlined its own processes, and scaled autonomously to meet demand. It could easily manage 10 times Apex's current data load. The UI was simple and intuitive. People might use it without needing a handbook or a prayer. I compared it to DataCore using our actual corporate data. My system handled everything 80% quicker and with no problems. 0. But here's what I did to safeguard my future. I created it completely on my own time, with my own tools and resources. I would wake up at 5 a.m., on weekends, put in extra hours. Rather than resting, I spent my vacation days coding. I spent $42,000 of my own money for server time, software licensing, development tools, and training. Megan left me in month 14 of the project. I found myself in the workplace at 11 p.m. on Saturday. I hadn't showered in 2 days and was surrounded by cans of energy drinks and pizza boxes. I can't do it anymore, Ryan. You are fascinated. She was not mistaken. I was obsessed. However, I was also creating something that would change everything. At 4:17 a.m., I slumped back in my chair, having completed the beta version. She simply gazed at the screen. 18 months of my life, right there, functional, gorgeous, and wonderful. I slept for 14 hours straight after that. When I eventually showed it to David, he nearly fell off his chair. Ryan, this is great. This is just what we need. Better than any consultant proposal I have seen. Yes, I said. I know. How long would implementation take? I can have us fully operational in 6 weeks. David's eyes widened. 6 weeks? The consultant answered. At least 2 years. I created it particularly for our infrastructure. David called an executive meeting the next day, and I did the demo in the main conference room, showing them processing speed, data integrity, scalability, the whole package. The CFO, a woman named Jessica, asked the question I'd been waiting for. How much will this cost us? I'll license it to the company on reasonable terms. You're licensing it. This isn't company property. That's when I pulled out the documentation my lawyer friend Mark had helped me prepare. Built entirely outside of work hours using personal resources and equipment, it's my intellectual property according to my employment contract, but I'm happy to let Apex use it. Jessica looked at David. Ron looked at the CEO, Michael. Michael looked at me. What are your terms? I'd been thinking about this moment for months, rehearsing it in my head while debugging code at 2 a.m. License it for $60,000 a year adjusted for inflation annually, and I retain full ownership of the patent and code base. Michael nodded slowly. That's more than reasonable, Ryan, and we'd probably pay 10 times that for what you've shown us. I know, I said, but I'm not trying to gouge anyone. I just want protection. Kevin had been very clear about this. Keep the licensing fee reasonable while maintaining ownership, which is your insurance policy. They agreed. We signed the contracts. I got a bonus for the implementation, $15,000 and a plaque that said Innovation Excellence. I'd spent $42,000 building the thing, but whatever. I had my protection, and that's what mattered. The implementation took exactly 6 weeks and 3 days. We shut down DataCore on a Friday night and migrated everything to my system over the weekend. Our help desk tickets dropped by 67% in the first week, and within 6 months the results were undeniable, allowing Apex to take on contracts that had been turned down for years. When people arrived on Monday morning, everything just worked. There were no crashes, errors, or frantic calls to IT about lost data, and they didn't know what to do. In the first year, revenue increased from $55 million to $100 million, and by the second year, it had risen to $150 million. My system handled projects that DataCore would have struggled with, and our client base grew exponentially. Engineering firms came to us for complex data management, while manufacturing companies sought our logistics tracking services. In the third year, the company grew from 100 to over 400 employees, opened offices in Portland and Austin, replaced the original warehouse with a proper corporate building in South Lake Union, and I was promoted to senior infrastructure architect. My salary increased to $100,000, which was reasonable given that I had built the engine that powered the entire operation. In January 2024, Apex hired Ethan Clark, a 34-year-old Stanford MBA with 3 years of experience at a private equity firm where he restructured operational efficiency at 6 different companies. After Michael announced his retirement in December 2023, the board began looking for a dynamic successor to take the company to the next level. Ethan started on February 1st, and I walked into his office for our one-on-one the first week. Michael warned me before he left, and we grabbed coffee near the office. "Ryan, keep an eye on Ethan. He's smart, but he doesn't understand what we built." Guy had already rearranged everything, and the walls were covered in motivational posters about embracing disruption. "Ryan, good to meet you." He didn't stand up. We talked about my system, and he seemed suspicious of the licensing arrangement. "It appears that we're overpaying, even though the system has been in place for years." My jaw tightened because it's my intellectual property. "The fee includes ongoing maintenance and updates." "Right. We'll revisit that." The second week, Ethan called an all-hands meeting. The conference room was packed, and he stood at the front with a presentation clicker. "We need to evolve. If we don't adapt, we die." He clicked to the next slide. My team was lean and efficient, and March 15th began like any other Thursday. He went through 47 slides, and by slide 23, he got to the point. "Our technology infrastructure needs to be modernized. We're overstaffed and underperforming." I arrived at the office at 7:45 a.m., grabbed coffee from the lobby machine and checked the overnight system logs. Everything was running perfectly, with 0 errors and 99.97% uptime for the month. At 9:30 a.m., my calendar pinged with a meeting invite from Ethan's assistant. Compensation discussion. Conference room B, 10 a.m. No context, no agenda. Just that. I should have known right then. When I walked in at 10 a.m., Ethan was there with Sarah Mitchell, the new CFO he'd brought in from his previous company, who was in her mid-30s and always looked like she smelled something rotten, and there was this guy in the corner who I'd never seen before. "Ryan, have a seat," Ethan said again, not standing up. "Power play." I sat down. "We're making some changes to our compensation structure." Ethan began that fake friendly tone that made my skin crawl. "Part of our operational optimization is moving to a performance-based model that better aligns with industry standards." Sarah slid a folder across the table. "These are the new terms." I opened it. My salary was reduced from $100,000 to $70,000, a 25% cut. My annual bonus was eliminated entirely. My health insurance was switched to a high-deductible plan, which required me to pay $7,000 out of pocket before coverage began. My vacation days were reduced from 20 to 12. I looked up. "This is a joke, right?" "These are market rate corrections," Sarah said, clinically, as if she were reading from a script. "We've analyzed comparable positions across the industry, and I built the entire system this company runs on." Ethan smiled. "Not friendly, condescending, and we appreciate his contribution. But that was 5 years ago, Ryan. This is about current value, not past accomplishments. The system runs everything, every single department, every client contract, all on my platform. Yes, we license it, but it's integrated into company operations. It's not like you're actively developing new features." I stared at him. "I maintain it, I update it, and I ensure 99.9% uptime. That's active work that frankly doesn't require your current compensation level." "Ryan, let's be realistic about your position here. You're in IT technical support. You're a valuable member of the team, but you're not mission critical. You're in IT, not mission critical." I'd pulled all-nighters when systems went down, canceled family events to fix emergencies, and built something from the ground up that transformed the entire company from a struggling mid-tier operation into a regional powerhouse, and this guy, who'd only been here for 8 weeks, told me I wasn't mission critical. "What about everyone else?" I asked. "Is this happening across the board?" "The technical staff will see similar adjustments," Sarah said. "Directors and above will keep their current packages, right? So the guys actually doing the work get gutted while management keeps their full salaries. If I don't agree to these terms," Ethan's smile got sharper, "then we'd have to seriously evaluate your position at Apex. These changes are happening. The only question is whether you're part of the future here." The lawyer in the corner slid papers across the table. "Sign here, here, and here. Changes effective April 1st. I looked at those documents, thinking about my licensing agreement, that very specific clause Mark had insisted on. "Ryan, this isn't really a negotiation. They were about to breach the contract unilaterally, and the license was only valid if they continued to work in good standing and maintained the agreed-upon compensation structure. We've taken a business judgment based on market analysis and operational demands, so that's a no, and we need your signature today. I gazed at him, and he stared back. Sarah checked her watch, as if my job was less important than her lunch reservation. Ryan, Ethan said, and his tone shifted harder. Now let me be very clear. You fix computers, reset passwords, and keep systems running. That's important work, but it's not strategic, it's not leadership, and you're not irreplaceable. You fix computers. 9 years at this company, a system that generated $150 million in direct revenue and supported another $400 million in operations. I'd given up a relationship, countless nights of sleep, and thousands of dollars, and to this Stanford MBA who'd been here 2 months, I was just the guy who fixed computers. You're making a mistake, I said quietly. No, Ryan. We're making the right business decision, and you're going to sign these papers, or you'll find yourself making a very different kind of decision. The threat was clear. I picked up the pen, signed every page, and Ethan smiled. Excellent. Welcome to Apex 2.0. I stood up and walked out, my hands shaking not from fear, but from pure concentrated rage. I returned to my office, closed the door, sat down at my desk, and stared at my computer screen for probably 5 minutes without moving. David knocked on the door and entered without waiting for an answer. Ryan, I just heard. I'm sorry. I fought against this, but Ethan's convinced the board that it's necessary. It's fine. I lied. It's not fine. It's garbage. You built this place. Apparently I just fixed computers. David winced. He said that word for word. Ryan. David looked genuinely conflicted. I'm trying to push back where I can, but he has authority that I no longer have. New organizational structure. I report to him now. I understand. David left. I sat there for another 10 minutes, then I pulled out my phone and called Mark. Hey man, what's up? I need to see you tonight. It's important. I barely functioned the rest of the day, answering tickets on autopilot, avoiding everyone, and leaving at exactly 5 p.m. I met Mark at Stella's Coffee near his downtown office where he was already working on his laptop. Corporate law is always grinding. I sat down and explained everything. The meeting, the pay cut, Ethan's comments, word for word. Mark listened without interrupting, and when I finished, he just sat there for a second. Do you still have your licensing agreement? Yes. Why? Pull it up. I opened my email, found the signed contract and showed it to him. Ryan, do you understand what you have here? A contract, a nuclear option. He pointed to Clause 7, Subsection 3, license valid contingent on continued employment in good standing and maintenance of agreed-upon compensation structure. That's the protection we put in, Ryan. They just breached this contract unilaterally and reduced your compensation. That directly violates the licensing terms. You can revoke their license immediately. The weight of that hit me like a truck. What happens if I do that? Mark leaned back, that lawyer's grin growing wider. Their entire system stops working. They can't access your software, process data, fulfill contracts, or operate. The entire firm comes to a full halt, which is entirely legal. It's your intellectual property. They breached the contract. You withdraw the license. It's cleaner than a whistle. We can record everything. The compensation decrease, the breach of conditions, and your right to terminate. Any judge would immediately side with you. I sat there processing. What about my job? They'll probably fire me right away, but you'll have cause to sue for wrongful termination, and you'll have all the leverage. They'll come crawling back, begging you to restore access, and that's when you set your price. Mark, this could destroy the company. Ryan, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what's legally possible. Ethan made a business decision. You too can make one. There are 400 people who work there, and the CEO has just decided to cut your pay after you built the platform that employs them all. Mark's expression became serious. Ethan's words kept ringing in my head as I reflected on the $42,000 I'd spent, the missed family events, the sacrificed weekends, the nights I'd worked until I couldn't see straight, and everything else I'd done to turn a struggling company into a success. Mark opened his laptop. We drafted a revocation notice, citing every clause they violated, documenting the compensation reduction, referencing your patent ownership, and sending it via certified mail, email, and their legal department portal. It should be official and airtight. We spent the next 3 hours drafting that notice. Mark was meticulous. Every sentence was legally bulletproof, every citation was precise, and every claim was supported by evidence. By 10 p.m., we had it ready. One more thing, Mark said. You built a kill switch into the system, right? Yeah, authentication protocol. If their license status changes, access is automatically revoked. Mark nodded slowly. Ryan, once you send this notice, there's no going back. You need to be absolutely sure. I looked at that document, which was pages of legal language that basically said you broke our deal. What would you do now that you have lost access to everything? I asked. Mark thought about it. Honestly, I'd be terrified. This is nuclear, but Ethan disrespected everything you built and treated you as if you were disposable. Sometimes people have to learn lessons the hard way. I thought about my team, good people who would be caught up in this mess. But I also thought about Ethan's smug face, the way he dismissed my work, the casual cruelty of cutting my pay while keeping his own bloated salary. Do it, I said. Send the notice. Mark sent the email at 10:37 p.m. on March 19th, exactly 4 days after that conference room meeting. The email went to Ethan, Sarah, the entire board of directors, and Apex's legal department. The certified letter would arrive Friday morning. What now? I asked. Now you go home, get some sleep, and prepare for chaos. I didn't sleep much that night. Friday, March 22nd. I arrived at work at my usual time, 7:45 a.m., and everything seemed normal. People were getting coffee, settling into their desks, the usual Friday morning vibe. At 9:17 a.m., Ethan's assistant called my desk phone. Ryan, Mr. Clark needs to see you immediately. I'll be there in a few minutes, he said. I walked to Ethan's office. The door was open, and he was standing by his window, phone pressed to his ear, looking tense. When he saw me, he abruptly ended the call. What the hell is this? He shoved a paper across his desk. The revocation notice Mark had sent was exactly what it said. I'm revoking Apex's license to use my software. You can't do that. I can. You breached our licensing agreement when you reduced my compensation, so the license is terminated. Ethan's face turned red. You're going to shut down the entire company. I'm enforcing my contract. Ryan, be reasonable. I was reasonable for 9 years. I built something that made this company wildly successful, and you decided I was just a guy who fixes computers. I never said that. You said exactly that. Conference Room B, March 15th, 10:17 a.m. Quote, you fix computers. You're not exactly irreplaceable. Remember, he went quiet, so now you get to find out how replaceable I actually am. We'll sue you into the ground, good luck. My lawyers have already reviewed everything, and I'm completely within my rights. If you want to fight this in court, we'll be there. But every day your systems are down, you're losing money. I left his office, walked back to my desk and set an alarm on my phone for 4:47 p.m. The rest of the day was surreal. I went to meetings, answered questions and did everything normal except for Ethan and Sarah disappearing into closed-door conferences. The legal team kept calling, and I kept forwarding them to Mark. At 4:35 p.m., I backed up my personal files to a thumb drive. At 4:42 p.m., at 4:46 p.m., I logged into the back end of my system, changed the license status for Apex Solutions from active to terminated, and at 4:47 p.m., their access was revoked. If you need anything from me, please contact me by the end of the day, as my availability may be limited beginning Monday. I watched through my office window as monitors across the floor went dark. I heard confused voices. Is the system down? I just lost everything. Is this a network issue? At 4:52 p.m., my desk phone started ringing. The CTO. I let it go to voicemail. Another call. David from infrastructure. Voicemail. At 5:02 p.m., my personal cell phone rang. Ethan, I responded. Ryan, what the hell did you just do? I revoked your license to use my software. It's in the email I wrote this morning. You broke our agreement by reducing my remuneration. You can't simply shut down the entire firm. Really, I can. It's my intellectual property. Ethan finally said, you're going to destroy us over a pay adjustment. I'm enforcing my contract in the same way you did yours when you decided I wasn't worth my salary. Ryan, listen to me. No, you listen. You had 9 years of me being loyal, building systems, fixing problems, and making this company successful, and you repaid that by cutting my pay by 25% and telling me I was replaceable. I didn't mean, you meant exactly what you said. You assessed my value, decided it was less than my compensation, and cut me. So now I'm showing you my actual value. Every single operation you run is built on my platform, and without access to that platform, you're dead in the water. We'll sue you, and your lawyers already have my contact information. Feel free, Ryan, to be reasonable. We can work this out. You want reasonable? I actually laughed. Okay, here's reasonable. You breached a legally binding contract. I'm terminating the license in accordance with the terms we both signed. If you want to renegotiate, have your lawyers contact mine. Until then, good luck running your company without any functioning systems." I hung up, packed up my desk and took only a coffee mug, a photo and some personal items. At 5:23 p.m., I walked out of that building as commotion exploded around me. I got in my vehicle, went home, ordered Thai food, and watched Netflix. My phone continued ringing with texts, calls, and emails, all of which I ignored. The next 72 hours were absolutely insane. Saturday morning, Mark phoned at 8:43 a.m. "Ryan, you need to see this." He sent me a link to a Bloomberg article. Apex Solutions stock plummets 34% on system failure. The markets had opened in overnight trading and news was leaking that their systems were completely down. Investors were panicking, and my email inbox was flooded with inquiries from colleagues, recruiters, and even reporters. I ignored it all until Saturday afternoon when David called. "Ryan, what did you do?" "I enforced my contract. The entire company is dead in the water. We can't process anything. Payroll is locked, everyone's scrambling. They should have thought about that before cutting my pay." Ryan. David sighed. "Ethan is an idiot. But 400 people work here. That got to me." David. "What was I supposed to do? Let them disrespect everything I built?" "I don't know. Maybe. Would you?" Long pause. "No, probably not." Sunday morning brought more chaos. Stock dropped another 25%, bringing the total decline to 62%. Business outlets ran it as a major story. Some portrayed me as vindictive, while others dubbed it David versus Goliath. I received an email from Apex's board. Subject: Urgent meeting request. Body: Mr. Ryan, we would appreciate the opportunity to discuss a resolution. Please contact us at your earliest convenience. I forwarded it to Mark. He called 10 minutes later. They are ready to negotiate. Mark and I drafted our proposal on Monday morning. We sent it on Monday at 11 a.m., with a one-time licensing fee of $9 million, a $3 million annual fee going forward, full restoration of my compensation, a 40% raise to $131,600, an ironclad employment contract, and Ethan's immediate resignation. By 2 p.m., we had received a response requesting an in-person meeting. At 9 a.m. on Tuesday, Mark and I walked into Apex headquarters. The lobby was chaotic, with phones ringing non-stop, employees whispering in groups, and security looking stressed. We took the elevator to the executive floor, where the entire board of directors was present. When we walked in, Thomas, the board chairman, stood up. He was an old-school guy who had made his fortune in manufacturing and was now semi-retired but still influential. There were 8 people seated around a conference table, with Ethan at one end looking like he had aged 5 years and 4 days, and Sarah next to him, pale and quiet. "Ryan and Mark, thank you for coming." We sat down, the atmosphere was tight, and you could feel it. Thomas cleared his throat. "Let's be direct. We're in a crisis. 4 days of complete system failure, our market cap has dropped $1.2 billion, 7 major clients have filed breach of contract notices, and 15 more are threatening legal action. We're losing about $4.8 million per day in losses and penalties." He slid a printed analysis across the table. "Numbers, projections, disaster scenarios. We need those systems operational. We understand there was a dispute about compensation, and we're ready to resolve it." Mark pulled out our proposal. "These are our terms." Thomas read it and passed it to the next board member. It went around the table. Ethan's face turned pale to red as he said, "This is extortion." But Mark calmly responded, "This is a licensing agreement. You're free to decline and develop your own systems." Everyone at the table knew that was impossible. Building a replacement would take years and tens of millions of dollars, and they'd be bankrupt long before it was functional. $9 million is ridiculous. Sarah uttered her first word since we came, which is fairly reasonable. Mark remarked, "Your firm made around $200 million yearly utilizing Mr. Ryan's software for 5 years. That's $1 billion in revenue directly generated by his intellectual property. He licensed it to you for $60,000 per year. You paid $300,000 total for over $1 billion in worth." He let it sink in. The $9 million is around 0.87% of the revenue his system generated. That is extremely generous by any conceivable standard. One of the board members, Elizabeth, spoke up. "How about the continuous yearly fee? $3 million feels like a lot." Mark said that it is inflation adjusted and includes continuous maintenance, upgrades, and technical support. The industry benchmark for business software licenses of this complexity is from $3 to $7 million per year. $3 million is below the market. Thomas stared at me directly. "Ryan, I'd like to apologize personally. What Ethan did was very unacceptable. We trusted his judgment on operational adjustments, which was plainly a mistake. Ethan began to object. Thomas interrupted him with a glance. We should have appreciated your input correctly from the start. Thomas continued. You created something remarkable, and instead of considering you as an asset, we allowed you to be sidelined. I appreciate that, I said. Will you accept our apologies and agree to restore access? Not yet. Thomas lifted his eyebrow. There is one more item on our proposal, I explained. Ethan resigned. The room fell completely quiet. Ethan sprang out of his seat. Absolutely not. This is ludicrous. Sit down, Ethan, Thomas replied calmly. I am not going to be driven out by... Sit down. Ethan sat. Thomas stared at me. That's a hefty request. Ethan caused this circumstance. He reduced my income, rejected my contributions, and violated our contract. Every dollar you've lost, every customer you've lost, and every point your stock has slid is his responsibility. I was executing the required operational adjustments. Ethan stated, you were cutting expenses without understanding what you were cutting. I responded, you saw a $100,000 salary and thought, that's too much for it, without trying to discover that the entire firm works on systems I designed. That's not strategy. That's incompetence. Elizabeth leaned forward. Ethan, be honest. Did you know Ryan built the platform before you made the compensation changes? Ethan hesitated. Did you? Elizabeth pressed. I knew he'd contributed to development. Yes. Did you know he owned the patent? A longer pause. I wasn't fully aware of the licensing arrangement. So, you cut the pay of the man who owns the intellectual property on which your entire operation is based without even reading his contract. Ethan had no answer. Thomas looked around the table. We need to vote. Ryan's terms include Ethan's resignation. All in favor? Hands went up. 1, 2, 3. Elizabeth, the CFO from the manufacturing subsidiary. Thomas turned to Ethan and said, you have until the end of business today to submit your resignation, make it voluntary and quiet, and we'll provide your full severance package. Otherwise, we terminate you for cause and you get nothing. Ethan looked like he'd been punched in the stomach. This is insane. I've been CEO for 9 weeks, and in 9 weeks, you've cost this company over $1 billion in market value and nearly destroyed our entire operation. Thomas said, I think you've done enough. Ethan stood up, looked at me with pure hatred, and said, you'll regret this. Probably not, I said, and walked out. Elizabeth followed. Thomas came to me and said, the rest of the terms, we accept $9 million and $3 million yearly. Your pay has been restored with the hike, and you have a protected contract. We'll have the paperwork completed by tomorrow morning. Mark and I exchanged looks. I added one condition. I want Elizabeth to be the new CEO. Everyone stared at Elizabeth, who appeared astonished. Ryan, I'm not... You asked the right questions. You saw through Ethan's incompetence. This company needs someone who actually thinks before making decisions. Thomas nodded slowly. Elizabeth has been with us as an advisor for 3 years, and she is the former CEO of 2 successful companies. It's not a bad suggestion. I'd have to think about it, Elizabeth said. Think quickly, Thomas replied. We need stability right away. Elizabeth looked at me and said, if I do this, you'll restore system access. The moment the contracts are signed and the licensing fee is transferred, access is restored. Then I'll do it. The board voted unanimously again. Mark and I returned Wednesday morning to sign the agreements. At 10:47 a.m., I restored system access. Ethan's resignation was already public, and he was stepping down to pursue other opportunities. No one believed it. A $9 million wire transfer was made to an account Mark had set up, and a $3 million annual licensing fee was paid quarterly. His salary was $131,600, with full benefits, stock options, and a protected contract. On Wednesday, all terminals reopened, data was restored, and processes resumed. The relief in the building was palpable. On Thursday, the stock recovered 41%, still down overall from the crisis, but climbing. On Friday, business journals reported on the dramatic resolution, which some called unprecedented, while others called it a cautionary tale about undervaluing key employees. I became a minor celebrity in tech circles. I declined all interview requests from major publications. Mark, on the other hand, was ecstatic. I'm putting this case in my portfolio. Best contract enforcement I've ever done. When I returned to work on Monday, it was surreal. People stared, smiled, and looked away. My team, the developers and analysts who'd worked under me, actually applauded when I walked in. Welcome back, boss, said Emma, my lead developer. Thanks. Good to be back. David pulled me aside. Ryan, I'm glad you won. Ethan was going to gut this whole department. You saved us. Elizabeth summoned me to her office that afternoon, and the office that Ethan had occupied for 9 weeks had changed dramatically. The minimalist furniture had vanished, as had the motivational posters, and it now resembled an actual workspace. Ryan, please sit. I sat. I'd like to make something very clear. She began. What happened here was inexcusable. You built something extraordinary, and instead of valuing it, we treated you as expendable. I appreciate that. I also want you to know that changes are happening, real changes. It is being properly funded, and your team is receiving the respect and compensation they deserve. And anyone who talks about you like Ethan did will be shown the door immediately. She slid a document across her desk. This is your new contract. Everything we agreed on plus one addition. I read it. The addition: annual performance review with guaranteed minimum 5% raise, plus discretionary bonuses based on system performance. You don't have to do that, but I do. You saved this company twice, once by building the system, and again by forcing us to recognize our mistakes. That's worth rewarding, and I signed it. Elizabeth also said that I want your input on all major operational decisions going forward, in the form of a formal advisory role. If we make changes that affect infrastructure, I want to hear from you first. Are you serious? Absolutely. Ethan's mistake was thinking he knew everything. I know what I don't know, and I don't know what you know, so I'm asking for your expertise. That actually meant something. Over the next few weeks things stabilized, and the stock recovered to about 85% of its pre-crisis value. Some clients returned, while others were permanently lost, but the company survived. My team grew to 12 people, and I made certain that each and every one of them received fair compensation and good benefits. Elizabeth proved to be exactly what Apex needed. She rebuilt client relationships, restructured management to encourage collaboration, and actually listened to department heads rather than just dictating changes. The $9 million sat in investments, and I didn't go crazy with it. I bought a nicer apartment in Capitol Hill, paid off my student loans, started a college fund for my nephew, and invested the rest conservatively. The $3 million annual licensing fee kept coming. Quarterly payments like clockwork, with the first payment arriving in June. Watching that deposit clear was satisfying in a way I can't quite describe. People from my past reached out. Megan, my ex-girlfriend who'd left during the development phase, texted me. I saw the news. I always knew you were smart. Sorry I didn't see it then. I didn't respond. David's wife sent me homemade cookies with a note thanking me for not letting them win. I ate the cookies. I'm still here 6 months later. The stock has recovered to 87%. Elizabeth has rebuilt client relationships, cleaned up Ethan's mess, and actually listened to people. My team has grown to 15 people. Emma has been promoted to lead developer. 2 new hires from Microsoft who wanted to work somewhere that valued technology, and the quarterly licensing payments come in like clockwork, with the first clearing in June. In July, Elizabeth contacted me and informed me that 3 companies were interested in licensing your platform. By August, I had signed contracts with all 3, which my accountant described as the best contract structure he had ever seen. I didn't celebrate, just nodded and kept working. Then, in October, something unexpected occurred. Ethan sued me, claiming I'd sabotaged operations and harmed his reputation, and demanded $9 million. Mark called me laughing, but we had everything documented. The case was dismissed, and the judge called it frivolous. Ethan was charged $50,000 in legal fees, which Herdy sold his condo to pay. In November, Apex landed a $100 million logistics deal. The board voted me a $250,000 bonus, which I split with my team. Megan emailed me in December, saying she'd made a mistake, but I deleted it. In July I ran into Sarah at a coffee shop and she told me I should have pushed back harder. You were doing your job, my job was to protect the company, which I nearly destroyed. She had left Apex in January and was now doing freelance consulting. She asked if I was hiring. I said no. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe. It helps the channel and allows us to bring you more and better stories. My sister called my stay-at-home husband a glorified housewife at dinner. So I exposed how he paid her rent for 10 years, bought her a car and cut her off. My spouse and I have been happily married for over a decade. We have a wonderful daughter who has provided us so much joy. My spouse has always been interested in gaming, and even before we met, he had created his own YouTube channel dedicated to it. However, his channel was fairly modest at the time, with only a limited number of subscribers. At the time, he was also working a conventional 8-to-4 job, which gave him stability as he followed his hobbies. He never lost his enthusiasm for gaming, but YouTube was more of a hobby than a source of revenue. When CO-19 struck, things became more challenging. He, like many others, lost his job when the company where he worked closed down. It was a really difficult moment for both of us, especially because I was pregnant, and I was now the only one making money. He was heartbroken, since losing his job was more than simply about money. It also influenced his confidence and sense of security. Despite the emotional toll, he refused to quit up. While aggressively applying for new employment, he chose to devote all of his efforts and focus to building his channel. His commitment and hard effort ultimately paid off. His channel gradually grew in popularity, and it eventually became a reliable source of revenue. The same love that was once simply a pastime has evolved into something that helps sustain our family. It was not an easy trip, but looking back, I appreciate his tenacity and endurance. After I gave birth to our baby, my husband made an important decision. He decided to become a full-time YouTuber while simultaneously being a stay-at-home dad. Because his job mostly entailed gaming and generating content from home, it seemed natural for him to be the primary caretaker for our daughter. He had previously planned to spend the most of the day at home. So, rather than employing outside help, he chose to take on the task of caring for her himself. I have to admit that this arrangement has worked out really well for us. My spouse is a very involved, hands-on father. He does more than just monitor our baby. He actively engages with her, plays with her, and attends to her needs. At the same time, his channel has continued to expand, resulting in additional chances in cash. Meanwhile, I contribute monetarily and perform my fair share of domestic tasks to ensure that our partnership remains balanced. One of the most thrilling aspects of his accomplishment is that it has enabled us to achieve things we could only have imagined. We've been able to go worldwide multiple times thanks to his channel, experiencing new places together and making unforgettable experiences. It's something we've always wanted to do, but it seemed like a faraway objective. In addition, he assisted me in repaying my university loan, which relieved me of a significant load. We even moved into a new home 2 years ago, which seemed like a huge step forward for our family. Looking at where we are today, I have absolutely no complaints. However, not everyone, particularly my sister, sees our lives in the same way I do. She is highly opinionated about my husband's position as a stay-at-home dad and full-time YouTuber. Let's just say they're not exactly positive. To provide some context, my sister's life has been very different from mine. She dropped out of college at a young age and made the snap choice to flee and marry the love of her life. At the moment, she was certain she had discovered her happily ever after. But things did not turn out as she had hoped. Her husband got her pregnant, but instead of acting like a father, he encouraged her to end the pregnancy. She declined, preferring to keep the baby, and this decision impacted her life forever. She is now a single mother, raising 2 small children on her own. Her ex has abandoned his obligations and contributed nothing to their development. He claims he cannot afford to pay child support due to his large gaming debt. But I don't believe him for 1 second. According to what I've seen on social media, he recently moved on with a new partner and appears to have no trouble spending money elsewhere. It's brutally evident that he doesn't want to care for his children. This is precisely why I've always tried to help my sister in every way I could. As her elder sister, I have always felt a strong feeling of responsibility for her and her children. No matter what errors she has made in the past, she is still my sister, and I cannot stand by and watch her suffer alone. Over the last decade, my husband and I have worked hard to assist her get back on her feet. We assisted her in purchasing a car so that she could have reliable transportation to work and care for her children. We also routinely help her pay her rent since we understand how difficult it is for a single mother to make ends meet, especially without steady child support. We've helped her purchase groceries and handle some of her children's bills while she wasn't working. We don't make a big deal about it or want anything in exchange. For us, she is family, and family helps one another. The underlying issue, however, is that my sister appears to have a negative attitude toward my spouse for unknown reasons. Despite everything he's done for me and our kid, she still believes that a guy should leave the house to work a regular job. She has made a few statements over the years that show she does not appreciate his job as a stay-at-home dad and full-time YouTuber. She casually said to me that she does not believe it is appropriate for him to sit at home all day while other guys go out to work. Every time she brought it up, I politely told her that things have changed. My spouse isn't just sitting at home. He works hard and makes more money from YouTube than he would at a real job. So, why should he move someplace else when he can provide for us while still being a present father to our daughter? My sister has gone so far as to make jokes at his expense on several occasions. She has addressed him as Mrs., and jokingly referred to him as the lady in the relationship. My spouse and I have never allowed these words affect us. We've always laughed them off, understanding that her ideas don't shape our lives or happiness. This weekend, my parents arranged a modest family gathering, asking all of our relatives to share a dinner and spend quality time together. It was a friendly and vibrant event, with everyone catching up and telling anecdotes. During lunch, the subject somehow turned to our recent trip to Italy. My folks were ecstatic as they informed everyone about it. They were overjoyed and happy, raving about how wonderful the vacation appeared in our social media photos and how much my husband and I must have liked it. Because no one else in the family had ever been to Italy, everyone was excited to hear about our trip. They inquired about the locations we went, the meals we ate, and the memories we created. My aunt jumped in at one point, expressing her genuine happiness for us. She was inspired to see my husband and I doing so well, and how our success had enabled us to provide a better life for our child, something we never had growing up. It was a lovely thing to hear, and I couldn't help but grin in gratitude. It felt good to be acknowledged. But although the rest of the family was happy for us, my sister had a quite different attitude. She remained quiet, even rolling her eyes. Then, in a light-hearted moment, my mother quipped that she hoped the next time we planned a trip, we would bring her and my father as well. It was supposed to be a joke, but my spouse took it quite seriously. He said with his usual zeal that he would be delighted to accompany us on our journey. He even began discussing prospective places, enthusiastically recommending Hawaii as an excellent choice for a family holiday. My parents were thrilled with the concept, but my sister sneered loudly enough for everyone to hear. We all turned to face her, puzzled. She suddenly blurted out, "I just don't get how everyone is so okay with this." She shook her head and continued, her tone filled with cynicism. "I mean, seriously, he's just a glorified housewife basically." The entire table became quiet. Everyone froze when she said those words. The pleasant ambiance of only seconds previously evaporated in an instant. My husband's face plummeted instantly. I knew she didn't really appreciate my husband's job, but I never anticipated her to publicly disparage him in front of our whole family. I felt a rush of rage build within me. Without thinking, I went to her and asked, "What do you mean by that?" She shrugged her shoulders, unconcerned, as if she hadn't just degraded my husband in public. Then, with a sense of superiority, she said, "I've always thought your husband is extremely womanly, very ladylike. No true man would deliberately stay at home to care for his child. That is simply not what males do." I was startled. She continued, pointing at me as if she were trying to make her point. "Men are meant to go out and get money, not sit home playing video games and caring for babies. That is a woman's job. He's basically just a good-for-nothing stay-at-home dad." My fury was boiling. "How could you degrade my husband?" I exclaimed, my rage barely suppressed. "You and your children are able to eat because of him and his employment. Because of his kindness and generosity, you received a beautiful new automobile when yours broke down and you didn't have the money to replace it. He is responsible for providing you with a roof over your head and paying your rent even while you are suffering. And now you have the guts to sit here and criticize him." My sister simply gazed at me, taken aback by my unexpected outburst. But I wasn't done. "You describe his employment as ladylike, as if it is something to be embarrassed of. But allow me to tell you something. Because of this so-called ladylike work, my husband and I have constructed a nice existence for ourselves. We've been able to travel, move into a new house, and most significantly, assist you when you had no one else to turn to." I could feel my hands trembling, partially from rage and frustration. My spouse has never hesitated to aid my sister, never asked for anything in return. And yet, here she was, attacking him just because he did not match her antiquated definition of manhood. My sister certainly didn't expect me to defend my husband so vehemently. Her eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open in surprise, as if she couldn't believe I had called her out in front of everyone. At this moment, my mother joined in as well. She went to my sister with a disappointed expression and chastised her right there. "How can you say such a thing?" my mother demanded. "This is the man who has helped you more than your own ex. He has helped you when no one else could. And this is how you will thank him." The remainder of the family sat in uneasy quiet, watching the situation unfold. My sister, now clearly on the defensive, began looking for an explanation. "I didn't really mean to offend anyone," she said, attempting to brush it off. I'm just being straightforward sometimes. You're all getting worked up about nothing. But I wasn't going to let her deceive me into believing I was overreacting. I could still feel the anguish in my husband's eyes, which was enough to keep me going. Nothing, I said, my tone harsh. You just publicly humiliated my husband, the father of my kid, who has done nothing but support me and you. And now you want to pretend it's nothing. No, you can't insult him and then claim that I'm the one who's overreacting. She attempted to argue, but I didn't let her. You act like you're better than him since he stays at home to raise our kid while simultaneously working well. Meanwhile, the father of your children has abandoned you. Despite this, you continue to hold on to these foolish ideals about what a genuine guy should be. Okay. Let me tell you this. My spouse is a more genuine man than your ex would ever be. Because you believe my husband is a good-for-nothing. That he is womanly and not a true guy, you have no right to ask him for anything ever again. My voice was forceful, with no space for dispute. If you don't appreciate him, you won't gain from his kindness. So, the next time you're out of work, need assistance with rent or food, or your car breaks down, don't come to us. Ask your deadbeat ex, since you appear to have a better understanding of what a true guy should be. My sister's eyes widened in amazement as I whispered those words. It was evident she had not expected such a severe reaction to her statements. She quickly began backtracking, her voice stuttering as she attempted to explain. Wait, I didn't mean it that way. I wasn't really serious. Come on, you're overreacting. However, the harm had already been done. My spouse, who had been silent for the majority of this, eventually stood out. His speech was gentle yet firm. My wife is right. Regardless of how you have treated me, I have assisted you without hesitation for over a decade. But I am done. I will never open my pocketbook or my house to you again. His remarks were so definitive that my sister paled. She looked around the room, waiting for someone to enter, but no one did. My parents seemed disappointed with her. Our family avoided eye contact and no one came to her rescue. We have been there for her for over 10 years. We had stepped up when her ex abandoned her, provided financial assistance, and ensured that her children never went hungry. And yet, she had the arrogance to ridicule the guy who made it all happen. Well, now she would know what life was like without us at her side. Since that night at the party, the entire family has turned against my sister. Nobody is on her side, and I'm not surprised. Everyone in our family adores my hubby. They understand how diligent, caring, and generous he is. They have witnessed personally how much we have done for my sister over the last decade. So seeing her publicly humiliate him like that didn't sit well with anyone. My sister is now experiencing the repercussions of her own conduct. She has been continually contacting me, moaning about feeling isolated from her family. According to her, everyone is ignoring her, and she doesn't understand why things have gone so terrible over what she considers to be a handful of little words. She even had the guts to tell me that I was wrong for abusing her in public. You shouldn't have embarrassed me like that, she had written. You made me look bad in front of everyone. I can't believe this. She is acting as if she is the victim in this situation, as if I surprised her for no reason. The reality is, she did this to herself. She chose to openly criticize my husband, and now she is angry that she is receiving public criticism for it. I haven't responded to her texts yet since I honestly don't know what to say. Update A. To everyone who has criticized me for not supporting my husband sufficiently or for allowing my sister to walk all over him, believe me, I do not. I constantly support my hubby. I always have and always will. He understands that I have his back, which is why I stood up for him when my sister mistreated him. And honestly, you're okay. My sister is jealous of me. It is so evident now. She resents my spouse because he embodies everything her ex could never be. My hubby is a nice guy. He is a caring parent, industrious, and loyal. He stepped forward in ways that most guys would not. Instead of enjoying this, my sister attempts to bring him down since she knows the reality. Her ex is the total opposite. He is careless, unreliable, and has entirely abandoned her and their children. That fact clearly aches for her. So rather of dealing with it, she is transferring her resentment onto my husband. She mocks him for remaining at home and being a hands-on father because she never had that experience. She describes him as womanly because she links parenthood and caregiving with weakness. In truth, doing what my spouse does requires a great deal of strength. I'm sure she realizes she's made a mistake. She understands that she has lost the support of not only myself and my husband, but our entire family. She now wants to play the victim. But I am done making excuses for her. She made her bed. Now she may lie in it. Update B. My mother contacted me earlier this week and our talk just reaffirmed what I had assumed. My sister has been on full damage control mode. According to my mother, she has been phoning regularly, attempting to relay her version of the story to everyone, most likely in the hopes of gaining sympathy. However, my parents and other relatives who attended the celebration are not convinced. Both my mother and father have made it obvious to my sister that if she wants to make things right, she must apologize and accept responsibility for what she said. There are no explanations or reasons, only a real apology. I have a great deal of respect for my parents. They are not enabling or excusing her actions. Instead, they have said unequivocally that they totally back any decision my husband and I make with my sister, even if we never help her again. They are absolutely okay with it. They say, "My sister is a grown woman. She has made her own decisions. She has children, and she has to learn how to care for them independently. My spouse and I have done enough for her. And if she wants to behave as if she doesn't need us, she must live with her decision." Hearing that from my parents has been a huge comfort. I was half expecting them to attempt to shame me into forgiving my sister or giving her another opportunity. But they didn't. They witnessed how unfair she was to my husband, and they understand why we stopped assisting her. For the time being, I have had no contact with my sister. I've been entirely ignoring her calls and messages because I honestly don't have anything to say to her. My spouse, on the other hand, has already made his decision. He has blocked her and has no intention of ever communicating with her again. And I don't blame him a bit. After all she said and the way she tried to humiliate him, she no longer deserves our sympathy. We went above and above to help her for almost a decade. In response, she humiliated the guy who made it possible. At this point, I believe I'll follow my husband's lead and cut her off totally. She does not deserve our support, money, or even our time. If she truly believes my spouse is worthless and womanly, she can find out how to live without him. I do not feel guilty. Not even a little. She made her bed. Now she may lie in it. Update C. It has been 3 months since my previous update. My sister unexpectedly showed up at our doorway late last night. She was weeping, and her children stood by her, fatigued and afraid. I knew immediately away that something was badly wrong. It turns out she hasn't been able to pay her rent since her work doesn't pay her enough to cover her expenditures. Her landlord had supposedly given her several warnings, yet she still went behind. And now he's finally booted her out. She had nowhere else to go, so she turned to us for assistance. For a time I simply stood there looking at her. This was the same woman who had criticized my husband for remaining at home, describing him as a glorified housewife rather than a true man. The same sister who attempted to embarrass him in front of the entire family. And now she's back, pleading for a roof over her head. I felt bad for her and her children, but I didn't want to help her. She has never apologized to me or my husband, and just because she needs us doesn't mean I'll forget everything and invite her in. I informed her right away that she needed to locate a motel, or better yet, ask her ex for aid. When she heard this, she became defensive, insisting that I was her sister and that it was my obligation, not his, to support her. She attempted to reason with me, saying she just needed a place to stay for a few months so she could save money and find something more permanent for herself and the kids. I shook my head and informed her unequivocally that I could not accept that. I reminded her that she was now on her own, and that it was no longer mine or my husband's responsibility to care for her. I made it plain that she had burnt this bridge when she mistreated the man who had done so much to aid her over the previous decade. I also pointed out that she never apologized for the terrible things she spoke about my spouse. She had many months to put things right. Nonetheless, she opted to ignore us until she needed something. Now she was waiting at our door, expecting us to open it for her as if nothing had occurred. The arrogance of it all was maddening. She attempted to fight and offer excuses, but I was not having it. My choice was finalized. She needed to work things out without us, just as she had said she could. I didn't want to dispute anymore, particularly in front of her children. So, without another word, I shut the door on her. She stood outside ranting at me, calling me nasty, callous, and a terrible sister. But I didn't move. I could hear her children sniffling in the background. And while that aspect stung, I knew I'd made the correct decision. Finally, she had no option but to depart. She eventually wound up at my parents' house where she is now residing. My father, according to what I've heard, is really disappointed with her. He sees through her justifications and understands why she's in this circumstance. But at the same time, he and my mother have decided to let her stay temporarily, mostly for the sake of the children. Final update. It's been a while since I last updated. I thought things had finally calmed down once my sister moved to live with my parents, but I was mistaken. While I was at work yesterday, she arrived to our house utterly uninvited and intoxicated. My spouse subsequently informed me that it began with a loud pounding on the door. He assumed it was a delivery or perhaps a neighbor, but then he heard her shouting. She screamed his name and demanded that he unlock the door. When he finally did, she pushed her way in, looking unkempt and angry. She immediately started blaming him for everything. She blamed him of ruining our relationship, claiming that if it hadn't been for him, I would never have cut her off. She proceeded on a diatribe about how he had indoctrinated me against my own family, and how he was nothing but a pitiful excuse for a man. My husband, being the calm and sensible individual that he is, attempted to de-escalate the issue. He encouraged her to sit down, take a big breath and cool down. But that's when he recognized something was very wrong. She slurred her words and swayed on her feet. She was obviously inebriated. Instead of connecting with her, he took out his phone and contacted my mother. I was at work at the time, so I had no idea what was going on. My spouse also tried contacting me, but I was at a meeting and didn't notice the missed calls straight away. Meanwhile, my sister continued to rant, becoming increasingly enraged, calling him names and claiming that if he were a true man, he would have helped her rather than abandoning her in her hour of need. My mother never returned his call. My sister's condition had deteriorated by this point. She began throwing things, including knocking over a lamp and nearly breaking a glass on the counter. At one point, she shouted at our kid who was innocently standing nearby, and my husband understood this was more than just an argument. So he did what he needed to do. He phoned the cops. When the cops came, my sister was still yelling at him. When she saw them, she tried to play it off as if he was the problem, acting as if she had done nothing wrong when she had barged into our home. However, she was clearly intoxicated, and my husband had the entire incident recorded on our home security cameras. The officers did not believe her act. Finally, they took her away. She was arrested for trespassing. By the time I noticed the missed calls and texts, everything had already happened. My husband told me, and I was furious. I'm furious at my sister for crossing the line again. I was furious that she dared to show up and harass my husband while I was not home. And furious that she yelled at my daughter. If I had any sympathy for my sister, it is now completely gone. I can never forgive her now. My husband and I have agreed that if she shows up at our house again, we will file a restraining order. My entire family is now aware that my sister was arrested and held overnight. My parents are in total shock. They never imagined things would get this far. My dad is furious. He's saying that he's had enough and wants to kick her out immediately. He has been patient with her for far too long, and he now believes she is endangering herself, and more importantly, her children. My mother admitted to me that she has noticed my sister drinking a lot more lately, even when she is supposed to be watching her children. She admitted that there have been nights when my sister arrived home clearly intoxicated, stumbling around while the kids were still awake. My mother refused to believe it was a real problem, but after this incident, she can no longer deny it. My parents are scared now. They're terrified that if my sister continues on this path, she'll unintentionally harm her children. My father wants her to leave immediately, but my mother is torn. She knows my sister is spiraling, but she doesn't want to abandon the grandchildren. At this point, I have no idea what will happen next, but one thing is certain. My sister requires urgent assistance, and she is running out of people who are willing to provide it. My sister unlocked my locked room, let her daughter fry my $3,600 laptop with grape juice, then laughed. Accidents happen. I replied, then pay me, now. My sister laughed at me when I demanded payment after her kid broke my laptop. She had a meltdown at her wedding when I fed her nonsense. Sister Vanessa thought having kids meant the world owed her special treatment. Ella and her mother screamed in adult restaurants. She was always 2 hours late because you don't understand parenting's difficulty. She'd let Ella break store items and act surprised when employees demanded payment. She called her 5-year-old a baby despite her frozen recitation. I stayed with them for 7 months after my apartment flooded. Big mistake. Vanessa offered free child care and an ATM, but I needed to save. Loved niece despite mother's parenting. My laptop and other belongings were locked in my room. My $3,600 gaming laptop was customized. It was freelance video editing. I made money that way. Vanessa knew. For pyramid scheme presentations, she requested multiple loans. I always declined. Sunday, I made coffee in the kitchen. Ella played with blocks while Vanessa checked her phone on the couch. I heard my door open. Weird. It was always locked. Vanessa probably obtained the spare key from the drawer. Ella took my laptop. Open. Powered. She held a leaking juice box in her other hand. Put that down, Ella. I approached her. Vanessa kept checking her phone. She's fine. She only wants cartoons. Ella pressed laptop buttons randomly on the floor. Juice box tipped. Purple liquid splattered the keyboard. The screen flickered and died. The room smelled like fried electronics. I lost $3,600 in income. Vanessa finally looked up. Oops. Is it kids? This is why I stopped buying nice things. You learn. She chuckled. Requested her payment. She laughed at me, said accidents happen and said I shouldn't have left it in my locked room that Ella had to unlock. I left that week, stayed with a friend, and lost 4 clients to project delays. Vanessa offered nothing. The Vanessa thing. Her wedding was 5 months away. 3rd wedding. Big show. She planned a year ahead. The dress alone cost $7,200. She kept discussing it. Custom modifications on Italian designer label. Because she didn't trust her apartment's humidity, she kept it at our mom's. Mom frequently traveled for work, leaving the house empty. I found the spare key. My friend Marcus's 4-year-old Noah. Sweet but destructive kid. Marcus laughed that Noah might find mud in a clean room. I offered to watch Noah Saturday. Marcus and I went to the park. Mom's house was our destination. Uniquely bagged, the dress was in the guest room closet. I carefully unzipped and placed it on the bed. Elegant pearls and lace. I had chocolate milk, grape juice, McDonald's ketchup, and morning finger paints. I asked Noah to draw. Noah enjoyed his 35 minutes. His purple handprints covered the bodice. The train's chocolate milk made abstract patterns. The ketchup veil designs were intriguing. He personalized with a pocket marker. We finished, and I returned the dress as found. Cleared our tracks. Noah returned to Marcus exhausted and happy from the park. Vanessa had one last dress fitting 3 weeks before the wedding. Mom arrived as I fixed her garage door. Incredible upstairs scream. The ruined dress made her cry. How did this happen? Mom asked. The home was locked. Undiscovered break-in, preservation bag sealed dress. Must be moths, I said. Vanessa cried over moths' lack of finger paint. I shrugged. Maybe neighborhood kids broke in. Kids get into everything. She stared at me. She knew, but how to prove? Nothing. She bought a department store dress last minute. It was fine, but not her dream dress. At the reception, I praised her new dress. Very nice, I said. Plain but nice. This is why I no longer buy expensive things. You learn. Vanessa shouted at me during toasts that I destroyed her dress as a psychopath. All were appalled by her. My knuckles turned white against the black leather as I gripped the steering wheel too hard, shaking hands. Vanessa's face kept coming to mind as I drove past yellow streetlights on the highway. Everyone stared as she screamed psychopath into the microphone. She was still yelling and pointing at me when Daniel's groomsmen pulled her from the DJ booth. I wanted satisfaction and vindication. My chest buzzed like I'd drunk too much coffee on an empty stomach. My cup holder phone screen is dark. I could call someone. Marcus would probably laugh, but I kept my hand on the wheel and the phone quiet. After unlocking my apartment 25 minutes later, I grabbed the whiskey. Poured 3 fingers into a glass unmeasured. Long drink, then another. I rewatched everything on my dark couch. Response from Vanessa at reception. How I smiled and complimented her plain department store dress. That's why I don't invest in expensive things anymore. Learn. She knew, using her own words against her. Her eyes showed it. She survived dinner, first dances, and mother-in-law's toast. Something broke in open mic. She grabbed the microphone from a cousin telling a boring story and screamed about betrayal, her destroyed dress, and me breaking into houses as a psychopath. Daniel's mother, Margaret, looked like she wanted to fall through the floor. While Vanessa shook him off, Daniel paled to calm her. Finally, the groomsmen took her outside. I slipped out 12 minutes later as everyone whispered and checked their phones. My phone kept flashing on the coffee table. Each text triggered a screen notification. Grabbed it. 19 messages. Scrolled through. My cousin Brianna asked what happened. Aunt Helen said I ruined Vanessa's special day and should be ashamed. Aunt Susan asked about my health. Uncle Frank's message came after 3 cousins I barely spoke to sent, "OMG, what was that about?" That was intense. I nearly laughed. Almost. Instead, I turned off the phone, threw it on the couch cushion, went to bed, and stared at the ceiling. As cars passed, street light changed my blind's shadows. I should have felt good. Vanessa got justice. Not paid for, my $3,600 laptop was destroyed and mocked. Now her dream wedding was ruined. Fair trade, but my chest was tight. My hands shook partially. Those shadows kept me up all night. Morning arrived regardless of my wishes. Open blinds let in gray light. I dragged myself up with stiff muscles from sleeping all night. My phone was off. Left it. In my small kitchen, the coffee maker gurgles and hisses. I saw my landline voicemail blinking while brewing. Only telemarketers and my mom called my landline. I pressed play. Mom's voice was controlled. That tone was her angry but not yelling tone. She demanded an immediate call. We needed to talk about our wedding. Please call after I received this message. Erasing it, I poured coffee, added cream and sugar and justified myself. Vanessa started. She broke into my locked room. Let Ella ruin my income. Made fun of me. None offered cash. She anticipated it. Whatever, coffee was bitter. 4 days. I barely met remaining project deadlines. After turning it back on, I avoided my silent phone. I ignored the family group chat that had exploded based on notifications. Someone rang my apartment door Tuesday afternoon, peeping through the hole. Mom. She knocked again, and I considered not answering. The door opens. Unasked, she sat on my couch and looked at me. Just watched. No yelling, no blame. That was worse. She directly asked if I ruined Vanessa's wedding dress. She spoke calmly. In fact, my seat was opposite hers. I told her Vanessa broke my $3,600 laptop first. Mom closed her eyes and fiddled with her temples like a migraine. After opening her eyes, she said the family was talking about nothing else. All relatives had opinions. Vanessa's marriage started poorly because Daniel's family thought we were crazy. His mother Margaret called twice to ask what kind of family she'd let him marry into. Daniel was hurt, embarrassed, and confused why his wedding reception was a Jerry Springer episode. How, when, and why did Mom ask about the dress? She gets the edited version. Totally ignored Marcus. Excluded Noah. Just allowed me into her house. Confined dress. Grabbed a chance. Mom asked how I entered. Reminded her of the spare key under the garden gnome. Vanessa and I learned about it years ago for emergencies. Use both hands to massage her face. After procrastinating, I checked business email that night. The laptop opened. I received an Ethan Caldwell email. My stomach dropped before clicking. A favorite client was Ethan. Regular work, good pay, $1,050 per month for company promo videos. 2 times I read the email. He ended our contract immediately. The incident was reported by mutual contacts. Such behavior made me uncomfortable working with someone. Keep his company's reputation. Wishing me well. The end. Monthly $1,050 gone. I closed the laptop, sat in the dark, did the math in my head, and lost 4 clients when my laptop crashed because word spread about the wedding, me, and what I did. I lost half my monthly income, Ethan. A week dragged. Every time I heard footsteps outside my apartment, I jumped, actively checked my mailbox. A certified letter arrived Thursday afternoon. My signature. Mailman handed it over after seeing me sign. Returning upstairs slowly, I opened it in my apartment. Lawyer's letterhead for Vanessa Harper. My hands shook again while reading. No lawsuit. Not yet. Just a letter saying Vanessa had proof I broke in and destroyed property. She considered lawsuits. Lawyers wanted to discuss resolution options before proceeding. We had a phone, email, and deadline. 3 weeks. Like swallowing ice. She would not relinquish this. She wasn't. I ruined her $7,200 dress and wedding. She knew I did it. Apparently, she had proof. That night, I spent 3 hours on my laptop researching lawyers, criminal defense attorneys, rates, breaking and entering defense costs, and property destruction costs. Every website made me anxious. Expert lawyers are expensive, very expensive. Badly broke. 4 clients lost thousands from laptop damage. Now Ethan was gone. I barely paid rent. To reply to Vanessa's lawyer, A blank document was opened. 5 drafts. Each sounded weak, aggressive, or defensive. Remove them all. I could be hurt by my writing. My confessions could hurt. Closed the laptop, went to bed, slept poorly. Phone buzzed. Marcus texted Friday morning. Want coffee? I contemplated the message. Marcus didn't know what I did with his son. I needed someone outside my family who didn't know about the wedding disaster or legal threats. I texted yes. We met at our usual coffee shop an hour later. Marcus was laughing at the barista's new haircut. Normal. This world felt normal. Sat down after ordering, asking about work. My answers were unclear. He talked about Noah, his new job, and a movie. Had some fun despite everything. The legal threat letter was folded in my pocket. Through jeans I touched it. Nearly told him. The words were there. Marcus, I must recall babysitting Noah. But I couldn't. Every time I said it I hesitated. Coffee over, goodbye hug. I went home alone with the letter in my pocket and the secret in my chest. I stared at the ceiling that night, unable to sleep. My actions kept replaying in my head. I broke into Mom's house. I destroyed a $7,200 dress with a 4-year-old. I thought it was crazy, like something a needy person would do, without considering the laptop or Vanessa's laughter. I told myself she began. She broke into my locked room. She let Ella ruin my income. She chuckled. She never apologized. She gave no money. But the thought persisted. I used Marcus's son. Noah was 4. He had no idea what to do. Playing with art supplies was my suggestion. Because 4-year-olds do. Adults are trusted. They believe adults always make good choices. I rolled over and punched my pillow to unwind. The wedding was yesterday. Face of Vanessa grabbing Mike. Horror on everyone's faces. Daniel comforts her. His mother seemed to want to disappear. I should feel satisfied, like justice was done. A strange hollow feeling in my chest persisted. I didn't sleep until nearly 3 a.m. Slowly, 3 weeks passed. I ignored the wedding, dress, and everything else to finish my projects. Rock-like anxiety sat in my stomach. I jumped when my phone rang. My hands shook every time I checked email. Finally, I consulted a lawyer. A friend suggested lawyer Claire Whitman. I called after 25 minutes of staring at her number. Claire responded calmly and professionally to the receptionist. I explained the laptop, dress, wedding, etc. Without interrupting, she listened. I mentioned using Marcus's son, and the phone paused like she was thinking. She then asked about witnesses and evidence. Has anyone seen me at home? Have I left anything? Marcus. Did you know where I took Noah that day? Have I told anyone what happened? My stomach tightened as I answered each question honestly. Claire taught me calmly and professionally. Vanessa struggles to prove I did it without witnesses or physical evidence. No one saw me. Everything was cleaned. Marcus thought I took Noah to the park, but she said something chilling. Child involvement made it worse if it came out. I felt sick as she spoke. She said burglary was serious. Damage to property was severe. However, unknowingly destroying property with another child raises child endangerment, judgment, and Noah risk concerns. None of that occurred to me. I was too focused on getting back at Vanessa to consider what would happen if people found out. Claire kept saying this could go wrong, and I felt like the floor was falling out from under me. I hadn't thought of this. Not even close. I asked Claire what Vanessa could legally do, speaking clearly. Claire probably said nothing unproven. I said she didn't have video evidence which would help. A warning followed. Marcus's report would get me in trouble. Written confessions, emails, texts, social media posts, etc. could be evidence. She advised me not to talk about this. Consultation lasted 50 minutes. Claire charged $275. I agreed, hung up, and viewed my bank account. $275 was unavailable. Laptop damage cost me thousands from 4 clients. Now Ethan was gone. I barely paid rent, but paid the bill to know my legal status. If someone knew, I could fall through the thin ice. Mom called 4 days later. I almost didn't answer when I saw her name on my phone, but I knew she'd keep calling. Picked up. She skipped small talk. She wanted $7,200 for the dress. I could pay Vanessa to drop the lawsuit. I laughed aloud. This sound was bitter. I asked Mom why I paid Vanessa $7,200 when she never paid $3,600 for my laptop. Mom sighed. Her tired, long sigh of disappointment in us both. She said I was stubborn and petty like my sister. I was furious. Neither was I stubborn. Vanessa demanded payment for destroying my property. It was different. Mom had heard the story before, but I repeated it. Vanessa broke into my locked room. She wanted keys. She let Ella ruin my business. Her apology never came after I used it for rent and food. She laughed and said I shouldn't deserve nice things. Mom said my actions were different after a pause. I got revenge with a child. That wasn't reckless parenting. Not an accident or mistake. It took weeks to plan. I bought supplies. I lied to Marcus. I used his son. A 25-minute discussion ensued. We stayed put. Finally, Mom said she couldn't make us agree, but we were destroying the family. Then she hung up. Angered and sure of myself, I held my phone. But a tiny voice in my head wondered if being right was worth it. Daniel unexpectedly called 5 days later. His name on my phone confused me. We were distant. We rarely talked at family gatherings before the wedding. I replied cautiously. To understand, he asked to hear my story. My version, not Vanessa's or Mom's. Initially suspicious. It felt like a trap. His tone was genuine, not angry or accusatory. His laptop, lost clients, thousands of dollars in income, and Vanessa's refusal to take responsibility were mentioned. She laughed at me. He listened without interrupting. He was silent after I finished. He then said Ella showed signs of this. So Vanessa let her get away with everything and made excuses instead of teaching consequences. Their relationship had been strained, but he hoped marriage would change it. I didn't know how to respond. His departure came after 12 more minutes of conversation. My mood was off after the call. Marcus arrived at my apartment 3 days later. I saw his furious face when I opened the door. My stomach sank. I knew someone told him immediately. Not waiting for my invitation, he entered. He stood in the hallway and directly asked if I used Noah to ruin Vanessa's wedding dress. As if trying not to yell, his voice was tight and controlled. I couldn't deceive him. I couldn't deny my actions to my longtime friend. So I confessed. He interrupted me as I explained the laptop, Vanessa, and everything that led up to it. He said my family drama used his kid as a weapon. The exact words. Weaponized his child. It felt like a gut punch. To defend myself. Words were rushed and desperate. Noah enjoyed the day. He didn't recall. Nobody heard him. He played and painted and enjoyed himself. Marcus's expression remained unchanged. He said it wasn't important. I got him to let me babysit so I could destroy his property with his 4-year-old son. Lied to him. I betrayed him. I went after my sister because he trusted me with his child. He spoke louder, and I saw a neighbor's door open down the hall. Marcus noticed and lowered his voice, but the anger remained. He claimed to know me and trust me. I wasn't who he thought I was. Marcus said Noah may have hurt himself at Mom's. Could have fallen downstairs, cut himself, or been scared somewhere new. I was too focused on getting back at Vanessa to care about that. He said every decision I made that day was for revenge, not his son's safety. That was inexcusable. He needed space to decide if we could be friends. Maybe lots of space, maybe permanent. He turned and left before I could respond. From my doorway, I watched him leave. I cried for the first time since this started. Real crying, not just tears. I returned inside, closed the door and slid down. I cried for 25 minutes, realizing I deserved to lose one of my best friends. I looked up Claire's number on my phone. Dialing made my hands shake. On the second ring, she answered calmly and professionally. Marcus knew everything I told her. They spoke quickly and sloppy. She asked if I thought he'd call police or child services. I said no, but I wasn't sure. Marcus was furious, so anything was possible. Claire sounded serious. She advised me not to tell anyone. Avoid texting about it. Avoid discussing it. Avoid writing about what I did. Any of my writings could be used in court, she said. I promised not, and hung up feeling worse. I couldn't sleep that night. I distracted myself by scrolling social media on my phone. I saw Vanessa's post then. She didn't need to use my name. Betrayed family loyalty and people who smile while stabbing you in the back were the topics of the post. Because they're miserable, some people will ruin your happiness. Loyalty, not blood, makes family. Comments poured in quickly. I rarely spoke to relatives who posted supportive messages. Aunt Helen advised, family should support each other through hard times. Uncle Frank said some never learn to let go. Vanessa's high school friend prayed for her. Every comment hit me in the stomach. Scrolling through them burned my face. Everyone thought I was evil. Nobody knew about the laptop. No one knew Vanessa broke into my locked room. Typed my response explaining my side. Removed it. Typed another denouncing her lies. I deleted that too. Wrote a third angry, mean version. Deleted and threw my phone across the room. Anything I said would worsen it. Vanessa ruled the plot. Mom called 3 days later. Her tone indicated this wasn't a request. She said Sunday was our family meeting at her house. Vanessa and I had to go. Trying to refuse. I told her I had work to cover. Mom interrupted me with her non-negotiable voice, one that made arguing pointless. She said we had to resolve this as adults whether we liked it or not because it had gone on long enough. Daniel would attend. To discuss this, we would sit down. I wanted to scream that there was no communication. Vanessa vandalized my property without apology. Got my revenge. Story over. Mom was telling, not asking. Accepting. I hung up, feeling trapped. The days before Sunday were hell. I practiced my speech for hours. Tried my arguments in the shower, car, and while making coffee. Every thought of facing Vanessa made me angrier. She destroyed my property first. My $3,600 work laptop. She lost me clients and money. She never apologized, paid, or accepted responsibility. Now I was the bad guy because my revenge was more creative than her negligence. It was unfair and made me scream. After asking nicely, I tried to act like an adult. In my face, she laughed. What should I do? Just accept? Allow her to ruin my business because she had a child? I became angrier with practice. By Saturday night, I was too tense to sleep. Sunday morning came too fast. I drove to Mom's house with a knotted stomach, sweating hands on the steering wheel. Vanessa's car was already in the driveway when I arrived. Even Daniel's truck was there. I sat in my car for 12 minutes to calm down before entering. Mom answered the door and showed me the living room. Vanessa and Daniel sat on the couch. Vanessa ignored me. Her jaw tightened as she stared at her lapped hands. Daniel shifted weight and avoided eye contact, appearing uncomfortable. The armchair across from the couch held Mom. She appeared like a judge about to sentence. She promised to discuss this. Her firm voice silenced arguments. Mom established rules. We each explained our side without interrupting. No yelling, name-calling, or leaving. We would wait until this was resolved. Vanessa started. Right away, she cried. Discussed her wedding day and dream dress disaster. Said I was a vindictive psychopath who couldn't move on. I humiliated her in front of Daniel's family. That his mother thought we were crazy now. I'd ruined her best day. She talked for 12 minutes about the dress, wedding, and humiliation. Never mentioned the laptop. I bit my tongue throughout the show. Watched her play victim as usual. Mom remained neutral, but I could tell she was annoyed by the crying. Then my turn. The timeline was mine. Vanessa broke into my locked room. She had to find the spare key. She let Ella destroy my $3,600 laptop while scrolling her phone on the couch. My income-generating laptop for freelance work. She chuckled. Said I shouldn't buy nice things. Refused to pay when I asked. I left because I no longer trusted her. I lost 4 clients due to late project delivery. Asked her multiple times to make it right. No penny was offered. Never apologized. I was laughed at for expecting her to take responsibility. My voice shook with anger as I talked. I could feel tears building but refused to let them fall. I explained that I tried to handle it like adults first. She made it impossible. Daniel surprised everyone by speaking up. He said both of us were wrong. Vanessa was wrong to let Ella destroy my property and not make it right, but I was wrong to plan revenge instead of taking legal action. He said it calmly, like he'd been thinking about this for a while. Mom nodded slowly. I realized she'd been thinking the same thing but didn't want to say it. Daniel kept talking, said what I did was calculated and cruel. even if Vanessa deserved consequences. That using a child to execute revenge crossed a line, that there were better ways to handle it. His words hit harder than I expected because he wasn't yelling or taking sides. He was just being honest. Vanessa snapped at Daniel. Her voice went sharp and angry. She said he was supposed to be on her side. Daniel stayed calm. Said he was on her side, but that didn't mean she was. Right. Then he said something that made the whole room go quiet. He pointed out that Vanessa's parenting had been a problem in their relationship too. Ella could destroy without consequence. That Vanessa made excuses instead of teaching her daughter better. That he hoped marriage would change things. But now he wasn't sure. Thick, uncomfortable silence followed. Vanessa stared at him, mouth open. Mom shifted in her chair. I had no idea where to look. Finally, Mom spoke. She said she'd helped us for years. Let us get away with petty behavior instead of forcing us to compromise. She advised Vanessa to pay me back after she told her about the laptop, but Vanessa refused. Mom lowered her voice. She said she would have stopped me from discussing the dress before the wedding. She knew something was wrong when she found finger paint residue in the guest room but didn't say anything. She wanted me to confess alone. Every word conveyed her disappointment. She looked at us like children who'd betrayed her. The room was silent for a while under that look. Turning to Mom, I raged. Your spare key to my Vanessa's room? Why? Mom shifted in her chair and looked down at her hands. She finally looked at me after several seconds of silence. Vanessa interfered before Mom could respond. She spoke quickly, defensively, and sharply. She asked Mom for the key months ago to borrow my laptop for business presentations. Mom gave her the key without telling me. This is how Vanessa entered my room that day. It felt like someone squeezed my chest. Not just negligence or accident. Vanessa planned it. Mom was specifically asked to open my locked room and my belongings. When I refused to lend her my laptop, she took it anyway. Ella helped her circumvent my boundaries. After hearing this, Daniel's face changed. He tightened his jaw and looked at Vanessa like he saw something new and bad about her. Knowing how calculated the betrayal was, it hurt more. Vanessa had stopped Ella from taking my laptop. She'd caused it by breaking into my room. She found the key, unlocked my door, and let her daughter play with my most valuable item. Then she laughed and refused to pay. Mom explained that she gave Vanessa the key for emergencies and thought she'd ask me first. Her excuse sounded hollow, even as she said it. Vanessa tricked Mom into giving her access, then improperly used it. Daniel got up and went to the window to watch the street. He tensed up and put his hands in his pockets. When anger and hurt filled the room, it felt smaller. I wanted to scream at Mom for enabling Vanessa and Vanessa for being entitled and selfish. Vanessa took out her phone before I could respond. She tapped the screen with shaky hands. She claimed I destroyed her dress. My stomach sank. She showed us a video on the phone. Ring camera footage from a neighbor's house across from Mom's. The timestamp showed when I took Noah to destroy the dress. Clear as day, my car was in the driveway. The video was clear enough to read my license plate. I watched myself exit the driver's seat and open the back door to help Noah get out. The camera angle captured everything. My heart raced so hard I could hear it. The blood was draining from my cheeks despite my neutral face. Vanessa played more footage of me carrying a bag into the house and leaving 3 hours later with Noah. The neighbor's camera caught everything. Leaving the window, Daniel watched the video. Leaning forward, Mom saw the screen better. I felt stuck in that chair, unable to move or think. My mind raced to explain this. I spoke forcefully to sound casual and unconcerned. I said I'd checked on Mom's house while she was traveling before. Vanessa was prepared for the reasonable excuse. She said the neighbor's camera caught me with a child and leaving 3 hours later. There was no innocent reason to bring Marcus's son to an empty house. Why would I need a 4-year-old? Mom's expression changed when she saw me. Her eyes showed disappointment worse than yelling. She knew I lied. The proof was on Vanessa's phone. I felt trapped and exposed, like my skin had been peeled. Vanessa was silent until Daniel asked why she hadn't shown this evidence earlier. His voice was calm but sharp. Vanessa looked at him and me. She said she wanted to see if I'd admit it and act right. She kept this footage for weeks, watching me lie to everyone and play victim while she had proof. Her game was longer than I thought. She let me dig deeper, waiting for the right time to reveal what she knew. She was trapped by the family meeting, not Mom's reconciliation. This confrontation was likely planned with her lawyer's help. When she asked if I broke the dress, Mom spoke quietly but firmly. I stared at her, and then at the phone showing my car in the driveway. Lying was no longer possible, not with the video evidence nearby. The words felt dragged from me. I confessed. Yes, I used Marcus's son. The room erupted. Vanessa shouted that I was a psychopath, and she was right. Daniel's mouth opened in shock. Mom shook her head slowly, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing despite her suspicions. I repeated about the laptop and how Vanessa had destroyed my income by not paying. Vanessa interrupted me with a scream. She said her lawyer would charge tomorrow: burglary, property damage involving minors. Daniel put his hand on her arm and said, "That wasn't agreed upon." His tone was harsh. Vanessa jerked her arm away, snapping at him. She claimed he couldn't tell her what to do. Everyone in the room saw their marriage problems. She dismissed him, and he looked at her frustrated and disappointed. This went beyond the dress. 3 days after the family meeting, I was at my desk trying to work when an email notification appeared. Another client terminated our contract. The email was polite but firm. Mutual contacts informed them of the wedding incident. That kind of behavior made them uncomfortable working with someone. Their industry valued professionalism. My chest tightened as I watched the screen. Lost 4 clients in a month. My freelance business tanked. Word spread poisonously through my professional network. People quietly ignored me, dropping contracts and not returning calls about new projects. My income from rebuilding after the laptop crash was gone again. My head was in my hands as I closed my laptop. My phone lit up with a message later that afternoon. I received it from a college friend. The message said I was being discussed. The story about a child destroying the wedding dress spread. Twisted and exaggerated details were recounted. Some said I advised Noah. Others claimed I bribed him with candy. The story made me sound like a monster who'd corrupted a child for revenge. I lost my social standing quickly. My longtime friends wondered what I was like. Marcus's name appeared on my phone with a text the next morning. My hands shook opening it. He claimed he had to end our friendship. He no longer trusted me around Noah. Not after my deeds. We might reconnect someday. He had to shield his child from my drama right now. I felt broken after reading his message. Marcus was my friend for over a decade. We'd shared breakups, job losses, and family deaths. I used his trust in me with his son, his most important person, as a weapon. I stared at the text on my couch, feeling my actions. This revenge cost me more than it gained. A day or so of watching Vanessa's wedding meltdown was satisfying. I lost clients, friends, money, and respect. Vanessa hadn't paid me for the laptop, and I may have to pay her $7,200 for the dress and legal fees. I didn't feel better after seeing at the family meeting that Daniel would leave her. I'd destroyed a friendship, my career, and shown everyone I was as petty and vindictive as Vanessa. I planned it and used an innocent kid so it could be worse. Retribution that seemed justified felt hollow and stupid now. I stopped showering and answering emails unless necessary. My apartment became a disaster zone with takeout containers everywhere and dirty clothes in corners. I browsed social media on my couch, reading wedding posts and Vanessa's meltdown comments. Some defended her, saying I did something terrible to cause that reaction. Others called her unstable and dramatic. Only those at that family meeting knew the truth. I repeated Marcus's text about how he couldn't trust me around Noah. That hurt worse than losing clients, money, or Vanessa's hatred. Marcus was my friend for over a decade. We'd experienced everything together. I destroyed that by using his child as a weapon. I tried to focus on my remaining projects but failed. I spent hours staring at my computer screen, doing nothing. One client emailed me about their video edit, and I realized I hadn't opened their files. I kept missing deadlines, which hurt my reputation. The apartment felt smaller every day, like walls were closing in. My midnight pizza was cold for breakfast. Wearing the same sweatpants for 5 days. I ignored notifications that lit up my phone. Mom called twice. My stomach dropped when Vanessa's name appeared, but I let it go to voicemail. I ignored the message. Claire's name appeared on my screen one afternoon while watching trash TV on the couch. Something compelled me to answer. I lied and said fine when she asked how I was. Her tone didn't imply belief. Her question was my worst nightmare. Vanessa filed anything yet? I informed her that I was unaware. That was good news, said Claire. Vanessa probably would have filed charges or a lawsuit by now. The longer she waited, the more she seemed to be threatening me. Claire's voice grew serious. She reminded me of the Ring camera footage of my car with Noah at Mom's house. That evidence would be devastating in court. I used Marcus's son, which made things worse. A judge would not approve of property destruction involving a child, even if the child didn't understand. Claire advised me to prepare for criminal charges as well as a civil lawsuit. Break-in, property damage, possibly involving a minor. She was honest about my situation, not scaring me. I thanked her for calling and hung up, feeling worse. Mom called the next day while I forced myself to do laundry. Though I considered ignoring it, I knew she'd keep calling. She started immediately after I replied. Vanessa and Daniel sought marriage counseling. They'd been avoiding bigger relationship issues until the wedding incident. Daniel was under pressure from his family. Margaret, his mother, kept calling, saying Vanessa's wedding behavior was suspicious. She wanted Daniel to annul the marriage soon. Mom said Daniel loved Vanessa but saw her flaws. Her entitlement, victim mentality, and refusal to take responsibility. Hearing this made me feel strange. Part of me felt guilty because my revenge strained their marriage. But another part felt vindicated. Like Daniel was finally seeing Vanessa's true self. Same person who laughed at her kid smashing my laptop. Mom said counseling was intense. Vanessa blamed everything on me, but the therapist kept pointing to her own actions. Daniel seemed honest about his frustrations with her parenting and excuses. Mom said she didn't know if they'd stay together. She then told me I shouldn't be proud of destroying someone's marriage. I said I wasn't proud anymore and hung up. I went grocery shopping 4 days later because I ran out. Vanessa appeared at the end of the cereal aisle as I compared prices. We both froze. Her cart had Ella in the front and she looked exhausted. She had dark circles under her eyes, a messy ponytail, old yoga pants, and a stained shirt. In wrinkled clothes and unwashed hair, I probably looked worse. It seemed like we stared at each other forever. I wanted to apologize, explain, or acknowledge what happened, but the words stuck in my throat. Vanessa showed several expressions. Anger, hurt, disgust, possibly sadness. She turned her cart around and left for another aisle. I automatically waved back when Ella waved as they left. The encounter shook me. I ignored my shopping cart and went home. Evening call from Daniel. I thought he was going to yell at me or threaten legal action, but his voice was calm when I answered. His goal was to resolve the issue without lawyers or police. She was destroying their marriage with her anger. He watched. Maybe everyone could heal if we reached an agreement. He reached out without Vanessa knowing, which surprised me. He knew she'd be furious if he called me, but he needed to fix it before it was too late. Despite loving Vanessa, he couldn't live like this. Constant resentment and drama. His family was pressuring him to leave her, and he was starting to think they were right unless we could fix this. I asked what Vanessa wanted, and he said she wanted me to suffer. He believed we could persuade her with a fair offer. Because I was desperate, I agreed to discuss options when he asked. Daniel explained his idea. We split the damage difference. For the dress, I pay Vanessa $3,600, matching her laptop debt. Call it even. He knew neither of us got perfect justice. Still no laptop and $3,600. It would cost Vanessa $3,600 and her dream dress. This mess could be resolved without courts, lawyers, or criminal charges. Sitting there, I processed his words. Part of me wanted to refuse on principle. Vanessa destroyed my laptop to start this. Why should I pay her? However, my practical side knew this was probably my best offer. Claire warned me about video evidence and child endangerment. I could face criminal charges and pay more than $3,600 in legal fees if this went to court. I informed Daniel that I lacked $3,600. I lost clients and income due to this situation. My business was barely surviving. After some silence, he offered to lend me the money interest-free. I could pay him what I could afford each month. He wanted to resolve this before his marriage ended. He told me he was doing that to save his relationship and sanity. He'd pay $3,600 for peace. I told Daniel I needed to think and consult my lawyer. His reply was fair, but don't take too long. Vanessa grew angrier and more determined every day. A deal needed to happen soon. I called Claire after hanging up to explain Daniel's proposal. After listening and asking questions, she gave me her opinion. Given Vanessa's video evidence, it was a good deal. I could pay more than $3,600 in court. Legal fees on both sides could total thousands. Breaking and entering with a minor could result in criminal charges. Convictions can result in fines, probation, or jail time, depending on the judge. Compared to court, the $3,600 settlement with no admission of guilt and no criminal charges was better. Claire advised me to accept the deal if Daniel could convince Vanessa. She suggested getting everything in writing with clear terms of our agreement. No ambiguous language. Daniel called 3 days later. Vanessa agreed to $3,600 after talking to him. Still, she had one more condition. I publicly apologized for ruining her wedding. Hearing that tensed my body. A public apology meant admitting she started it all, and I was wrong. It felt like letting her win and making me the villain. Daniel sighed when I said I couldn't. He anticipated that response. We debated. He tried to convince me that an apology would make Vanessa feel justified. I claimed she never apologized for destroying my laptop. Why should I apologize when she started it? Daniel compromised. A personal apology to Vanessa and him. No social media. No family announcement. Just us three in a room. I regret ruining her wedding and dress. She accepted $3,600 and dropped lawsuits. I thought while sitting. A private apology was best. I may have to swallow my pride to end this nightmare. I promised Daniel a private apology. Next morning Mom called. After Daniel mentioned the deal, she was relieved we might resolve this. She bombed. My true activities were known from the start. Finger paint remained in the guest room a week after the dress was destroyed. A tiny purple stain on the carpet was missed by the cleaner. She immediately recognized what had happened. She said she wanted me to confess when I asked why she didn't say anything. She wanted me to admit my error. She was upset I lied at the family meeting, but she didn't tell. She wanted me to lead. Mom knew everything and saw me lie to everyone. She endured that awful family meeting knowing what I did. She said she hadn't told anyone else. She said she was glad I finally made things right, even though Daniel pushed me. I felt 2 inches tall after calling Mom. She found finger paint early on. I lied throughout that family meeting. I had trouble breathing due to her disappointment. I circled my apartment for an hour, replaying every lie and denial of guilt. I lied every time Mom gave me chances to confess. No one was protected from the fallout, she said. Vanessa and I paid. She spoke calmly but coldly. She said that when disappointed, not angry. Anger was manageable. I felt disappointment like an unresolved ache. I felt like I'd failed her forever. Daniel called 3 days later to meet at Mom's. Just me, Vanessa, him, and Mom. On Sunday at 2. He spoke professionally, like he was scheduling a business meeting, not a family argument. What could I do but agree? Lawyers, court, and criminal charges were options. My hands sweated as I parked 12 minutes early in Mom's driveway. Vanessa and Daniel entered. I saw them silently sitting on the couch through the living room window. The atmosphere hit me when I entered. Creeping, uncomfortable silence. Mom positioned the armchair opposite the couch. I sat. Vanessa ignored me. She admired the coffee table like nothing else. Daniel carried printed documents with neat paragraphs and highlights. After clearing his throat, he explained his draft. An agreement. It would cost $3,600 in 10 months, $360 per month. Vanessa dropped legal threats. We'd talk only at family events, holidays, Mom's birthday, etc. When necessary, we'd be polite but distant. Daniel slid the papers across the coffee table to me. I held them and read with shaking hands. This agreement was complete. Daniel thought about the payment schedule, no contact agreement, and violations, possibly consulting a lawyer. The third page had a formal apology for involving a minor in property destruction, which made me uneasy. When written in black and white, it became real. Using Marcus's son, plan, execute. Bad words stared at me from the page. I felt sick reading them. I feel shame in my chest. But I knew I had to take responsibility. No hiding from it will make it go away. I clicked open a pen in my purse and signed my name at the bottom. My signature was shaky. Vanessa signed quickly and angrily, bending forward. Still, she ignored me. Daniel stored the papers in a folder. Cleared my throat. The apology had to happen now while we were together. Not doing it now would make it worse. I wrote concisely without explanations. I apologized for destroying her dress, ruining her wedding day, planning and executing revenge instead of acting like an adult, and using Marcus's son in my revenge plan without his father's knowledge or consent. For the worst betrayal of Marcus's trust. My voice broke at the end. Vanessa nodded stiffly but didn't speak. She clenched her jaw and hands in her lap. Daniel praised me for making amends. His relieved voice was genuine. Mom looked at me from her chair, and I thought she was pleased but sad. She was glad we were finally acting like adults and that it was over. However, I knew it was not over. It would take 10 months to pay. My friendship with Marcus may never recover. Changes in family dynamics felt permanent. In the following month, I rebuilt my business. I emailed former clients professionally to say I'd resolved some personal issues and was available for projects again. Some didn't answer, others were polite but unemployed. But some gave me a chance. Start with wedding video edits and local business promotions. I worked hard to perfect them. Delivered early, exceeded expectations, requested feedback, and implemented immediately. Patiently, referrals began. A happy client told another. A friend of that client needed video work. The friend's business partner needed reliability. The process was slow, painful, and frustrating, but my calendar filled up again. Not as much as before, but enough to get me by while paying Daniel monthly. Late nights and weekends, I took any project to rebuild my professional reputation one video at a time. One night, I wrote Marcus a letter. Handwritten letter on paper, not an email. I told him about Vanessa and the legal settlement, that I'd taken responsibility and was making restitution, and that I understood why he cut me off and didn't blame him. I regret betraying his trust, using Noah, and prioritizing my revenge over his son's well-being and our friendship. I didn't seek forgiveness or friendship, never begged him to reconsider. I acknowledged and respected his choice. Before doubting myself, I sealed and mailed the letter. No response after 4 days, a week, 3 weeks. I kept checking my phone for a text or call that never came. I stopped checking. Accepted our friendship may end permanently. No amount of apologizing or making amends can fix some damage. Vanessa and I kept our no-contact agreement. We both felt relieved. Stop forced interactions. Stop pretending everything was fine at family gatherings. We avoided each other outside of required events. Mom's birthday dinner was 4 months after settlement. I was punctual, brought a gift, and stayed on my side. Vanessa followed suit. We were civil, passed dinner dishes and said please and thank you, but we didn't talk or make eye contact. Daniel appeared happier and calmer than at the settlement meeting. He joked with family, held Vanessa's hand during dessert. Mom later said that their marriage counseling was going well and that resolving the wedding drama had helped them focus on their relationship. I felt distantly happy for them. Glad this mess yielded something good. Daniel received $360 monthly via an electronic payment app on the 15th. He always sent brief thank you texts within hours. Thanks were sometimes received. Appreciate it sometimes. Nothing personal or warm, just professional and courteous. The setup worked. Slowly I was digging myself out of the financial hole this situation had created. My clientele grew. After establishing steady work, I raised my rates slightly. Started choosing projects carefully, prioritizing quality over quantity, protecting my professional reputation, monitoring my social media, thinking before acting, and painfully and slowly learning to resolve conflicts without violence. On a Saturday morning 8 months after the wedding, I sat in my apartment and assessed my situation. I was better than before. My business recovered. I paid on time. Our relationship was healing as Mom and I talked again. Marcus was probably gone forever. Apologies and money couldn't restore his friendship and trust. My business suffered, and I spent thousands of dollars. Because I chose revenge over virtue. I couldn't let Vanessa's actions go unpunished. Vanessa and I would likely never be close again. Maybe that was fine. Maybe some betrayals are too much for some relationships. I'd accepted that some damage is irreparable and that consequences outlast revenge. Mom called that afternoon to say she was proud of us both for growing up and taking responsibility for our actions, even though it took a disaster. I truly thanked her. Growth was costly, painful, and humbling. I sat my wife down to say, "I'm dying." Before I spoke, she sobbed. "You found out about my affair. I'm pregnant." What I did next changed everything. Last week I received news that has completely turned my world upside down. All the medical tests I underwent have confirmed the worst. I have stage 3 lung cancer. Hearing those words was nerve-wracking. Since that moment I felt utterly shattered. The tears haven't stopped, and I feel powerless. I don't want to die. I'm not ready. There's so much I still want to do. So much I still want to say. but it feels like the universe has made up its mind, and I am being dragged along helplessly. The doctors have told me I only have several months left to live, and those words keep echoing in my head over and over like a cruel fate I can't escape. Until now, I had kept this diagnosis to myself. Even though I was drowning in fear and sadness, I hadn't told my wife yet. I didn't want to worry her unnecessarily, not until I had clear answers. But once the final test results came in, there was no escaping it anymore. I did try to go to a few other doctors for more suggestions, but they all told me the same thing. In the end, I knew I had to tell my wife and prepare her for the worst. How do you tell your life partner, the love of your life, that you are going to be gone soon? How do you prepare yourself to have that talk? This week, after days of battling with my own nerves, I finally found the courage to have the conversation I had been dreading. I rehearsed it in my head countless times, trying to figure out the right words, but no matter how I said it, it always felt wrong. When the moment came, I sat her down and told her we needed to talk. As soon as she looked at me, I could see the concern in her eyes. My face must have been pale and drawn, because she asked me right away if something was wrong. I didn't know how to ease into it, so I just said the truth. Yes, I have found out something and now everything is wrong. As I sat there gathering every ounce of strength I had to tell my wife about my diagnosis, something unexpected happened. She started to cry. Her tears caught me off guard. I hadn't even begun to tell her the news yet, so I couldn't understand why she was so upset. Confused, I looked at her, searching for some kind of explanation. That's when she said something that completely threw me off balance. She began to stammer through her tears, saying how she knew exactly what I was about to say. I froze, trying to piece together her words. How could she possibly know? I hadn't told anyone about the tests, the results, or what I was going through. I asked her, still perplexed, "What are you talking about?" She took a shaky breath and then dropped a bombshell I never saw coming. "You found out about my affair, didn't you? That's what you want to talk about, right?" Her words hit me like a freight train. An affair? My wife was having an affair? For a moment I couldn't even process it. I just sat there, stunned into silence, my mind scrambling to make sense of what I just heard. My heart, already fragile from the weight of my diagnosis, felt like it had been shattered into a million pieces. My wife, still crying, began to explain herself. She admitted that she'd been struggling for weeks to find the courage to tell me the truth. As the reality of her confession sank in, I finally managed to ask her, "Who is it? Who's the guy?" Through her tears she confessed that it was her new co-worker, the one who had joined her office just a few months ago. She said that from the moment they met, there had been an undeniable attraction between them. At first they both tried to ignore it, knowing they were both married. But 4 months ago, during a business trip, everything changed. They got drunk one night and slept together. Even though they both felt guilty about it, that night marked the beginning of an affair that had been ongoing ever since. My wife told me she felt terrible for what she had done, for betraying me. But she insisted that this wasn't just a meaningless fling. She claimed that she and her coworker were in love. Love. Hearing her say those words felt like a knife twisting in my chest. How could she be in love with this guy? All this time I thought she and I belonged together. I thought she was my soulmate, and now I had found out that she was nothing more than a cheater. My whole world, which was already crumbling, now felt like it had been completely destroyed. I had come into this conversation prepared to tell my wife about my terminal cancer, the thing that is killing me slowly from the inside. Instead, here she was casually dropping this earth-shattering revelation that she had been having an affair and was in love with this other guy. How could this even be real? How could the universe be this cruel? Before I could even process the betrayal, my wife continued to say how last week she had missed her period and decided to take a pregnancy test. The result was positive, and she was pregnant. My stomach turned as the implications of her words hit me, since she and I had not been intimate in months. It was obvious, painfully, undeniably obvious that the child she was carrying belonged to her affair partner. I felt like I was drowning, unable to catch my breath. I asked her just in case, and she nodded her head in confirmation. She began to tell me again how sorry she was for what she had done and how she wished she had gotten pregnant with me instead of him. But now that she was pregnant anyways, she had come to accept the situation. She didn't stop there. She actually started gushing about how this pregnancy was like a miracle to her, since it happened out of the blue and it felt like God's plan. I could feel my heart breaking even further as she said those words. a miracle for her. 2 years ago, she and I had tried so hard to get pregnant. We'd gone through so much, only to finally give up and decide to leave it to chance, as it was taking a toll on our mental health. After that, my wife, instead of getting intimate with me, had gone around sleeping with someone else. I had been completely blind to this. All this while I thought we both were fine, when in reality, she just wanted to replace me and get pregnant with someone else. Now here she was, pregnant, not with my child, but with the child of the man she had been sleeping with behind my back. I felt like throwing up. Every word she said made the pain sharper, and the betrayal deeper. My wife kept telling me how much she regretted that I had to find out this way. She kept saying that she had wanted to confess this for a while, but didn't have the guts to do so. At the same time, she also made it clear that she didn't regret anything because she had finally met her soulmate in this guy. She told me that she didn't feel like she had done anything wrong and that maybe this was the universe's plan all along. She assured me that with time, I would heal from this heartbreak and maybe even find my own soulmate someday. I couldn't help but start laughing out loud at that point. Find my own soulmate? How absurd. I wish I could. However, I didn't even have the luxury of time to consider such a thing. My days were numbered. My life was slipping away faster than I could process this nightmare. My wife, the one person I thought I could always rely on, had cheated on me and was now leaving me on my own. This is why I decided right then and there that my wife did not deserve to know about my diagnosis. I mean, what was the point anyways? She was already thinking about building a new life with someone else, carrying his child, and dreaming of a future with her so-called soulmate. What was the point of me even telling her now about my diagnosis? I didn't want her pity. I didn't want to guilt her into staying with me. Even though I am dying, I still want to die with my dignity. So, I simply told her that since she was clear about her feelings for her affair partner, and the direction her life was heading, there was no point in us staying married. She nodded in agreement and almost casually volunteered to move out, since the house was mine. Since that conversation, my wife has been living in the guest room and packing up her belongings bit by bit to move out. She still has no idea about my cancer or how rapidly my health is declining. She hasn't noticed the weight I've lost, the way my body is weakening, or the dark circles under my eyes from nights spent crying alone in the bed we used to share. At night, I lie awake, my mind racing with thoughts of her and the man she left me for. I've become obsessed, stalking him on social media, trying to piece together who he is and why she threw away 9 years of our marriage for him. I found out that he's married to a gorgeous woman. I found his wife online, and she's 6 months pregnant. The irony isn't lost on me, as his wife is also carrying his child, likely blissfully unaware that her husband is about to upend her life, just as my wife did mine. My heart aches for his wife, even though I don't know her. She probably has no idea what's coming. I know all too well what it feels like to be blindsided, to have your world collapse without warning. My wife only confessed her affair to me because she mistakenly thought I already knew. What if his wife never gets that confession? What if she never finds out the truth about the man she's building a family with? What if he leaves her without an explanation? I can't decide what to do. Part of me wants to tell his wife everything I know to spare her from the pain of discovering it too late, like I did. But another part of me wonders if it's even my place to intervene. Maybe I am a bit too emotional about this, so I can't make up my mind. So, Reddit Aita, if I reach out to his wife and tell her everything that I know, should I at least give her a heads up, or is that cruel? Update A. Thank you everyone for your kind words, support and advice. I never imagined that a group of strangers on the internet could offer me more compassion and understanding than my own wife. Your messages have meant a lot to me during this unbearable time. I still have a long road ahead. I need to gather my strength and share this heartbreaking news with my parents and other family members. But before I can even think about that, my priority is ending my marriage first. I need to divorce my wife and be done with her. At first, when all of this came crashing down, I felt nothing but pity for myself. I thought about how cruel and unfair life has been, how everything I thought I could rely on was crumbling. But now, that pity has turned into disgust. I am disgusted by what my wife has done, by her betrayal, and by how casually she shattered everything we built together. I have given her all my time, my energy, my love, and she repaid me in the worst way possible. It feels like she stomped on my heart without a second thought. Yes, I wish things were different. I wish she weren't the kind of person who could hurt me like this. I wish she wasn't a cheater who prioritized her own selfish desires over our marriage, over me. but the harsh reality is that she is. And I have no desire to hold on to her anymore. I don't want her in my life, not as my wife, and not as someone I trust. She is better off with this other man she claims to love so much. Let them be together if that's what she wants. As much as it hurts, I know I deserve better than someone who could betray me so cruelly. There's a bitter silver lining in all of this. If she hadn't confessed to her affair, I would have gone to my grave, thinking she was someone I could trust. Someone who deserved my love and everything I've worked for. I would have left all my assets to her, thinking I was taking care of her even after I was gone. But now I know the truth, and because of that, I can make sure she doesn't get to benefit from my hard work while sharing it with her affair partner. I will divorce her, and I will ensure she gets nothing from me. That's the least I owe to myself after everything she has done. Fortunately, the process of divorcing her should be straightforward. We have a clear-cut prenup agreement, and there are no children between us. The mediator should be able to handle this quickly. Considering she's pregnant with another man's child and has already told me she doesn't want to stay in this marriage, I doubt she'll try to drag out the proceedings. That's perfect for me. I want this chapter of my life closed as soon as possible. As for her affair partner, I've made up my mind. That guy's wife deserves to know the truth about what her husband has been doing behind her back. She's about to become a single mother, and I can only imagine how devastating this news will be for her. I feel terrible for her because she didn't ask for this, just like I didn't. But she deserves honesty, even if it's painful. I'll tell her everything so she can decide what to do with her life, just as I'm deciding what to do with mine. Update B. Thank you to everyone who keeps checking in on me every day in my DMs. I am truly grateful. I do feel a whole lot better now that I have been reading all your comments and messages. Anyways, I decided to reach out to the guy's wife on Facebook. I felt like it was the right thing to do. So I sent her a direct message telling her everything about the affair, the pregnancy, and how long this betrayal had been going on behind both of our backs. I wasn't sure what kind of reaction to expect. I knew it would be an incredibly sensitive and shocking thing to drop on someone, especially a stranger, and I wasn't prepared for how she would respond. She ended up leaving me on read, which honestly makes sense. I can only imagine how shocked and overwhelmed she must have been by everything I had shared. It's a lot to process, especially when you're suddenly faced with the painful truth about something so personal and hurtful about your own partner. A few hours later, my phone rang, and it was my ex-wife. The moment I picked up, she started screaming at me. She was furious and accused me of interfering in her affair partner's marriage. According to her, I had no right to contact his wife. She went on to tell me that the guy had supposedly planned to leave his wife, but only after the baby was born. Now, because I had exposed their affair, his wife had kicked him out of their home, and his plans had been ruined. Her tone was so full of entitlement, as if I had done something wrong by bringing the truth to light. She kept ranting about how I should have just kept my mouth shut and let them handle things on their own terms. She told me that it was not my place to tell that woman anything. But honestly, I was glad I exposed them this way. My wife and that guy had cheated on us, broke our trust and sneaked behind us. Now, she and that guy thought I should have not warned his wife. I have zero regrets about exposing them. If anything, they deserve it. Later that night, the man's wife finally responded to my message. She thanked me for telling her the truth, and I could tell she was deeply hurt, but also appreciative that I had reached out to her. She told me about how she regretted that she was now pregnant with his baby, and how she had never even wanted to become a mother in the first place, but that the guy had basically forced her to keep the baby. She wrote how after getting pregnant, she started gaining weight, and this is when her husband would constantly tell her how he was always turned off by her. I guess this must have been when he met my wife and started sleeping with her. She also wrote how she wished she had known about this affair sooner to be better prepared, but was still grateful that I had told everything. I felt so bad for her and wished her the best. I can only hope she takes her husband to the cleaners during their divorce. He deserves to lose everything for what he's done to her, just like my ex-wife deserves to face the consequences of her actions. I hope that woman gets a solid alimony settlement and uses it to rebuild her life without the cheating scumbag holding her back. It feels good to know I did the right thing, even if my ex-wife thinks otherwise. They made their bed, and now they have to lie in it. Update C. It's been 3 months since my last update, and so much has happened since then. My ex-wife and I are now officially divorced. Just as I had suspected, she pushed for the process to be as quick and straightforward as possible. It was painfully obvious that her only concern was to end our marriage so she could jump right into her new life with the man she betrayed me for. She barely even looked at me during the proceedings and never asked me for a penny. In the days following the divorce, I've already spoken with a lawyer and started working on my will. My parents and my sister will inherit everything that's in my name. They've always stood by me through everything, and this is the least I can do to thank them for their unwavering love and support. I would also like to thank all of you kind strangers who've been reaching out to me in my DMs and offering your support. Even though I can't respond to everyone individually, I want you to know that I see each of your messages, and your words truly warm my heart. You all have shown me more kindness than I've received from my own wife, and for that, I'm deeply grateful. It's amazing how the kindness of strangers can make such a difference during tough times. Right now, I'm preparing myself for even more difficult conversations ahead. I still need to break the news about my illness to my parents and other family members. As much as I'm still sad about everything I'm going through, I've started to accept that this is something I have to face. I wish I had more time to make things right and experience more of life, but I can't change what's happening. It is what it is, and I'm trying to come to terms with that. If there's one thing I hope people can take away from my experience, it's this. Please don't take your health for granted. Go for regular checkups no matter how busy or healthy you feel. Catching things early can make all the difference. And I hope none of you ever have to face what I'm going through. Update D. This week, I finally gathered the courage to sit down with my family and share the news about my diagnosis. As I've mentioned before, I was holding off until my divorce was finalized because I didn't want to add more stress or confusion to an already tough situation. Now that everything with the divorce is settled, I felt it was the right time to be honest with everyone about my cancer. To put it simply, my parents, other relatives, and close friends are heartbroken after I told them. They are shocked and deeply saddened because they know I am still struggling with the pain of my ex's affair and the divorce. Hearing about my cancer is like another heavy blow they didn't see coming. Since then, my relatives have been visiting me often whenever they can, so they can spend more time with me. All of them are doing their best to support me during this incredibly challenging time. Even my ex-wife's family has reached out to me, which I wasn't expecting. They hadn't really been in touch during the divorce, but once they found out about my cancer, I am guessing through other people, things changed. My ex-mother-in-law was deeply emotional when she called me. She informed me how her daughter has now moved in with her affair partner about 6 weeks after our divorce. Apparently, his wife has also kicked the guy out. Anyways, my ex-MIL was crying and apologizing for how badly her daughter has treated me, expressing how disgusted she and her husband are by the way my ex left me. She told me how guilty she and her husband felt about what my ex-wife had done to me. But at the time, they didn't have the courage to ask for my forgiveness. While it was a bittersweet moment, because on the one hand, I felt supported, but on the other hand, it's hard to hear that kind of apology after everything that's happened. I wish they had reached out to me and told me all this during our divorce rather than right now when they have found out that I am dying. My in-laws have started sending me a care package every other day, which I guess is a nice gesture, though it doesn't undo the past. Of course, after my in-laws found out, it didn't take long for my ex-wife to hear about it. She tried calling me, but I didn't answer. Honestly, I don't want to talk to her anymore. There's nothing left to say. I'm sure she's feeling guilty, and I know she'll try to put that guilt onto me, but I just don't want to engage in that. Eventually, she left me a voicemail where she said she was sorry for what I'm going through, and she feels bad that she left me alone while I was dying. She then went on to say that if she had known about my diagnosis, she never would have moved on from our marriage. It almost felt like she was blaming me for not telling her about my cancer sooner. She mentioned how she's been getting more and more criticism from everyone for leaving me since I am a dying man, and implied that it was somehow my fault for not sharing that information with her sooner, and how I shouldn't have thrown her under the bus without at least a heads up. Throughout her message, she hasn't even once apologized, or even asked how I was doing. That woman is a narcissist through and through. I didn't even bother replying to her anything, and I simply blocked her after that. At this point, my ex can think whatever she wants. I don't owe her any explanations or anything else. This whole situation has been exhausting, and I've decided I need to focus on myself now. This might be my last update. I hope you all have a great rest of the year, and that things are brighter for everyone. Thanks for being here, and for your support. Update E. I really thought that I wouldn't have anything else to update, but it turns out that my ex-wife just can't leave me alone, even though I am literally dying. After I blocked her yesterday, I actually had a moment of peace, but that little bit of calm didn't last. Today, she showed up at my house out of the blue, completely uninvited. She didn't just stop by quietly either. No, she was ringing my doorbell over and over again, like she was trying to wear it out. I was so drained I could barely lift my head off the pillow. But her relentless doorbell marathon made it impossible to just stay in bed and ignore her. So, I dragged myself to the door, my patience hanging by a thread, and I opened it just to tell her off. I yelled at her, told her to leave me the hell alone. But instead of backing off, she yelled right back, saying she'd come over because she was worried something had happened to me. According to her, she was there to make sure I was still alive since I hadn't responded to her messages. I couldn't help but scoff, like, are you kidding me? I told her straight up that whether I was alive or not was none of her business anymore. I even explained the reason she hadn't heard from me. I had blocked her. She looked genuinely shocked, like the idea of me blocking her was the most outrageous thing she'd ever heard. Then she started demanding to know how I could possibly do that to her, as if I owed her some kind of explanation for protecting my own peace. She then launched into this full-on rant about how she's been struggling mentally ever since she found out about my diagnosis. She said she hasn't been able to sleep peacefully because she's been racked with guilt for leaving me on my own. Then of course, she made it all about her, saying how her friends and family were blaming her for the situation. Apparently they've been calling her out, saying that on top of being a cheater, she's now the woman who abandoned a dying man. And somehow, in her mind, all of this was my fault. She actually had the audacity to ask if I would perhaps talk to her parents and some of her friends just to clear things up. She wanted me to tell them that I didn't want to stay in the marriage either, so the divorce wasn't entirely her fault. Can you believe that? She expected me, the person she betrayed and left behind, to go out of my way to make her life easier. I just stared at her, completely dumbfounded. I straight up asked her if she'd lost her mind. Like, how could she even think I'd be willing to do something so ridiculous? I told her people could believe whatever they wanted about her, and honestly, they weren't wrong. She cheated. She left. And now she was facing the consequences of her own choices. That wasn't my problem anymore. But she didn't give up. She kept pleading and arguing, desperate for me to agree to her request. That's when I finally snapped. I told her that if she didn't leave my property immediately, I was going to call the cops. I was done with her nonsense. I even went so far as to threaten her with a social media post saying I'd expose how she was harassing me at my own home for no reason. That finally shut her up. She didn't say another word after that and thankfully left without causing any more of a scene. It was such a relief to see her go, but honestly, I was completely drained after the whole ordeal. I don't know how she even has the nerve to act like this, but at least now she knows I'm not going to put up with it. At my 32nd birthday dinner, my sister said, "I'm pregnant, your husband's the father." I toasted calmly, then exposed his infertility and destroyed them both. They say revenge is a dish best served cold. But let me tell you, when you've been betrayed by everyone you love, watching their world burn while you stand perfectly calm, that, my friends, is a symphony of pure, unadulterated satisfaction. This is the story of how I orchestrated that symphony. It was supposed to be my 32nd birthday, a glittering celebration at the exclusive LeBlanc restaurant. I sat at the head of the table, surrounded by the people I foolishly believed were my closest allies. Crystal champagne flutes clink-ticked, sparkling like 1,000 tiny stars, mirroring the fake joy in the air. My husband, Graham, his hand resting possessively on my shoulder, raised his glass. "To my beautiful wife," he purred, his voice dripping with that charming cadence that once made my knees weak. "Happy birthday, darling." Beside me, my sister Madison fidgeted with her water glass. She hadn't touched her champagne. It was a detail I might have missed if I hadn't already known the bombshell she was about to drop. Just as everyone was about to drink, Madison cleared her throat. "Actually," she interrupted, "I have an announcement to make." My mother Patricia beamed, annoying, almost triumphant smile already gracing her lips. Of course she knew. My mother always knew everything about Madison first. "I'm pregnant." Madison's voice rang out, a bell of false triumph in the private dining room. The stunned silence lasted exactly 2 agonizing seconds. Then she delivered the final crushing blow. "And Graham is the father." I felt Graham's hand tighten on my shoulder, not in guilt, but in anticipation. They all expected hysterics, tears, maybe even a dramatic scene. The restaurant staff hovered nervously, ready to intervene. But I just took a slow, deliberate sip of my champagne. "That's interesting," I said, my voice steady, almost a whisper. "Very interesting indeed, Claire." my mother began, her tone already sharp, that familiar scolding edge she'd perfected over the years. Don't make a scene. I smiled, a slow chilling smile, and reached for my purse. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, Mother. In fact, I have my own announcement to make. I pulled out a cream-colored envelope, crisp and official. You see, I've been wondering why Graham, and I couldn't conceive for the past 4 years. Madison's triumphant smirk faltered just a fraction. Graham's hand dropped from my shoulder. Claire, this isn't the time, he hissed, a clear warning in his eyes. Actually, I said, unfolding a medical report with meticulous precision. It's the perfect time. My gaze locked with Madison's. Because according to Dr. Caroline Hayes at the fertility clinic, my dear husband has what they call aospermia, 0 sperm count. I leaned in, my voice dropping. In layman's terms, he's completely infertile. The sound of Evelyn's fork clattering against her plate echoed through the suddenly silent room. Madison's face drained of color so fast I thought she might actually faint. That's impossible, she stammered, her voice thin. The test must be wrong. That's what I thought too, I said, pulling out a second envelope. So, I had him tested again. Different clinic, different doctor, same result. I smiled sweetly at Graham, who was now utterly motionless beside me, a statue of shock. Would you like to see the dates, darling? Both tests were from 6 weeks earlier. You had me tested without my knowledge. Graham's voice shook, not with fear, but with pure incandescent rage. Oh, like you've been so honest with me. I turned to face him fully. 4 years of trying. 4 years of you telling me maybe I was the problem. 4 years of watching you comfort my sister through her tough times while I cried myself to sleep. Patricia stood up abruptly. This is absolutely inappropriate. No, Mother, I countered, my voice rising for the first time, tinged with a delicious bitterness. What's inappropriate is your precious Madison sleeping with my husband, and then trying to pass off someone else's baby as his. I rose, gathering my purse, my dignity perfectly intact. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to walk out of here with my head held high. And you too. I looked between Madison and Graham, their faces a mask of horror. Can figure out how to explain to everyone why you lied. That test. Graham grabbed my arm as I turned to leave. It was wrong, wasn't it? I leaned in close. So close I could smell his cologne. The same cologne I'd smelled on Madison's jacket 6 weeks earlier. Oh no, darling, I whispered, pulling my arm free. I double-checked twice, and I have so much more proof where that came from. As I walked toward the door, Madison's voice cracked behind me, raw with desperation. Claire. Wait. I can explain. I paused at the doorway, turning back one last time. Save your explanation for your baby's real father, Madison. I'm sure he'd love to hear it. The last thing I saw as I left was Evelyn pulling out her phone. No doubt she was already dialing everyone in her considerable social network. By morning, everyone would know. And that was exactly what I wanted, because revenge isn't just about exposing lies. It's about watching them scramble to piece together a truth they can't possibly explain. And I was just getting started. The real story, the one they never saw coming, began 8 weeks earlier. I was in my home office when the first real undeniable evidence landed in my lap. Not the subtle signs I'd been ignoring for months, the lingering hugs, the inside jokes, the way Madison's visits always coincided with Graham's work-from-home days. No, this was an actual email accidentally left open on our shared iPad. We need to be more careful, Madison had written. Claire is getting suspicious. A not Claire, not sister, just like I was some obstacle to be managed. I stared at those words until they burned into my retinas, igniting a cold, quiet fury. The next morning, I called Sam. I need you to meet me for coffee, I said, and I need you to not ask questions until we're face to face. 25 minutes later, we were in a corner booth at Café Luna, far from prying ears. Show me again, Sam said, squinting at the email on my phone. This could mean anything, right? Look at the timestamp, I replied, my voice flat. 2:18 a.m. Why is my sister emailing my husband at midnight? Sam's face hardened. What are you going to do first? I said, stirring my untouched coffee. I'm going to visit Dr. Caroline Hayes. Remember how Graham insisted on handling all the fertility appointments? How he always came back with vague explanations about keeping trying? You think he was lying about the results? I think I'm done letting other people tell me what's true. Dr. Caroline Hayes's office was exactly as I remembered it. Sterile, professional, with a faint antiseptic odor. The receptionist recognized me immediately. Mrs. Harrington, we have not seen you in months. I need copies of all of our test results, I told, my voice firm. Everything you have on file for me and my husband. She paused. Typically, Mr. Harrington handles all paperwork. I am aware, I smiled, channeling Madison's sweet manipulation. But as his wife and patient, I have a legal right to see our medical records, unless there is a reason I shouldn't. 20 minutes later, I sat in my car, hands trembling as I read through the documents. My results were, and had always been, normal. But at Graham's, there were no results, tests, or anything. He never took them. I told Sam later in the day. He tried for 4 years and was never tested. Sam whispered, "That bastard?" "But why?" "Control," I stated simply. As long as we tried, he had an explanation for everything. My depression is only treated with hormones, my suspicions, baby stress, my isolation, and doctor's orders to reduce stress. I took out my planner, which Graham always teased me about. So I scheduled an appointment, told him it was a romantic dinner, and served him champagne laced with sleeping pills. Sam's eyes widened. "Claire, do not worry," I reassured her. "A perfectly safe dose, just enough to put him to sleep while the clinic ran tests." That's when I received the first results. The second test used the same method but was performed at a different clinic. I needed to be certain. I closed my planner. But that's not the most interesting part. I saw Madison 3 months ago at the same fertility clinic. She was leaving just as I arrived to get the second test results. Sam leaned in, captivated. "Do you think she's really pregnant?" "Oh, I know she is. She's been avoiding wine at family dinners, citing antibiotics." I pulled out my phone and showed Sam a series of photos. She's also been meeting someone, but not Graham. Madison was photographed outside a cafe before getting into a car. The driver's face was clear in a single shot, a strikingly handsome man with dark hair. Tyler is her ex from college. I found him through social media. They've been liking each other's posts for several months, so the baby may not be Graham's at all. She's probably using their affair to trap him. Make him leave me. I laughed. A bitter, unfunny sound. The irony is that she is unaware that he is incapable of fathering children. He's also been lying to her. Sam reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "What is your plan?" I took out an invitation, cream-colored and elegant. "My birthday dinner. I'll let them make their grand announcement. Let them believe they have won." My voice was steady and cold, and I was going to destroy everything they thought they knew. "Claire," Sam spoke softly. "This isn't just vengeance. This is nuclear." I met her eyes. "They didn't simply betray me, Sam. They made me question my sanity, worth, and ability to be a mother." I put the invitation back in my bag. "I don't just want vengeance, I want consequences, destruction, and accountability." And then I smiled, remembering the apartment I'd already leased, the lawyer I'd contacted, and the mountain of evidence I'd gathered. After that, I plan to create a life so good that they will choke on the ashes of what they have lost. By the way, if you're as hooked as I hope you are, don't forget to click the subscribe button. You won't want to miss the other crazy, unbelievable stories I have in store. The restaurant descended into chaos after I left. I could hear Madison's shrill voice through the glass doors. "She is lying. She must be lying." I got halfway to my car before Evelyn caught up with me, her heels clicking quickly on the pavement. "Claire, please wait." She gripped my elbow, her voice low. Madison always seemed off to me, the way she'd hang out at Graham's office parties, touching his arm and laughing too loudly at his jokes. "Did you know?" I suspected, but I did not want to see it. Evelyn looked back at the restaurant. "What are you planning to do now?" "Now I'm going home to pack my bag." When I pulled into our driveway, Graham's car was already waiting. I found him pacing around the kitchen, phone in hand. "Where have you been? I have called you 8 times. I walked past him into the bedroom, pulling out the suitcase I'd hidden in the back of my closet weeks before. "Claire, stop. We need to discuss this. That test must contain an error. We can seek another opinion." 4 years, I said, not looking at him while packing. 4 years of watching me blame myself, take medications, and attend therapy while you slept with my sister. It wasn't like that then. What was it like? I finally turned to face him, my gaze hard. Explain to me, Graham. Explain how you could watch me cry every month when my period arrived, knowing you couldn't get me pregnant, even if you tried. His phone vibrated. Madison's face flashed across the screen. You should answer that, I said, zipping up my suitcase. Your girlfriend seems to need you. Where are you going? Away from you. My phone vibrated while I drove. Madison had sent several frantic messages. We have to stick to our story. She's not telling the truth. Please answer me. You are ruining everything. I turned off the phone and drove to Sam's house. She was waiting on her porch, holding a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Evelyn called, she told me as I sat down. Madison apparently had a complete meltdown after your departure. You started screaming about how jealous you have always been of her. I took a large sip of wine. Remember 3 months ago when I mentioned seeing Madison at the fertility clinic? Yes, I did more than simply see her. I took out my phone and opened a photograph. I followed her indoors. Madison was talking to a nurse, her hand resting on her still flat stomach. She was there for a prenatal appointment, I explained. But get this. She used her old insurance card from when she was still with Tyler. Sam's eyes widened. Her ex? She has been secretly meeting with her ex for coffee. I showed her another photograph. Madison and Tyler stand outside a cafe, his hand on her lower back. I found his profile. He's been sharing cryptic posts about second chances and unexpected blessings. Sam took a deep breath and grabbed her laptop. Allow me to look him up. While she typed, my phone lit up with Evelyn's text message. Graham is telling everyone that you're having a mental breakdown. Madison is backing him up. We found him. Sam turned the screen toward me. Check out his social media. There it was. A hidden folder in Tyler's profile. Photos of him and Madison from various dates in the last few months. Carefully untagged but not deleted. Sam pointed out the timestamps. These are from right around the time she would have become pregnant. My phone vibrated again. This time it was my mother. Claire, she said as I responded, her voice tight with rage. What you did tonight was unforgivable. What did I do? What about what Madison did? She's your sister, and she's currently carrying your husband's child. I interrupted her with a bitter laugh. No, mother. She's carrying someone else's child and passing it off as Graham's. But don't worry, I'm confident it won't affect her status as your perfect daughter. You've always been jealous of her. No, I replied quietly. I've always been your scapegoat, but no longer. I hung up as Sam discovered something else. Tyler left a comment on one of Madison's photos from a holiday party 5 months ago. Claire, I had the best night of my life. Sam spoke slowly. You should talk to him. I nodded, mentally composing an email. Oh, I intend to, but first I must make a few calls, beginning with Graham's company. What are you planning to tell them? I smiled, recalling the financial documents I found while looking for evidence of the affair. The truth is that their VP of Finance has falsified reports, and that's only the beginning. Because revenge is more than just exposing lies. It is about pulling every thread until the entire tapestry unravels. I met Tyler in a quiet coffee shop downtown, far from my usual haunts. He was already there, fidgeting with a paper cup, looking exactly like his photos, handsome in that boy-next-door style Madison had always preferred. Thank you for meeting me, I said, sliding into the seat across from him. I am Claire, Madison's sister. He refused to meet my gaze. Look, I don't know what this is about. I believe you understand exactly what this is about. I placed my phone on the table, screen up, and displayed a photo of him and Madison outside the fertility clinic. 5 months ago there was a holiday party at the Grand Ring. Ring any bells? His face turned pale. She claimed she was single. Of course she did. I took a sip of my coffee. Tyler, she's pregnant. She's attempting to pass it off as my husband's baby. He knocked over his cup, spilling coffee across the table. She is what? Pregnant. I would say they are about 5 months along. Interesting timing. Would you agree? Tyler grabbed napkins and wiped up the spill with shaky hands. We use protection. She said she was using birth control. Madison has always been creative with the truth, I explained, pulling out a document. I need you to sign this. What is it? Consent to a paternity test, just in case. He stared at the paper for a long time. If I sign this, Madison will know I spoke with you. Madison is already about to lose everything, I said quietly. The question is, Do you want to know the truth? He signed. Meanwhile, across town, Graham's carefully built world was collapsing. His assistant sent me an email chain. His colleagues avoided him. His boss was reconsidering his position, and the board convened an emergency meeting. I'd sent them an anonymous tip about the fake reports, along with copies of his fertility tests, and a carefully worded recommendation about trustworthiness. My phone vibrated with a text from Sam. Madison just showed up at your mother's house. Complete waterworks. I drove there and parked across the street. Madison was sobbing on the couch with my mother Patricia patting her hand as I watched from the living room window. The ideal victim, as always. I walked inside without knocking. How dare you? Madison jumped up, mascara streaking her cheeks. You're trying to ruin my life. You ruined your own life, I explained calmly. I'm simply exposing the truth. Truth. My mom stood up. The truth is, you're attempting to harm your sister because you can't keep your husband happy. Really, Mother? What's your take on this? I somehow coerced Madison into sleeping with my husband. Patricia spat. You've always been so cold. You're so focused on your career. What were you expecting? I laughed, the sound was sharp and bitter. I expected my sister to not be I expected my husband not to lie. I expected my mother to have a spine. Madison screamed, Get out. Get out of my home. Your house? I raised an eyebrow. You mean the house Graham bought for his mother with money he embezzled from his company? What about that house? Both of their faces lost their color. What exactly are you talking about? Patricia whispered. Oh, you didn't know. Graham has been cooking the books for years, using company money to fund his side projects, including this house. I grinned. The board is currently meeting to discuss it. My phone was pinging. I received an email from the testing facility. The paternity result was confirmed. Tyler Bennett. Perfect timing, I said as I opened the attachment. Would you like to know who actually got you pregnant, Madison? She lunged for my phone, but I kept it out of reach. Do not worry. Everyone will learn soon enough. Tyler will undoubtedly be overjoyed to learn that he will soon become a father. You. Madison swung at me, but I moved back. You are lying. Like you lied about the baby being Graham's. Like you lied about being on birth control with Tyler. As if you've been lying your whole life. Patricia grabbed my arm. Stop this. Stop right now. I pulled away. No, Mother. I am done stopping. I'm done being quiet. I've had enough of Madison destroying everything she touches while you clean up her messes. Madison's voice shook as she said, I will deny it. Nobody will believe you. They already do. I approached the door and paused in the doorway. Graham's company just called. They are freezing all of his assets, including this house. You may want to start packing. As I walked to my car, I could hear Madison scream through the open window. However, for the first time in my life, they did not make me feel guilty. They made me feel free. The family brunch was my idea. I sent a group text suggesting that we all meet to discuss things civilly. Sam thought I was crazy, but she didn't notice my smile when everyone agreed. I chose the country club because it was neutral territory and had plenty of witnesses. More, it featured an excellent audiovisual system for presentations. Madison arrived first, dressed in a flowing dress that highlighted her small baby bump. She had clearly been crying, but her chin was up in defiance. I'm only here because Mom insisted, she explained, sliding into her seat. Of course you are. I smiled as I watched the others enter. My mother Patricia, Evelyn, Graham, and a few extended family members had heard about the drama. Claire and Graham started. Can we speak privately first? Oh no, darling. I will say everything in front of everyone. When everyone was seated, I stood up and smoothed my dress. I'd like to apologize for my behavior during my birthday dinner. Madison's face lit up with satisfaction. My mother nodded in approval. I should not have revealed your lies so quickly, I continued. I should have been more thorough. Before anyone could respond, I took out a remote and clicked it. The club's large television screen came to life. What's this? Madison demanded. I said with a chilling calm in my voice. These are the paternity test results I received yesterday. The document appeared on screen, emphasizing the match between Tyler and Madison's unborn child. Congratulations, sister. Tyler is going to be a dad. The room erupted. Madison jumped up and knocked over her water glass. You cannot do this. I already did. I clicked again. Madison and Tyler's photos appeared. Their secret meetings, fertility clinic visits, and holiday celebration. Do you remember Tyler, Graham? Madison's ex, whom she was sleeping with while attempting to trap you. Graham stood up so quickly that his chair fell backward. You said he was out of the picture. She tells everyone what they want to hear, I explained calmly. Just as you had told me I was the reason we couldn't have children. Claire, please stop this immediately. My mother's voice shook with rage. Why? Because it is embarrassing. Because it shatters your idealized image of your perfect daughter. I clicked again. Bank statements appeared on screen. Speaking of ruined images, let's discuss how Graham paid for your house, Mother. Patricia turned pale. What? Company funds? I explained, embezzled. Of course, along with the money he's been sending Madison for her pregnancy expenses. I suppose sleeping with two men at once can be expensive. Importantly, Madison lunged at me, but Evelyn grabbed her arm. Do not, Evelyn warned. You have done enough damage. Me, Madison screamed. She is the one destroying everything. No, Madison. You ruined everything the moment you believed you could take what was mine. I turned to Graham. By the way, your company's legal team would like to meet with me tomorrow. Something about being a material witness. Graham slumped into his chair, head in his hands. His carefully constructed world came crashing down around him. You've lost your mind, my mother said, her voice wavering and uncertain. Actually, I replied, a small, triumphant smile spreading across my lips. I finally found it. I clicked one final time. A video started playing. Madison and Graham are in his office, planning how to tell me about the pregnancy and how to break me. How did you get that? Graham demanded, his eyes widening in fear. You really should change your email password, darling, I advised. I'm gathering my purse and checking your office for recording devices. Oh, and Madison, Tyler's lawyer will contact you. Something about fraud and emotional damage. I will deny everything, she hissed. With what proof? The paternity test is legally binding. The financial records are clear. This video speaks for itself. I shrugged, but please try to deny this. I'm sure the media would like to hear your perspective. What about the media? Madison's voice cracked, filled with dawning horror. Did I forget to mention that Evelyn has been live streaming the entire conversation on social media? I motioned to Evelyn, who held up her phone, still recording. Say hello to your followers, Madison. Madison's face crumpled as she watched the comments pour in. You thought you enjoyed being center stage? I spoke softly. How does the spotlight feel right now? My phone vibrated. Graham's company called again. I responded on speaker. Hello, Mrs. Harrington. This is Michael Carter from legal. We need to talk about some irregularities in your husband's financial documents. Of course, I said, watching Graham's face lose color. I will bring everything I have to our meeting tomorrow. I hung up and faced my shattered family for the last time. I would love to stay and talk, but I have a meeting with my lawyer. Divorce papers do not file themselves. As I walked out, I could hear Madison's raw sobs, my mother's desperate attempts to console her, and Evelyn's quiet voice still narrating to her followers. But I did not look back. I did not need to. The truth finally came out, and it was more devastating than any lie they could have told. My mother arrived at my temporary apartment the next day, uninvited and unannounced. She appeared older than I'd ever seen her, as if the weight of scandal had accelerated her age. We need to talk about what you've done, she insisted, pushing past me into the living room. What have I done? I quietly closed the door. Not what Madison did. Not what Graham did. I always feared you'd inherit your father's coldness. She sat down, smoothing her skirt with trembling fingers. This calculated revenge is exactly what he would have done. Don't compare me to him. I remained standing. He abandoned us. I am protecting myself by destroying your sister's life and your husband's career. They destroyed themselves. I just exposed the truth. My phone buzzed, Sam texting that she'd found something else. Before I could read it, my mother spoke again. Madison is devastated. She can barely eat, barely sleep. Like I did for 4 years. I cut her off while she was sleeping with my husband, while you were helping her hide it. Patricia's face went white. I never saw it. Evelyn told me everything. The girls' lunches, where you helped Madison plan how to tell me, the money you helped her hide. I pulled out my phone, showing her the transfer records. Did you think I wouldn't find out? I was trying to protect the family. No, you were protecting Madison, like always. I sat across from her. Tell me something, Mother. When did you stop loving me? Don't be dramatic. Was it when Dad left? When I refused to play the perfect daughter role? Or was it when I started succeeding without your help? The silence stretched between us until Sam burst through the door, waving papers. Claire, you need to see this. Oh. She stopped short at the sight of my mother. Sorry, I didn't know. It's fine, I said. What did you find? Sam glanced at Patricia before continuing. Graham took out a loan in your name. $65,000 transferred to Madison's account 4 months ago. My mother's sharp intake of breath confirmed what I'd suspected. You knew about this too, didn't you? Madison needed help, Patricia whispered. The fertility treatments, the prenatal care. The fertility treatments she didn't need because she was already pregnant by someone else. I laughed bitterly. Or the prenatal care she charged to Tyler's insurance. Sam handed me the loan documents. There's more. The bank is investigating fraud. They froze all joint accounts. Good. I turned to my mother. You should probably warn Madison. Her credit cards might stop working soon. Patricia stood up, swaying slightly. You're going to regret this vindictiveness. No, Mother. I regret the years I spent trying to please you. I regret believing Madison could change. I regret trusting Graham. I opened the door, a cold finality in my voice. But this I'll never regret. After she left, Sam poured us both a glass of wine. You okay? I stared at the loan documents, feeling the weight of years of deception. No, but I will be. My phone rang. Jonathan Jack Mercer, my lawyer. Claire, we need to meet now. 45 minutes later I sat in his office, listening as he laid out the full extent of Graham's financial fraud. It's worse than we thought, Jack said, spreading documents across his desk. He's been embezzling for years, using company funds for personal expenses, falsifying reports, and the loan he took out in your name. We can prove fraud. Your signature was forged. He leaned back. The company wants to press charges. They're asking for your cooperation. I thought about Graham's smug face every time he dismissed my concerns. About Madison's triumphant smile at my birthday dinner, about my mother's constant defense of their betrayal. What do you need from me? Everything. Emails, texts, financial records. Jack smiled grimly. They want to make an example of him. Good. I pulled out a USB drive because I have everything. That night, alone in my apartment, I finally broke down. Not over losing Graham. That pain had dulled to nothing more than wounded pride. Not over Madison's betrayal. I'd always known she was capable of it. No. I cried for the years I'd wasted trying to be the perfect daughter, wife, sister. For the family I thought I had. For the life I'd built on lies. My phone lit up with a text from Sam. Turn on the news. There it was. Graham's company announcing an internal investigation into financial fraud. Madison's social media accounts going dark after a flood of negative comments. My mother's country club membership being reviewed due to recent events. The carefully constructed facade was crumbling, and beneath it lay the ugly truth. They had all chosen their roles in this drama. Now they had to face the consequences of their performance. The security alarm woke me at 2:40 a.m. I was already reaching for my phone when I heard glass breaking downstairs. Claire, Graham's voice slurred, angry. I know you're here. I pressed the emergency button on my phone, which Jack insisted I install after filing the restraining order. Then I called Sam. He's here, I whispered. Police are on their way, she stated. Do not engage. Stay in your room. However, Graham was already stumbling up the stairs, his steps heavy and uneven. You ruined everything, he exclaimed. My job, my reputation, and your ability to steal money, I replied, reaching for the baseball bat I'd started keeping by my bed. Your chance to play happy families with my sister. He appeared at my doorway, disheveled and smelling of alcohol. You think you're so clever, he sneered. But you are just a cold, bitter woman who couldn't make her husband happy. And you're a pathetic thief who can't keep it in his pants. I held the bat ready. Leave before the police arrive. He lunged forward, but his reflexes had slowed due to years of drinking. I dodged easily, bringing the bat down on his knee. He howled in agony, crumpling to the ground just as police sirens blared outside. You violated the restraining order, I said calmly, watching him rise. That will look great in court. Moments later, the police arrived with their weapons drawn. Graham was still cursing as they handcuffed him and read him his rights, despite his drunken protests. I pointed to my security cameras and told the officers that they should add breaking and entering to the charges. I have everything on video. The next morning, Sam arrived with coffee and news. Madison's influencer status is plummeting. She has lost nearly 2/3 of her followers overnight. Scrolling through the headlines, I said, "How tragic." Madison Pierce, the maternity queen who was exposed in a family scandal, was popular. She's been attempting damage control, Sam continued, claiming that everything was a misunderstanding, and that you are mentally unstable. Is this why she has been hiding from Tyler's lawyers? I showed her an email from Jack. They're bringing a civil lawsuit. Apparently lying about paternity for financial gain is frowned on. My phone vibrated. Evelyn sent a text. Madison had just tried to get into the country club. They revoked her membership. She had a meltdown in the lobby. Sam said dryly, "Your sister has always enjoyed having an audience." Speaking of audiences, I visited a local news website. Graham's arrest made front-page news, along with his mugshot and details about the financial investigation. Have you heard from your mom? She has been calling non-stop. I showed her my blocked call list. Probably wants me to drop the charges against Graham. Save your family name. Some family. I decided to end this chapter where it began. At the cafe where Madison first met Tyler. She was already there when I arrived, looking smaller, her designer clothes replaced by plain maternity wear. "Come to gloat?" she asked as I sat down. "No, I've come to give you this." I gave her a gift bag. She carefully opened it, taking out a pacifier wrapped in newspaper clippings about her scandal. Her face wrinkled. "Why are you doing this to me?" "Because you need to comprehend something, Madison." I leaned forwards. "This isn't about vengeance anymore. It's about the consequences. Every decision you made, every lie you told, led to this point. I never intended." "Yes, you did. You intended to steal my husband. You intended to pass off another man's child as his. You intended to destroy my life." I stood up. "But here's the thing with destruction, Madison. Sometimes it recovers." "I hate you," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. "No. You hate yourself. And that's no longer my problem." I dropped a manila envelope on the table. "Tyler's lawyers asked me to give you this. They want full custody once the baby is born." Her sobs followed me out of the cafe, but I didn't turn back. I didn't have to see her pain to believe it was genuine. My phone buzzed one more time. A message from Jack. "Graham pleads guilty to all charges. The company wishes to settle. High 6 figures." I smiled, thinking of the new life that awaited me, the freedom I'd fought for, and the peace I'd finally found. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't simply revealing the truth. It's letting karma do its job while you walk away unscathed. The moving truck drove away from my new apartment, leaving me alone in a space that was finally all mine. Sunlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, warming the wood floors. There are no traces of Graham or echoes of Madison. Only peace. My phone rang, and Sam arrived with housewarming wine. "This place is beautiful," she said, taking in the city view. "How does it feel?" "Like freedom." I uncorked the bottle. "Have you seen the news about Graham's sentencing? Given what he stole, 7 years seems like a short time. The money was not the point." I gave her a glass. It was the lies, the manipulation, and the way he made me question myself for years. Speaking of manipulation, Sam took out her phone. "Madison had the baby yesterday." "I understand." "Tyler's attorney called me." I grinned. The DNA test was completed immediately. He is requesting full custody due to her unstable behavior and history of fraud. Your mother must be thrilled. I wouldn't know. I haven't spoken to her since she attempted to bribe me to drop the charges against Graham. I sat on my new couch and ran my hand over the soft fabric. She chose her side. She can now live with it. The doorbell rang. Evelyn arrived with a plant and a thick envelope. She handed me the envelope saying, "I thought you might be interested in seeing this." Graham's sister mailed it. She found them while cleaning out his office. Inside, there were photos of me and Graham from happier times, family gatherings and holidays. At the bottom was a letter from Madison to Graham, dated 4 years before. "She's overly focused on her career. Too cold. You deserve better." We deserved better. They'd been planning this for years, I said quietly, the realization sinking deep into my chest. "And now they have nothing," Evelyn replied. "Graham is in prison. Madison lost her baby to Tyler. Your mother's home is being seized as part of the settlement." Sam was amused by Karma's skill as an architect. My phone lit up with a text from Jack. "The settlement check has cleared. You are officially a very wealthy woman." "What are you going to do with it?" Evelyn asked. "Already finished." I showed them my laptop screen and a confirmation email for a significant donation to a fertility support organization. They assist women who have been manipulated or abused during fertility treatments. Sam spoke softly, transforming something ugly into something beautiful. "That's the thing about vengeance," I explained. "It is not about destroying others. It is about rebuilding yourself." The doorbell rang again. This time it was a delivery, a large package from the fertility clinic where I first learned about Graham's lies. There was a letter inside. "Dear Miss Harrington, we were moved by your story and donation. We would like to offer you our services for free whenever you are ready to start your own family on your own terms." "Are you going to?" Sam asked. "Maybe," I said as I walked to the windows and watched the sunset paint the city gold. "But not because I need a baby to be whole. Not because people expect it. Only if and when I decide." Behind me, Sam and Evelyn discussed dinner plans, their voices warm and genuine. Genuine friendship, not the phony support my family had provided. My phone buzzed one more time. Madison called from an unknown number. I declined and blocked the call. Do you know what I learned from all this? I turned back to face my friends. They expected me to collapse, break down, and crave their version of love so much that I would forgive anything. "But you didn't," Sam explained. "No. Instead, I built a balcony to watch them fall. I raised the glass. To karma." They echoed karma. Later that night, alone in my new home, I discovered one final photograph at the bottom of the envelope. As a child, I smiled fearlessly at the camera. Before Madison's manipulation, Graham's lies, and my mother's conditional love. I pinned it to my mirror as a reminder of what I had found, rather than what I had lost. My strength, worth, and voice. Because watching your enemies fall isn't always the best way to exact revenge. It has risen so far above them that they are now only a cautionary tale in your success story. I took one last look at the city lights before closing the curtains. Tomorrow would present new challenges, opportunities, and chapters. But tonight, in this space I'd created out of their devastation, I felt completely at peace. 15. My dad locked me outside in a 16-degree Fahrenheit blizzard with a sleeping bag, so my pregnant sister could take my room. The judge later sent him to prison. The temperature had dropped to 16 degrees when my father opened the back door and told me to go outside. Snow fell in thick sheets, blanketing our neighborhood in white silence. I stood in the kitchen in my school uniform, unable to process what he had just said. "You heard me, Haley. Your sister requires proper rest. The basement room is not appropriate for a pregnant woman." He took the camping sleeping bag from the hall closet and shoved it into my arms. "You will be fine for one night. Develops character." My mother appeared behind him. Her face said, in that expression I'd learned, that arguing was pointless. "Don't be dramatic. It's only until we figure out better arrangements. Madison needs stability right now." Madison leaned against the doorframe to what had been my bedroom for 15 years, one hand resting on her swollen belly. She did not even look at me. At 25, my sister had always lived in a different universe than me. Her husband had left her in late November when she was 3 months pregnant, and she had returned home the second week in December. Within days, my parents began treating me as an inconvenience in my own home. The basement room they mentioned was actually a storage space with concrete floors and no heating vent. I'd spent the last 10 days shivering under 2 blankets, my breath forming clouds in the darkness. Apparently, even that was no longer acceptable. "Mom, there is a blizzard warning. They canceled school tomorrow due to the storm." My voice came out smaller than I wanted. Fresh air never hurt anyone. My father's tone indicated that the discussion was over. Now move on. We will check on you in the morning. The sleeping bag was rated for 35 degrees. I knew this because I went camping with a friend's family last summer, and her father explained the rating system. This bag wouldn't keep me safe from what was coming tonight. The wind had already begun howling, pushing the snow sideways across our yard. I grabbed my winter coat off the hook, but my father's hand gripped my shoulder. You won't need it. The sleeping bag is sufficient. I don't want you to get too comfortable out there and assume this is permanent. Terror gripped my chest. Dad, please. I could develop hypothermia. Stop exaggerating. He physically turned me toward the door. It's out now. The cold struck me like a physical blow. Wind ripped through my thin school cardigan and uniform skirt. Our backyard stretched approximately 45 feet to a wooden fence, with nothing but open space and our oak tree for shelter. Snow had already accumulated to 8 inches, and more was falling every minute. The door slammed behind me. I heard the lock click. For a few seconds, I stood on the porch, convinced that this was some twisted lesson that would end at any moment. My father would open the door, tell me I had learned my lesson about gratitude, and then let me back in. The porch light remained on, illuminating the falling snow, but the door remained closed. I walked to the oak tree, my shoes sinking into the snow with every step. Although the tree provided little wind protection, its trunk did block some of the most powerful gusts. My fingers had already begun to numb as I unrolled the sleeping bag and climbed inside, fully clothed. The cold penetrated quickly. The sleeping bag's thin synthetic filling provided little insulation against the freezing temperatures. I drew my knees to my chest, attempting to maintain body heat. Snow accumulated on the outside of the bag in minutes. Through our kitchen window, I could see my family. My mother cooked something on the stove. Madison sat at the table, thumbing through her phone. My father read the newspaper. Nobody looked outside. The scene appeared so normal, so domestic, that I briefly wondered if I had imagined the entire situation. Hours have passed. The cold grew from uncomfortable to painful to a strange numbness that scared me more than the pain itself. My teeth shattered violently, and I bit my tongue. Blood gave my mouth a coppery taste. The wind grew stronger, blowing snow directly into my face whenever I peeked out of the sleeping bag. Around 1 a.m., the porch light turned off. With the exception of Madison's bedroom light, the house felt dark. My bedroom lights. I watched her shadow move across the curtains as she sank into my bed, surrounded by my belongings, warm and safe. I must have slept at some point, but it felt more like losing consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, a weak gray light shone through the storm. The morning had arrived, but no one came outside. The snow had piled up so high around me that I had to dig my way out of my sleeping bag. My hands looked blue. I could not feel my feet at all. The back door remained locked. I knocked softly at first, and then harder. No response. Through the window I saw my mother preparing breakfast. She looked toward the door, saw me, and then turned away. The day moved painfully slowly. I huddled under the tree, my sleeping bag soaked through from the melting snow. The storm had gotten worse, not better. Wind chill had to be in the negative range. I tried to stay awake, recalling something from health class about not sleeping in extreme cold, but exhaustion kept pulling me down. Eventually, I stopped shivering. A distant part of my brain recognized this as a bad sign. My thinking had become fuzzy and disconnected. I kept having strange thoughts about lying down in the snow and truly resting. The cold didn't hurt anymore. Everything seemed distant and soft. A car door slammed into our driveway. I heard a sound but didn't have the energy to investigate. Voices came from the front of the house. My father's irritated tone and a voice I recognized but couldn't place. "Where is Haley?" The second voice broke through my fog. Uncle Raymond. My mother's younger brother, whom I had not seen in months. "She's fine inside doing homework." My father responded too quickly. Her friend's mother had called me. Haley stated that she did not attend school yesterday or today. She said she was concerned because Haley had asked to borrow a winter coat last week but wouldn't explain why. A long silence ensued. Then came rapid, purposeful footsteps. Someone tried the front door but found it locked. More footsteps move around the house's perimeter. "Haley?" Uncle Raymond's voice came from the side yard. "Haley, are you here?" I attempted to respond, but could only produce a weak sound. My lips had stopped functioning properly. He appeared around the corner of the house, his expression first confused, then horrified. Jesus Christ. He dashed toward me, almost falling in the deep snow. Haley, hi Haley, can you hear me? I nodded, or thought I did. He took out his phone with shaking hands and dialed while talking to me in a steady stream. You're fine. I got you. An ambulance is approaching. Stay with me. The back door opened. My father came out, followed by my mother. Raymond, what are you doing? She's fine. It is none of your business. Uncle Raymond's expression changed to something I had never seen before. Pure rage. You sent a child outside in a blizzard. Are you insane? She's being dramatic. We were teaching her responsibility. My mother's voice wavered. Madison requires proper care throughout her pregnancy. Madison is a grown woman. Haley is 15 years old. Uncle Raymond removed his coat and wrapped it around me. The warmth was agonizing against my frozen skin. You kept your daughter outside in 16-degree weather for 3 days during a blizzard. It wasn't 3 days. My father's defensive tone had appeared. Just last night and today, character development. Uncle Raymond kept his phone pressed to his ear. Yes, I need police and an ambulance. I found a minor who had been left outside in the storm. Symptoms of severe hypothermia. Parents are present and admit to the neglect. He rattled off our address. My mother's face had lost its color. Raymond, please hang up. We can have a reasonable discussion about this. There is nothing to discuss. You almost killed your daughter. He carefully lifted me, and I realized I could not bear my own weight. My legs refused to work. The sleeping bag has soaked through. Her lips are bluish. She is showing signs of frostbite. Sirens approached from the distance. Madison appeared at the back door, finally showing her emotions. Mom, what's going on? Your mother and father decided that their pregnant adult daughter's comfort was more important than their minor child's life. Uncle Raymond led me to the side yard, away from my parents. They're about to learn the consequences. The following hours blurred together. The paramedics wrapped me in heated blankets and inserted 4. My body's temperature had dropped to 92 degrees. The hospital staff repeatedly used terms like serious hypothermia and exposure. Police officers photographed the backyard, the soaked sleeping bag, and the storm that was still raging outside. Uncle Raymond has never left my side. He answered questions that I couldn't, told me about my parents, and explained how he found me. A detective arrived, a woman named Officer Ramirez, who asked gentle questions about how long I'd been outside, whether this had happened before, and what my living situation was. I told her everything. The basement room, the gradual removal of my belongings to make room for Madison's baby items, and how meals had become optional for me while my parents made sure Madison ate regularly. The comments about me being old enough to fend for myself, whereas Madison required family support during a difficult time. Officer Ramirez's expression hardened with each detail. She went outside to make phone calls. I watched fresh snow fall outside my hospital room window. The storm had finally peaked, dumping a record 28 inches on our region. 4 days after Uncle Raymond discovered me. I sat in his guest room in borrowed clothes, my frostbitten toes bandaged and elevated. The doctor said I was about 3 hours from death when I was discovered. My body began shutting down, prioritizing vital organs over extremities. I would lose 1 or 2 toes on my left foot. The others would recover over time. Officer Ramirez arrived mid-afternoon with news. Your parents were arrested and charged with child endangerment and criminal neglect. Your father is facing additional charges for making false statements to police. Your mother is being charged separately for her involvement in the incident. What about Madison? I picked up the blanket that was covering my legs. Your sister claims she had no idea you were outside, so she assumed you were staying with a friend. Officer Ramirez consulted her notes, as she was present in the house and had never questioned your absence. Children's Services is looking into whether she should face charges as well. At the very least, they are assessing her fitness for custody of her own child. The thought did not give me any satisfaction. I'd spent the previous 4 days processing everything that had happened, trying to figure out how my parents could have valued me so little. Uncle Raymond had told me that I would be staying with him permanently. He had already contacted a lawyer about seeking custody. Your father posted bail this morning. Officer Ramirez proceeded. He is forbidden from contacting you, and there is a protective order in place. Your mother is still in custody. Her bail hearing is tomorrow. She did not even check on me." The words came out flatly. I saw her look at me through the window before turning away. "I understand." Officer Ramirez's professional demeanor eased slightly. "I have been doing this job for 14 years. What your parents did is one of the worst cases of neglect I've seen. The blizzard conditions, your age, and the premeditation. They did not forget you were there. They decided to leave you." Uncle Raymond appeared at the doorway. "Detective, her parents' lawyer, is attempting to contact Haley. I've refused all calls." "Good. Maintain the boundary." Officer Ramirez stood. "Haley, I need to prepare you for something. This will become public." The story of a 15-year-old who was left outside during a record blizzard has already made headlines. There will be attention. The news broke that evening. My phone, which Uncle Raymond had retrieved from my parents' house along with my other belongings, was flooded with messages. Classmates who had barely spoken to me demanded more information. Adults at the school and in the neighborhood expressed shock and support. My story was picked up by national outlets after it first appeared on local news channels. The narrative centered on dramatic elements: the blizzard, the sleeping bag, my almost death from hypothermia, and Uncle Raymond's rescue. Reporters camped outside my parents' home. Madison gave one disastrous interview in which she claimed that the entire situation had been exaggerated and that families should be free to discipline their children without government intervention. That interview sealed several fates. Children's Services took immediate action to terminate her parental rights to her unborn child. The public backlash was swift and brutal. People who had previously sympathized with a pregnant woman abandoned by her husband saw her as complicit in nearly killing her younger sister. My mother's bail hearing was a media spectacle. She appeared in court looking depleted and perplexed. Her lawyer argued that she had simply made a terrible error in judgment. The prosecutor presented hospital records demonstrating my near-fatal hypothermia, police photographs of the conditions I had endured, and testimony from neighbors who had heard my parents express their intention to toughen up their younger daughter. Bail was denied. My mother wept, reaching for the gallery where my father sat. He looked away. The preliminary hearing occurred 7 weeks later. I testified via closed-circuit television from another room, answering questions about the events that led up to that evening. My voice remained steady as I described being locked outside, watching my family eat dinner through the window, and experiencing progressive numbness and confusion as hypothermia set in. Defense attorneys attempted to portray me as a troubled adolescent who had exaggerated typical parental discipline. The prosecution presented my school records: straight A's, perfect attendance until the week of the incident, and glowing teacher recommendations. They showed me my medical records, which documented the frostbite, hypothermia, and physical evidence that I was hours away from death. Uncle Raymond testified about what he discovered. My parents were casually preparing breakfast while their daughter froze outside, leaving me semi-conscious under a tree. His voice broke when he described how cold my skin had felt and how I hadn't recognized him right away. The defense argued that I could have entered at any time and that the door was not actually locked. The prosecution presented the lock that had been removed as evidence. It was a keyless deadbolt from the outside. There was no way I could have opened it from my backyard. Madison testified in her own defense and claimed ignorance. The prosecution disproved her story by presenting phone records. During those 3 days, she texted friends about how nice it was to finally have her own room and how well her parents looked after her. She posted social media updates from my bedroom, which is visible in the background. She hadn't once asked where I was. The public gallery erupted. The judge threatened to clear the courtroom. Madison left the stand in tears, with her lawyer requesting a break. During a break, the prosecutor approached Uncle Raymond and I in the waiting room. "They are going to plead, your parents and sister. The evidence is overwhelming, and they are certain they will lose at trial." "What kind of plea?" Uncle Raymond's arm rested protectively on my shoulders. "Your father is looking at 7 to 11 years, your mother, aged 5 to 9. Your sister will most likely face probation and mandatory parenting classes, but she has lost custody rights. When the baby is born, it will be placed for adoption." I processed this information without emotion. These people had been my family. They raised me, supposedly loved me, and then discarded me like garbage when I became inconvenient. The fact that they were facing consequences felt right, but it didn't make anything better. The weeks following the preliminary hearing saw some unexpected developments. My parents' case had received significant media attention, prompting other people to come forward. A former neighbor contacted the prosecutor's office with photos from 2 years ago, showing me doing yard work in freezing temperatures while Madison sat inside. My middle school guidance counselor provided documentation of conversations in which I mentioned being hungry, sleeping in cold rooms, and feeling like I didn't matter at home. Each piece of evidence provided a clearer picture. This hadn't been a single bad decision during a stressful time. The neglect had been building for years, hastening after Madison's return home. I had simply been too young, isolated, and accustomed to their treatment to recognize it as abuse. Uncle Raymond's lawyer, a sharp woman named Ms. Dalton, worked to secure permanent custody while also educating me on my rights regarding any inheritance or family assets. It turned out that my parents had established a college fund when I was born. $32,000 was intended for my education. After Madison moved in, they had withdrawn $27,000 to renovate the basement into an apartment for her and the baby. They can't do it, Ms. Dalton explained at one of our meetings. That fund was created specifically for you. We are requesting that the entire amount be restored, as well as any damages. I sat in her office still processing. They spent my college money on Madison without your permission or knowledge. Yes. She took notes on her legal pad. Given their criminal convictions, we have strong grounds for a civil lawsuit. They will most likely be ordered to repay the entire amount, plus interest and penalties. The thought of my parents owing me money seemed surreal. I did not want their money. I wished they had been different people. Parents who have valued, protected, and chosen me. But this was not reality. And Ms. Dalton was correct. I deserved to be compensated for what they had stolen. Uncle Raymond took me to physical therapy 3 times a week to treat my feet. The frostbite damage meant I'd need special orthotics for the rest of my life, and losing my toes had hampered my balance. Mr. Whitaker, the therapist, helped me rebuild strength and adapt my gait. "You're doing an excellent job," he told me during one session. "Most patients with this level of injury struggle significantly with acceptance. You're facing it head on." I did not feel brave. Most days I was angry, grieving for others and numb when neither anger nor sadness had any energy. My therapist, Dr. Naomi Chen, helped me understand that all of those emotions could coexist, that healing was not a linear process, and that taking steps backward was completely normal. School became my unexpected escape. My English teacher, Mrs. Gallagher, suggested that I join the creative writing club. Writing gave me a way to process everything without having to say it aloud. I wrote stories about survival, betrayal, and discovering family in unexpected places. Some weeks, I filled whole notebooks. My friend group has shifted dramatically. People I considered close friends before the incident turned out to be more interested in drama than genuine support. But new friendships formed with people who respected my boundaries, didn't demand details, and simply wanted to hang out and talk about normal teenage things. Riley, who sat next to me in chemistry, has become one of my closest friends. She had moved to our school district in January and only knew me as I was now, not the girl from the Blizzard story. We bonded over terrible science puns and our mutual love of mystery novels. She knew my history, as did everyone else, but she never made it the focal point of our friendship. "Want to come over on Saturday?" she inquired one afternoon in March. "My mother is making her famous lasagna, and we are having a movie marathon." The invitation caused unexpected anxiety. Going to someone else's house, meeting their family and observing their interactions. What if it hurts too much? What if seeing typical family dynamics reminded me of everything I had lost? I went anyway. Riley's house was delightfully chaotic. Her younger brothers argued about video games while her mother cooked and sang along to music. Her father told terrible jokes that everyone groaned at but secretly enjoyed. They welcomed me without fanfare, as if I had always been a part of their circle. Riley's mother mentioned during dinner that she had heard about my case on the news. My stomach clenched, bracing for probing questions or inappropriate sympathy. "That must have been extremely difficult," she stated simply. "I am glad you are safe now. Do you want more lasagna?" That was it. Acknowledgement without spectacle, compassion without intrusion. I ate 3 helpings of lasagna, laughed at Riley's dad's puns, and felt like a normal teenager for the first time in months. The civil lawsuit moved forward while the criminal case headed toward plea agreements. My parents' assets were frozen pending the outcome. The house they'd lived in for 20 years would likely be sold to pay legal fees and restitution. Madison had already been evicted from their home. She couldn't afford to maintain it, and the court refused to let her stay in a property that would be liquidated. She tried contacting me once, showing up at my school during lunch. Security intercepted her before she reached me, but I saw her from across the parking lot. She looked smaller, somehow, diminished. Her pregnancy had progressed visibly. She held a letter she'd apparently wanted to deliver personally. The school principal, Mr. Carlisle, brought me the letter afterward. You don't have to read it. I can dispose of it if you prefer. I took it, but didn't open it for 4 days. When I finally did, late at night in my room at Uncle Victor's house, the contents stunned me with their tone deafness. Madison had written about how difficult her life had become since everything happened. She mentioned losing her apartment, working at a fast food restaurant, facing judgment everywhere she went. She talked about how her advanced pregnancy made everything harder, how she couldn't believe things had escalated so far. Not once did she apologize. Not once did she acknowledge that I'd nearly died. The letter centered entirely on her suffering, her challenges, her victimhood. She ended by saying she hoped we could move past this once emotions settled down. I showed the letter to Dr. Naomi Chen during our next session. She read it carefully, her professional mask slipping briefly into obvious disgust. How does reading this make you feel? She asked, like she still doesn't understand what she did, what they all did. I twisted my hands together. She thinks this is about emotions, about drama, not about the fact that she watched them lock me outside and never questioned it. Your sister's letter demonstrates a profound lack of insight and empathy. Dr. Naomi Chen set the letter aside. She's reframed herself as the victim of circumstances rather than an active participant in your abuse. That's a defense mechanism, but it's also deeply unfair to you. I didn't respond to Madison's letter. Ms. Dalton advised against any contact that wasn't court-ordered. Uncle Raymond filed the letter with the rest of the documentation, more evidence of the family dynamics that had nearly killed me. Spring brought my 16th birthday. Uncle Raymond asked how I wanted to celebrate, if I wanted to celebrate at all. The last birthday I'd had at my parents' house had been forgotten entirely. They'd been too focused on preparing for Madison's baby to remember I'd turned 15. Something small. I suggested maybe just dinner with you and a couple friends. He organized a perfect low-key celebration. Miles came over along with 2 other friends from school. We ordered pizza, watched movies, and Uncle Raymond presented me with a cake he baked himself. It leaned slightly to one side, and the frosting was uneven, but he tried. That effort meant everything. Make a wish, Riley encouraged as I faced the candles. I closed my eyes and wished for what I'd been wishing for months. Peace. Not forgetting, not even forgiving, but peace with what had happened and who I was becoming in its aftermath. My actual birthday had passed 11 months earlier, back in March of last year. Completely forgotten by my parents. They'd been too consumed with Madison's pregnancy news and her impending return home to remember I turned 15. Uncle Raymond had made sure this birthday, my real 16th, would be different. The criminal plea agreements were finalized in April. Both my parents accepted deals rather than face trial. The prosecution had built such an overwhelming case that their lawyers advised against gambling on a jury's sympathy. During one of the final court appearances before sentencing, I saw my father's parents for the first time since the incident. My grandparents sat in the back row looking devastated. Afterward, they approached Uncle Raymond in the hallway. We didn't know, my grandmother said, tears streaming down her face. We had no idea they were treating Haley this way. If we'd known, you would have done what? Uncle Raymond's voice stayed level but firm. Your son nearly killed his daughter. Your daughter-in-law participated. You may not have known the specifics, but did you never question why Haley stopped coming to family gatherings? Why she looked thin and tired when you did see her? My grandfather cleared his throat. We thought she was going through typical teenage phases. They told us she was rebellious, difficult, and you believed them without asking me. I spoke up for the first time. I saw you at Thanksgiving. I barely had any food on my plate because they said I needed to earn seconds. You saw that and said nothing. The memory had surfaced in therapy. Thanksgiving? Just a month before the blizzard incident. I'd been allowed to attend family dinner, but subjected to humiliating restrictions. Madison had been served generous portions while I received minimal food. My grandmother had noticed my empty plate and asked if I was feeling well. I'd said I was fine because what else could I say with my parents watching? I'm very sorry. My grandmother reached for me, but I stepped back. Haley, please. You're still our granddaughter. We want to help. Where was that help when I needed it? The words came out harder than I'd intended. Where were you when I was sleeping in an unheated basement? When I was locked outside in a blizzard? You chose to believe their lies because it was easier than confronting the truth. They had no answer to that. Uncle Raymond guided me away, leaving my grandparents standing in the courthouse. I felt guilty for my harshness, then angry at myself for feeling guilty. They failed me too, in quieter but still significant ways. The formal sentencing happened in late spring. I attended, sitting in the front row beside Uncle Raymond. My parents entered in prison uniforms, looking older and grayer than I remembered. Madison sat separately, her pregnancy now obvious at 8 months. The judge's statement lasted 25 minutes, detailing the severity of the crime, the vulnerability of the victim, the callous disregard for human life. She noted that the blizzard had been forecast days in advance, meaning my parents had known exactly what conditions they were sending me into. She mentioned my age, my helplessness, the physical evidence of how close I'd come to dying. The courtroom had filled with people I'd never expected to see. Teachers from my school sat in the gallery, including Mrs. Gallagher, who'd encouraged my writing. Several neighbors testified earlier about the changes they'd noticed in how my parents treated me versus Madison. Even the paramedic who treated me that night attended, his presence a quiet reminder of how critical my condition had been. Before the judge announced the sentences, the prosecution presented their final evidence summary. They displayed photographs on a large screen, the soaked sleeping bag, the oak tree I'd huddled under, the locked deadbolt, my frost-bitten feet in the hospital. The courtroom fell silent as images of my near-death experience played out in clinical detail. The prosecutor, a stern woman named Ms. Harwood, addressed the court with controlled fury. Your Honor, this wasn't a momentary lapse in judgment. The defendants had multiple opportunities to prevent this tragedy. They made deliberate choices repeatedly over the course of 3 days. They watched their minor child suffer and made the conscious decision to continue that suffering. She pulled up text messages between my parents recovered from their phones, messages sent while I was outside freezing. My mother had texted my father. She's being dramatic as usual. A night outside will teach her gratitude. My father had responded. Good. Madison needs peace and quiet. The girl will survive one cold night. Those messages had been sent on the first night around 9:30 p.m., when my body temperature was already dropping into dangerous territory. The prosecution then showed messages from the second day. My mother to my father. She's still outside. Should we let her in? My father's response. Let her think about her attitude a while longer. Check on her this afternoon. That check never happened. Uncle Raymond had arrived before they'd gotten around to it. The messages demonstrated not just negligence, but active, ongoing decision-making to keep me in danger. The defense had no counter to that evidence. How could they explain away written proof of their client's indifference? My father's lawyer, a tired-looking man named Mr. Hutcherson, attempted to argue for leniency based on my father's lack of criminal history and his role as a provider. My client made a terrible error in judgment during a stressful family situation. He's a decorated veteran who served his country. A man who worked 2 jobs to support his family. This incident, while serious, represents a single aberration in an otherwise law-abiding life. Ms. Harwood stood immediately. Your Honor, the defendant's service and employment history don't mitigate the fact that he locked his 15-year-old daughter outside during a blizzard with inadequate protection, then ignored her for 3 days. His text messages show this wasn't impulsive. It was calculated. He's a danger to children, including any future grandchildren he might have contact with. My mother's attorney, a younger woman named Ms. Blake, tried a different approach. She painted my mother as someone under psychological duress from Madison's situation, someone who had been manipulated by her husband into going along with his decisions. Mrs. Reynolds was herself a victim of her husband's controlling behavior. She expressed doubts, as shown in her text message, asking if they should let Haley inside. She wanted to help, but felt powerless. The prosecution dismantled this immediately by showing my mother's response to her own question. After asking if they should let me in, she added, "Though I suppose another few hours won't hurt." Madison finally slept well. Another several hours. I remember those hours. The second morning, my third day outside, when I had lost sensation in my extremities and coherent thought had become nearly impossible. My mother had casually decided that I could tolerate another few hours so that my adult sister could sleep comfortably. Judge Whitman, a woman in her 60s with steel gray hair, listened to all arguments with a blank stare. When both sides were finished, she took off her glasses and looked directly at my parents. I've presided over many difficult cases in my career, the judge said. Cases involving violence, theft, fraud, but few have disturbed me as deeply as this one. You didn't harm your daughter in a moment of rage or passion. You didn't make a split-second decision with unintended consequences. You methodically over multiple days subjected a child, your child, to life-threatening conditions while you remained warm and safe inside your home. She paused, allowing her words to settle over the courtroom. My parents both stared at the table in front of them, unable to meet her eyes. The evidence indicates that you prioritized your adult daughter's comfort over your minor daughter's survival. You had numerous opportunities to avoid harm. The weather forecast was clear. The temperature was documented. Your daughter's lack of protection was obvious, but you chose to put her in danger on multiple occasions. The judge shuffled papers on her bench. The court has reviewed Haley's medical records as well as testimony from medical professionals about her near-fatal situation. 3 hours, possibly shorter. That is how close you came to being charged with manslaughter rather than endangerment. My hands grasped Uncle Raymond's arm. He supported my hand with his steady and solid grip. Your actions have had a lasting impact on your daughter's life. She's lost her toes. She requires ongoing medical treatment. She has experienced trauma that will take years to resolve. And, perhaps most importantly, you have destroyed any chance of a healthy family relationship. You've taught her that the people who should be protecting her are actually the ones she needs to be protected from. Judge Whitman put her glasses back on and took out her sentencing document. The court finds that these crimes were committed with extreme disregard for human life against a particularly vulnerable victim over a long period of time. The aggravating factors far outweigh the mitigating circumstances. My father received 10 years. My mother got 8. Madison received 3 years of probation, 240 hours of community service, and a permanent entry on her child services record. All 3 were ordered not to contact me until I turned 19, and then only if I chose to initiate it. When the judge asked if I wanted to give a victim impact statement, I stood on trembling legs. I prepared remarks with my therapist, but they vanished when I confronted my parents directly. You were supposed to protect me. My voice echoed throughout the quiet courtroom. This is what parents do. They keep their kids safe. Instead, you decided I wasn't important. You left me outside to die because my pregnant adult sister wanted my bedroom. My mother began crying. I ignored her. I still have nightmares about the cold, about watching you eat dinner while I froze, and about the next morning when you saw me at the door and turned away. I gripped the podium to keep myself steady. You did not forget about me. I'll never understand how you could have chosen that. Madison blushed as she stared at her hands. My father looked at the ceiling. My mother kept crying, and her lawyer offered tissues. The judge has already determined your punishment. I just wanted you to hear it from me. I am glad Uncle Raymond found me. I am glad you are going to prison. And I hope you spend every day reflecting on what you did and why your daughter will never forgive you. After I finished, the courtroom remained silent. I returned to my seat, my hands trembling. Uncle Raymond gently squeezed my shoulder. The judge concluded the proceedings. Bailiffs took my parents away through separate doors. Madison exited through the main entrance, surrounded by reporters shouting questions. Uncle Raymond and I waited for the crowd to disperse before leaving through a side exit. Life progressed in strange ways. Uncle Raymond officially adopted me that summer. I began therapy 3 times a week, addressing complex trauma and trust issues. The physical injury has healed. I lost 2 toes on my left foot, and my hands were still sensitive to cold. Overall, I recovered well. School proved difficult. Everyone knew my story. Some people treated me like glass, afraid to bring up winter, families, or anything else that might trigger me. Others wanted dramatic details that I wouldn't reveal. I eventually discovered my rhythm again. I discovered which friends were genuine and which simply desired proximity to tragedy. Madison gave birth in July to a healthy girl named Lily. I only knew about it because it appeared in the local news. A baby was born to a woman who had been convicted of endangering her sister. The child was placed with adoptive parents before leaving the hospital. Madison shared a single message on social media about the adoption, claiming she made the selfless decision to give her daughter a better life. The comment section quickly demolished that narrative. My parents wrote letters from prison, which I refused to read. Uncle Raymond saved them in a file, saying I might need them someday. I questioned it. What could they possibly say that was important? Sorry, but it wouldn't restore the toes I'd lost. Sorry wouldn't erase the nightmares or panic attacks I used to have during the winter. Sorry didn't change the fact that they were willing to let me die. The first anniversary of that December night came with fresh snow. Despite the cold, I awoke sweating and with my heart racing from a nightmare. Uncle Raymond found me in the kitchen at 2:30 a.m. making tea with shaky hands. A rough night. He sat across from me at the table. I dreamed I was back under the tree, but this time no one came. I wrapped my hands around the warm mug. In my dream, I fell asleep in the snow and did not wake up. But you awoke. You survived. He spoke quietly. Haley, what your parents did was monstrous. But you are still here. You are safe now. Safe? Some of the words still felt foreign. Uncle Raymond had turned his entire life upside down to provide me with stability, rearranging his work schedule, converting his home office into my bedroom, and attending all therapy appointments and school meetings. He had chosen to protect me while my parents had chosen the opposite. Thank you. The words seemed inadequate. Thank you for everything, for finding and keeping me. Your family, he said with absolute certainty. That is not conditional. Not based on convenience or the room you sleep in. You are my family, and I will always protect you. I believed him not because he said so, but because he proved it. He drove through a blizzard after a friend's mother expressed concern. He had searched until he found me. He requested assistance and guided me through the most difficult times. He had stepped up without hesitation. That's what family really meant. Not the people who shared your blood and then left you to freeze, but the person who arrived and refused to leave. The snow kept falling outside, peaceful and quiet. I watched it accumulate on the windowsill. I am no longer terrified. It was just cold, winter, and weather that I could enjoy from the comfort of my own home. My phone vibrated with a message from my therapist, confirming our appointment later that week. I had somewhere to go, someone who listened, and resources to help me process what had happened. Uncle Raymond had made sure I had support systems, stability, and a future. Meanwhile, my parents sat in prison cells, with my father serving 10 years and my mother 8. Madison lived in a small apartment across town, earning a minimum wage and seeing a court-appointed counselor. Lily, the niece I'd never meet, was growing up with parents who had chosen her on purpose, and who would welcome her into a home where she would be valued and protected. Different outcomes for different decisions. My parents prioritized their pregnant adult daughter's comfort over their minor child's survival. They chose to lock me outside in dangerous conditions rather than have an awkward conversation with Madison about temporary inconvenience. They chose repeatedly and deliberately, and now they were dealing with the consequences. I made a different choice. Choose therapy over bitterness. I chose to build a life with Uncle Raymond rather than allowing trauma to define me. I chose to move forward rather than stay frozen in that December night. The snow continued to fall, beautiful and cold, and completely harmless from inside my warm kitchen. I finished my tea, rinsed the mug, and returned to bed. Tomorrow I'll go to school, see my friends, and return home to Uncle Raymond for a dinner we'll prepare together. Normal, safe things. The life I've always deserved. Outside, the temperature dropped below 18 degrees. Terms. Named Officer Ramirez, who asked gentle questions about how long I'd been outside, whether this had happened before, and what my living situation was. I told her everything. The basement room, the gradual removal of my belongings to make room for Madison's baby items, and how meals had become optional for me while my parents made sure Madison ate regularly. The comments about me being old enough to fend for myself, whereas Madison required family support during a difficult time. Officer Ramirez's expression hardened with each detail. She went outside to make phone calls. I watched fresh snow fall outside my hospital room window. The storm had finally peaked, dumping a record 28 inches on our region. 4 days after Uncle Raymond discovered me. I sat in his guest room in borrowed clothes, my frostbitten toes bandaged and elevated. The doctor said I was about 3 hours from death when I was discovered. My body began shutting down, prioritizing vital organs over extremities. I would lose 1 or 2 toes on my left foot, the others would recover over time. Officer Ramirez arrived mid-afternoon with news. Your parents were arrested and charged with child endangerment and criminal neglect. Your father is facing additional charges for making false statements to police. Your mother is being charged separately for her involvement in the incident. What about Madison? I picked up the blanket that was covering my legs. Your sister claims she had no idea you were outside, so she assumed you were staying with a friend. Officer Ramirez consulted her notes, as she was present in the house and had never questioned your absence. Children's Services is looking into whether she should face charges as well. At the very least, they are assessing her fitness for custody of her own child. The thought did not give me any satisfaction. I'd spent the previous 4 days processing everything that had happened, trying to figure out how my parents could have valued me so little. Uncle Raymond had told me that I would be staying with him permanently. He had already contacted a lawyer about seeking custody. Your father posted bail this morning. Officer Ramirez proceeded. He is forbidden from contacting you, and there is a protective order in place. Your mother is still in custody. Her bail hearing is tomorrow. She did not even check on me. The words came out flatly. I saw her look at me through the window before turning away. I understand. Officer Ramirez's professional demeanor eased slightly. I have been doing this job for 14 years. What your parents did is one of the worst cases of neglect I've seen. The blizzard conditions, your age, and the premeditation. They did not forget you were there. They decided to leave you. Uncle Raymond appeared at the doorway. Detective, her parents' lawyer, is attempting to contact Haley. I've refused all calls. Good. Maintain the boundary. Officer Ramirez stood. Haley, I need to prepare you for something. This will become public. The story of a 15-year-old who was left outside during a record blizzard has already made headlines. There will be attention. The news broke that evening. My phone, which Uncle Raymond had retrieved from my parents' house along with my other belongings, was flooded with messages. Classmates who had barely spoken to me demanded more information. Adults at the school and in the neighborhood expressed shock and support. My story was picked up by national outlets after it first appeared on local news channels. The narrative centered on dramatic elements. The blizzard, the sleeping bag, my almost death from hypothermia, and Uncle Raymond's rescue. Reporters camped outside my parents' home. Madison gave one disastrous interview, in which she claimed that the entire situation had been exaggerated, and that families should be free to discipline their children without government intervention. That interview sealed several fates. Children's Services took immediate action to terminate her parental rights to her unborn child. The public backlash was swift and brutal. People who had previously sympathized with a pregnant woman abandoned by her husband saw her as complicit in nearly killing her younger sister. My mother's bail hearing was a media spectacle. She appeared in court looking depleted and perplexed. Her lawyer argued that she had simply made a terrible error in judgment. The prosecutor presented hospital records demonstrating my near-fatal hypothermia, police photographs of the conditions I had endured, and testimony from neighbors who had heard my parents express their intention to toughen up their younger daughter. Bail was denied. My mother wept, reaching for the gallery where my father sat. He looked away. The preliminary hearing occurred 7 weeks later. I testified via closed-circuit television from another room, answering questions about the events that led up to that evening. My voice remained steady as I described being locked outside, watching my family eat dinner through the window, and experiencing progressive numbness and confusion as hypothermia set in. Defense attorneys attempted to portray me as a troubled adolescent who had exaggerated typical parental discipline. The prosecution presented my school records. Straight A's, perfect attendance until the week of the incident, and glowing teacher recommendations. They showed me my medical records, which documented the frostbite, hypothermia, and physical evidence that I was hours away from death. Uncle Raymond testified about what he discovered. My parents were casually preparing breakfast while their daughter froze outside, leaving me semi-conscious under a tree. His voice broke when he described how cold my skin had felt, and how I hadn't recognized him right away. The defense argued that I could have entered at any time and that the door was not actually locked. The prosecution presented the lock that had been removed. As evidence. It was a keyless deadbolt from the outside. There was no way I could have opened it from my backyard. Madison testified in her own defense and claimed ignorance. The prosecution disproved her story by presenting phone records. During those 3 days, she texted friends about how nice it was to finally have her own room and how well her parents looked after her. She posted social media updates from my bedroom, which is visible in the background. She hadn't once asked where I was. The public gallery erupted. The judge threatened to clear the courtroom. Madison left the stand in tears, with her lawyer requesting a break. During a break, the prosecutor approached Uncle Raymond and I in the waiting room. They are going to plead. Your parents and sister. The evidence is overwhelming, and they are certain they will lose at trial. What kind of plea? Uncle Raymond's arm rested protectively on my shoulders. Your father is looking at 7 to 11 years. Your mother, aged 5 to 9. Your sister will most likely face probation and mandatory parenting classes, but she has lost custody rights. When the baby is born, it will be placed for adoption. I processed this information without emotion. These people had been my family. They raised me, supposedly loved me, and then discarded me like garbage when I became inconvenient. The fact that they were facing consequences felt right, but it didn't make anything better. The weeks following the preliminary hearing saw some unexpected developments. My parents' case had received significant media attention, prompting other people to come forward. A former neighbor contacted the prosecutor's office with photos from 2 years ago, showing me doing yard work in freezing temperatures while Madison sat inside. My middle school guidance counselor provided documentation of conversations in which I mentioned being hungry, sleeping in cold rooms, and feeling like I didn't matter at home. Each piece of evidence provided a clearer picture. This hadn't been a single bad decision during a stressful time. The neglect had been building for years, hastening after Madison's return home. I had simply been too young, isolated, and accustomed to their treatment to recognize it as abuse. Uncle Raymond's lawyer, a sharp woman named Ms. Dalton, worked to secure permanent custody while also educating me on my rights regarding any inheritance or family assets. It turned out that my parents had established a college fund when I was born. $32,000 was intended for my education. After Madison moved in, they had withdrawn $27,000 to renovate the basement into an apartment for her and the baby. They can't do it, Ms. Dalton explained at one of our meetings. That fund was created specifically for you. We are requesting that the entire amount be restored, as well as any damages. I sat in her office, still processing. They spent my college money on Madison without your permission or knowledge. Yes. She took notes on her legal pad. Given their criminal convictions, we have strong grounds for a civil lawsuit. They will most likely be ordered to repay the entire amount, plus interest and penalties. The thought of my parents owing me money seemed surreal. I did not want their money. I wished they had been different people. Parents who have valued, protected, and chosen me. But this was not reality, and Ms. Dalton was correct. I deserved to be compensated for what they had stolen. Uncle Raymond took me to physical therapy 3 times a week to treat my feet. The frostbite damage meant I'd need special orthotics for the rest of my life, and losing my toes had hampered my balance. Mr. Whitaker, the therapist, helped me rebuild strength and adapt my gait. "You're doing an excellent job," he told me during one session. "Most patients with this level of injury struggle significantly with acceptance. You're facing it head-on." I did not feel brave. Most days I was angry, grieving for others, and numb when neither anger nor sadness had any energy. My therapist, Dr. Naomi Chen, helped me understand that all of those emotions could coexist, that healing was not a linear process, and that taking steps backward was completely normal. School became my unexpected escape. My English teacher, Mrs. Gallagher, suggested that I join the creative writing club. Writing gave me a way to process everything without having to say it aloud. I wrote stories about survival, betrayal, and discovering family in unexpected places. Some weeks I filled whole notebooks. My friend group has shifted dramatically. People I considered close friends before the incident turned out to be more interested in drama than genuine support. But new friendships formed with people who respected my boundaries, didn't demand details, and simply wanted to hang out and talk about normal teenage things. Riley, who sat next to me in chemistry, has become one of my closest friends. She had moved to our school district in January, and only knew me as I was now. Not the girl from the Blizzard story. We bonded over terrible science puns and our mutual love of mystery novels. She knew my history, as did everyone else, but she never made it the focal point of our friendship. "Want to come over on Saturday?" she inquired one afternoon in March. "My mother is making her famous lasagna, and we are having a movie marathon." The invitation caused unexpected anxiety. Going to someone else's house, meeting their family, and observing their interactions. What if it hurts too much? What if seeing typical family dynamics reminded me of everything I had lost? I went anyway. Riley's house was delightfully chaotic. Her younger brothers argued about video games while her mother cooked and sang along to music. Her father told terrible jokes that everyone groaned at but secretly enjoyed. They welcomed me without fanfare, as if I had always been a part of their circle. Riley's mother mentioned during dinner that she had heard about my case on the news. My stomach clenched, bracing for probing questions or inappropriate sympathy. "That must have been extremely difficult," she stated simply. "I am glad you are safe now. Do you want more lasagna?" That was it. Acknowledgement without spectacle. Compassion without intrusion. I ate 3 helpings of lasagna, laughed at Riley's dad's puns, and felt like a normal teenager for the first time in months. The civil lawsuit moved forward while the criminal case headed toward plea agreements. My parents' assets were frozen pending the outcome. The house they'd lived in for 20 years would likely be sold to pay legal fees and restitution. Madison had already been evicted from their home. She couldn't afford to maintain it, and the court refused to let her stay in a property that would be liquidated. She tried contacting me once, showing up at my school during lunch. Security intercepted her before she reached me, but I saw her from across the parking lot. She looked smaller somehow, diminished. Her pregnancy had progressed visibly. She held a letter she'd apparently wanted to deliver personally. The school principal, Mr. Carlisle, brought me the letter afterward. "You don't have to read it. I can dispose of it if you prefer." I took it, but didn't open it for 4 days. When I finally did, late at night in my room at Uncle Victor's house, the contents stunned me with their tone deafness. Madison had written about how difficult her life had become since everything happened. She mentioned losing her apartment, working at a fast food restaurant, facing judgment everywhere she went. She talked about how her advanced pregnancy made everything harder, how she couldn't believe things had escalated so far. Not once did she apologize. Not once did she acknowledge that I'd nearly died. The letter centered entirely on her suffering, her challenges, her victimhood. She ended by saying she hoped we could move past this once emotions settled down. I showed the letter to Dr. Naomi Chen during our next session. She read it carefully, her professional mask slipping briefly into obvious disgust. "How does reading this make you feel?" she asked, like she still doesn't understand what she did, what they all did. I twisted my hands together. She thinks this is about emotions, about drama, not about the fact that she watched them lock me outside and never questioned it. Your sister's letter demonstrates a profound lack of insight and empathy. Dr. Naomi Chen set the letter aside. She's reframed herself as the victim of circumstances rather than an active participant in your abuse. That's a defense mechanism, but it's also deeply unfair to you. I didn't respond to Madison's letter. Ms. Dalton advised against any contact that wasn't court-ordered. Uncle Raymond filed the letter with the rest of the documentation, more evidence of the family dynamics that had nearly killed me. Spring brought my 16th birthday. Uncle Raymond asked how I wanted to celebrate, if I wanted to celebrate at all. The last birthday I'd had at my parents' house had been forgotten entirely. They'd been too focused on preparing for Madison's baby to remember I'd turned 15. Something small. I suggested maybe just dinner with you and a couple friends. He organized a perfect low-key celebration. Miles came over along with 2 other friends from school. We ordered pizza, watched movies, and Uncle Raymond presented me with a cake he baked himself. It leaned slightly to one side and the frosting was uneven, but he tried. That effort meant everything. "Make a wish," Riley encouraged as I faced the candles. I closed my eyes and wished for what I'd been wishing for months. Peace. Not forgetting, not even forgiving, but peace with what had happened and who I was becoming in its aftermath. My actual birthday had passed 11 months earlier, back in March of last year. Completely forgotten by my parents. They'd been too consumed with Madison's pregnancy news and her impending return home to remember I turned 15. Uncle Raymond had made sure this birthday, my real 16th, would be different. The criminal plea agreements were finalized in April. Both my parents accepted deals rather than face trial. The prosecution had built such an overwhelming case that their lawyers advised against gambling on a jury's sympathy. During one of the final court appearances before sentencing, I saw my father's parents for the first time since the incident. My grandparents sat in the back row looking devastated. Afterward, they approached Uncle Raymond in the hallway. "We didn't know," my grandmother said, tears streaming down her face. "We had no idea they were treating Haley this way." "If we'd known, you would have done what?" Uncle Raymond's voice stayed level but firm. "Your son nearly killed his daughter. Your daughter-in-law participated. You may not have known the specifics, but did you never question why Haley stopped coming to family gatherings? Why she looked thin and tired when you did see her?" My grandfather cleared his throat. "We thought she was going through typical teenage phases. They told us she was rebellious, difficult, and you believed them without asking me. I spoke up for the first time. I saw you at Thanksgiving. I barely had any food on my plate because they said I needed to earn seconds. You saw that and said nothing." The memory had surfaced in therapy. Thanksgiving? Just a month before the blizzard incident. I'd been allowed to attend family dinner but subjected to humiliating restrictions. Madison had been served generous portions while I received minimal food. My grandmother had noticed my empty plate and asked if I was feeling well. I'd said I was fine because what else could I say with my parents watching? I'm very sorry. My grandmother reached for me, but I stepped back. Haley, please. You're still our granddaughter. We want to help. Where was that help when I needed it? The words came out harder than I'd intended. Where were you when I was sleeping in an unheated basement? When I was locked outside in a blizzard? You chose to believe their lies because it was easier than confronting the truth. They had no answer to that. Uncle Raymond guided me away, leaving my grandparents standing in the courthouse. I felt guilty for my harshness, then angry at myself for feeling guilty. They failed me too, in quieter but still significant ways. The formal sentencing happened in late spring. I attended, sitting in the front row beside Uncle Raymond. My parents entered in prison uniforms, looking older and grayer than I remembered. Madison sat separately, her pregnancy now obvious at 8 months. The judge's statement lasted 25 minutes, detailing the severity of the crime, the vulnerability of the victim, the callous disregard for human life. She noted that the blizzard had been forecast days in advance, meaning my parents had known exactly what conditions they were sending me into. She mentioned my age, my helplessness, the physical evidence of how close I'd come to dying. The courtroom had filled with people I'd never expected to see. Teachers from my school sat in the gallery, including Mrs. Gallagher, who'd encouraged my writing. Several neighbors testified earlier about the changes they'd noticed in how my parents treated me versus Madison. Even the paramedic who treated me that night attended, his presence a quiet reminder of how critical my condition had been. Before the judge announced the sentences, the prosecution presented their final evidence summary. They displayed photographs on a large screen, the soaked sleeping bag, the oak tree I'd huddled under, the locked deadbolt, my frostbitten feet in the hospital. The courtroom fell silent as images of my near-death experience played out in clinical detail. The prosecutor, a stern woman named Ms. Harwood, addressed the court with controlled fury. Your Honor, this wasn't a momentary lapse in judgment. The defendants had multiple opportunities to prevent this tragedy. They made deliberate choices repeatedly over the course of 3 days. They watched their minor child suffer and made the conscious decision to continue that suffering. She pulled up text messages between my parents recovered from their phones. Messages sent while I was outside freezing. My mother had texted my father. She's being dramatic as usual. A night outside will teach her gratitude. My father had responded. Good. Madison needs peace and quiet. The girl will survive one cold night. Those messages had been sent on the first night around 9:30 p.m., when my body temperature was already dropping into dangerous territory. The prosecution then showed messages from the second day. My mother to my father. She's still outside. Should we let her in? My father's response. Let her think about her attitude a while longer. Check on her this afternoon. That check never happened. Uncle Raymond had arrived before they'd gotten around to it. The messages demonstrated not just negligence, but active, ongoing decision-making to keep me in danger. The defense had no counter to that evidence. How could they explain away written proof of their client's indifference? My father's lawyer, a tired-looking man named Mr. Hutcherson, attempted to argue for leniency based on my father's lack of criminal history and his role as a provider. My client made a terrible error in judgment during a stressful family situation. He's a decorated veteran who served his country, a man who worked 2 jobs to support his family. This incident, while serious, represents a single aberration in an otherwise law-abiding life. Ms. Harwood stood immediately. Your Honor, the defendant's service and employment history don't mitigate the fact that he locked his 15-year-old daughter outside during a blizzard with inadequate protection, then ignored her for 3 days. His text messages show this wasn't impulsive. It was calculated. He's a danger to children, including any future grandchildren he might have contact with. My mother's attorney, a younger woman named Ms. Blake, tried a different approach. She painted my mother as someone under psychological duress from Madison's situation. Someone who had been manipulated by her husband into going along with his decisions. Mrs. Reynolds was herself a victim of her husband's controlling behavior. She expressed doubts, as shown in her text message, asking if they should let Haley inside. She wanted to help, but felt powerless. The prosecution dismantled this immediately by showing my mother's response to her own question. After asking if they should let me in, she added, "Though I suppose another few hours won't hurt." Madison finally slept well. Another several hours. I remember those hours. The second morning, my third day outside, when I had lost sensation in my extremities, and coherent thought had become nearly impossible. My mother had casually decided that I could tolerate another few hours so that my adult sister could sleep comfortably. Judge Whitman, a woman in her 60s with steel gray hair, listened to all arguments with a blank stare. When both sides were finished, she took off her glasses and looked directly at my parents. "I've presided over many difficult cases in my career," the judge said. "Cases involving violence, theft, fraud, but few have disturbed me as deeply as this one. You didn't harm your daughter in a moment of rage or passion. You didn't make a split-second decision with unintended consequences. You methodically, over multiple days, subjected a child, your child, to life-threatening conditions, while you remained warm and safe inside your home." She paused, allowing her words to settle over the courtroom. My parents both stared at the table in front of them, unable to meet her eyes. "The evidence indicates that you prioritized your adult daughter's comfort over your minor daughter's survival. You had numerous opportunities to avoid harm. The weather forecast was clear. The temperature was documented. Your daughter's lack of protection was obvious, but you chose to put her in danger on multiple occasions." The judge shuffled papers on her bench. "The court has reviewed Haley's medical records as well as testimony from medical professionals about her near-fatal situation. 3 hours, possibly shorter. That is how close you came to being charged with manslaughter rather than endangerment." My hands grasped Uncle Raymond's arm. He supported my hand with his steady and solid grip. "Your actions have had a lasting impact on your daughter's life. She's lost her toes. She requires ongoing medical treatment. She has experienced trauma that will take years to resolve. And perhaps most importantly, you have destroyed any chance of a healthy family relationship. You've taught her that the people who should be protecting her are actually the ones she needs to be protected from." Judge Whitman put her glasses back on and took out her sentencing document. "The court finds that these crimes were committed with extreme disregard for human life against a particularly vulnerable victim over a long period of time. The aggravating factors far outweigh the mitigating circumstances. My father received 10 years. My mother got 8. Madison received 3 years of probation, 240 hours of community service, and a permanent entry on her child services record. All 3 were ordered not to contact me until I turned 19, and then only if I chose to initiate it." When the judge asked if I wanted to give a victim impact statement, I stood on trembling legs. I prepared remarks with my therapist, but they vanished when I confronted my parents directly. "You were supposed to protect me." My voice echoed throughout the quiet courtroom. "This is what parents do. They keep their kids safe. Instead, you decided I wasn't important. You left me outside to die because my pregnant adult sister wanted my bedroom." My mother began crying. I ignored her. "I still have nightmares about the cold, about watching you eat dinner while I froze, and about the next morning when you saw me at the door and turned away." I gripped the podium to keep myself steady. "You did not forget about me. I'll never understand how you could have chosen that." Madison blushed as she stared at her hands. My father looked at the ceiling. My mother kept crying, and her lawyer offered tissues. "The judge has already determined your punishment. I just wanted you to hear it from me. I am glad Uncle Raymond found me. I am glad you are going to prison. And I hope you spend every day reflecting on what you did, and why your daughter will never forgive you." After I finished, the courtroom remained silent. I returned to my seat, my hands trembling. Uncle Raymond gently squeezed my shoulder. The judge concluded the proceedings. Bailiffs took my parents away through separate doors. Madison exited through the main entrance, surrounded by reporters shouting questions. Uncle Raymond and I waited for the crowd to disperse before leaving through a side exit. Life progressed in strange ways. Uncle Raymond officially adopted me that summer. I began therapy 3 times a week, addressing complex trauma and trust issues. The physical injury is healed. I lost 2 toes on my left foot, and my hands were still sensitive to cold. Overall, I recovered well. School proved difficult. Everyone knew my story. Some people treated me like glass, afraid to bring up winter, families, or anything else that might trigger me. Others wanted dramatic details that I wouldn't reveal. I eventually discovered my rhythm again. I discovered which friends were genuine and which simply desired proximity to tragedy. Madison gave birth in July to a healthy girl named Lily. I only knew about it because it appeared in the local news. A baby was born to a woman who had been convicted of endangering her sister. The child was placed with adoptive parents before leaving the hospital. Madison shared a single message on social media about the adoption, claiming she made the selfless decision to give her daughter a better life. The comment section quickly demolished that narrative. My parents wrote letters from prison, which I refused to read. Uncle Raymond saved them in a file, saying I might need them someday. I questioned it. What could they possibly say that was important? Sorry, but it wouldn't restore the toes I'd lost. Sorry wouldn't erase the nightmares or panic attacks I used to have during the winter. Sorry didn't change the fact that they were willing to let me die. The first anniversary of that December night came with fresh snow. Despite the cold, I awoke sweating and with my heart racing from a nightmare. Uncle Raymond found me in the kitchen at 2:30 a.m., making tea with shaky hands. A rough night. He sat across from me at the table. I dreamed I was back under the tree, but this time no one came. I wrapped my hands around the warm mug. In my dream, I fell asleep in the snow and did not wake up. But you awoke. You survived. He spoke quietly. Haley, what your parents did was monstrous. But you are still here. You are safe now. Safe? Some of the words still felt foreign. Uncle Raymond had turned his entire life upside down to provide me with stability, rearranging his work schedule, converting his home office into my bedroom, and attending all therapy appointments and school meetings. He had chosen to protect me while my parents had chosen the opposite. Thank you. The words seemed inadequate. Thank you for everything. For finding and keeping me. Your family, he said with absolute certainty. That is not conditional. Not based on convenience or the room you sleep in. You are my family, and I will always protect you. I believed him not because he said so, but because he proved it. He drove through a blizzard after a friend's mother expressed concern. He had searched until he found me. He requested assistance and guided me through the most difficult times. He had stepped up without hesitation. That's what family really meant. Not the people who shared your blood and then left you to freeze, but the person who arrived and refused to leave. The snow kept falling outside, peaceful and quiet. I watched it accumulate on the windowsill. I am no longer terrified. It was just cold, winter, and weather that I could enjoy from the comfort of my own home. My phone vibrated with a message from my therapist, confirming our appointment later that week. I had somewhere to go, someone who listened, and resources to help me process what had happened. Uncle Raymond had made sure I had support systems, stability, and a future. Meanwhile, my parents sat in prison cells, with my father serving 10 years and my mother 8. Madison lived in a small apartment across town, earning a minimum wage and seeing a court-appointed counselor. Lily, the niece I'd never meet, was growing up with parents who had chosen her on purpose, and who would welcome her into a home where she would be valued and protected. Different outcomes for different decisions. My parents prioritized their pregnant adult daughter's comfort over their minor child's survival. They chose to lock me outside in dangerous conditions rather than have an awkward conversation with Madison about temporary inconvenience. They chose repeatedly and deliberately, and now they were dealing with the consequences. I made a different choice. Choose therapy over bitterness. I chose to build a life with Uncle Raymond rather than allowing trauma to define me. I chose to move forward rather than stay frozen in that December night. The snow continued to fall, beautiful and cold and completely harmless from inside my warm kitchen. I finished my tea, rinsed the mug, and returned to bed. Tomorrow I'll go to school, see my friends, and return home to Uncle Raymond for a dinner we'll prepare together. Normal, safe things, the life I've always deserved. Outside, the temperature dropped below 18 degrees. My parents gave my sister $90,000 for a house while I was left to drown in debt. Then she drove past my lavender farm and screamed, "You're doing what?" Emily, my elder sister, enjoyed the sunshine, while I learned to navigate with whatever low light crept through. Mom and Dad never bothered to hide their tastes. Emily was 8 months old when she first walked. I wandered around until 13 months, which seemed to have secured my fate as the disappointing child before I could even form sentences. Every family has dynamics, but ours seemed set in stone. Emily made the honor roll throughout elementary school. I brought home primarily B's with the rare A-, prompting Dad to question what was wrong with me at each parent-teacher meeting. She played varsity volleyball, and her father never missed a game, taping every serve and spike. I joined the art club, and Mom often neglected to pick me up, so Mrs. Harris, our advisor, began driving me home herself. The pattern repeated at each milestone. Emily received a vehicle for her 16th birthday. I drove the Honda Civic, which Dad spent 3 weekends polishing until it sparkled. When my 16th birthday came around, they treated me to supper at Applebee's and gave me a $60 gift card. Mom told me I should be pleased they remembered everything, given how busy they were with Emily's college applications. College created another barrier between us. Emily was accepted into Stanford on a partial academic scholarship. My parents paid the rest, about $35,000 every year, without blinking. They hosted a graduation celebration for her before she went, inviting everyone from our church and Dad's office. I observed from the kitchen, replenishing chip bowls, while family members I hardly knew praised my parents on producing such a successful girl. When my chance came 2 years later, I had been admitted to a public institution located 2.5 hours away. The tuition was half of Emily's. I sat down with my folks for supper, acceptance letter in hand, delighted despite years of educating myself not to expect too much. Dad scarcely glanced up from his pot roast. "We're not paying for that," he added, slicing his steak with surgical accuracy. The room leaned slightly. "What do you mean? You paid for Emily." Mom jumped in, her voice turning on that sugary, rational tone she employed when giving bad news. "Emily earned her spot at a prestigious university. You're going to a state school. That's something people do when they're not serious about education." "It's still college," I said, my voice cracking like I was 13 again. Dad finally glanced at me, and I wished he had not. His look conveyed nothing but disappointment. Familiar as my own reflection. "Emily is going places. She's got potential. You've never applied yourself to anything. We're not throwing money away on someone who's just going to waste it." The words fell like physical blows. "You think I'm going to waste it?" "We think you should figure out your life on your own," Mom added, cleaning plates as if the conversation had ended. "Emily worked hard. You coast. There's a difference. I took out student debts. All of them. Every dollar of that schooling was funded at 7.2% interest, and I'm still paying it off now. I worked 2 jobs in college, one at the university library and the other serving tables at a cafe that smelled like burnt coffee and crushed hopes. My grades decreased since tiredness is an unsuitable study companion, yet I graduated. My family was not well represented during the ceremony. Emily was too preoccupied with her new marketing job in San Francisco, and my parents felt the travel was too lengthy for a state school graduation. What they didn't realize was that I stopped expecting them to show up well before graduation day. The true breaking point had arrived during my sophomore year, when I had pneumonia while working double shifts in the cold without a decent coat. I couldn't afford to miss work, so I persevered until I fell during my library shift. My roommate Rachel discovered me on the floor between the stacks, with a fever so high that I was having hallucinations of the Dewey Decimal System coming to life. She transported me to urgent care, paid a copay I did not have, and allowed me stay with her family throughout Thanksgiving break to heal. I contacted my parents from her mother's guest room, barely above a whisper, hoping that a terrible sickness would arouse some parental instincts. Dad responded on the 4th ring. "What is it?" "We're about to sit down for dinner. I've been in urgent care. I have pneumonia. The doctor says I need to rest for at least a week, but I'll lose both jobs if I don't work." Silence extended over the line. "Well, that's what happens when you overextend yourself. You need to learn better time management." There is no offer to aid with medical expenditures. There was no suggestion that they give money so I could take a week off work. Just criticism presented in a monotone tone that said my situation was boring him. Mom picked up the phone, her voice dripping with fake worry. "Are you taking your vitamins? I told you to take vitamins. This wouldn't have happened if you'd listened to me." I hung up while she was still speaking. Rachel's mother, Mrs. Linda Harris, the same woman who eventually became my financial advisor, appeared on my door 10 minutes later, bringing hot soup and a $550 check. "My daughter tells me you're working yourself sick," she added as she settled into the chair beside my bed. "This isn't a loan. Consider it an investment in your future. Take the week off. Heal. Your jobs will still be there, and if they're not, better jobs will come." I sobbed so hard that I almost vomited. That's when I realized that family wasn't about blood. It was about who turned up when you needed them. My parents' mistreatment had deeper roots than I had realized for years. During my junior year, I began visiting a counselor at the school health center, a wonderful woman called Dr. Evans who specialized in family trauma. She asked me to sketch up my childhood, highlighting times when I felt genuinely noticed by my parents. The exercise lasted 15 minutes. When I was 7, I created 3 moments and placed second in a school art competition. When I was 12, Dad spent the whole of the ceremony chatting to Emily's volleyball coach and cooking supper for the family because Mom was unwell, even though she judged my spaghetti sauce throughout the meal. And when I was 15, I scored high enough on the PSAT to be eligible for a scholarship program, despite Dad's insistence that the exam was irrelevant. 3 times in 18 years, they acknowledged my presence with something other than disappointment. "What do you notice about these memories?" Dr. Evans said softly. "That even the good ones have qualifiers. Even when I accomplished something well, it was not nearly enough." She nodded slowly. "How does this make you feel about your forthcoming graduation?" "It's as if I'm already bracing myself for their lack of interest." Dr. Evans helped me develop what she referred to as protective expectations. Instead of anticipating for my family to arrive and being disappointed when they didn't, I planned for their absence. I invited Rachel and her family, I invited Mrs. Harris. I invited my favorite professor, Dr. Martin, who had helped me with my senior thesis. I formed my own cheering section out of folks who were really invested in my accomplishment. When graduation day arrived and my parents did not appear, I felt the agony. You can't entirely protect yourself from that type of rejection, but I didn't break down. Rachel's entire family donned shirts with my name on them. Mrs. Harris sent flowers. Dr. Martin took me out to dinner later and informed me that she had given me a reference letter for whatever job I wanted to apply for. "You're going to do remarkable things," she told me over dessert. "Not because of your family, but despite them. That kind of resilience is rare." I wanted to trust her, but the job market had different ideas. I worked in a variety of positions after graduation. Graphic design for a tiny company that dissolved after 8 months. Administrative employment in a dentist's office, where the dentist's wife chose to take my place. Freelance employment that paid irregularly and had me checking my bank account with growing dread. I lived in a studio apartment with strange stains on the ceiling and neighbors who yelled at each other in 3 languages. The freelancing taught me more than any official schooling ever could, but not in the ways that anybody prepares for. When clients lowballed me, I learned to negotiate fees without giving in. I learned to look for red flags in project titles, such as exposure and portfolio piece, which implied we would not pay you. I learned to invoice quickly and follow up tirelessly, since creative work was the first thing customers felt they could forgo paying for when finances constricted. But primarily, I discovered that I was capable of enduring situations that should have shattered me. There was a month when my laptop died and I couldn't afford repairs. So I performed all of my work on my phone, drawing logos with my thumbs as my eyes moistened from strain. There was the week I had food illness and missed 3 deadlines, losing 2 regular clients who didn't want to hear justifications. There was the full winter when my studio apartment's heater broke and my landlord took 6 weeks to repair it. So I worked bundled in every item of clothes I possessed, my fingers scarcely able to move my mouse. Throughout it all, my family's remarks created a grim soundtrack. At the few family occasions I still attended, Dad would inquire about my small hobby projects, while Emily discussed her business development. Mom would advise me to look into finding a real career with benefits, as if I hadn't applied for hundreds of opportunities only to lose them to people with family connections, or the financial resources to take unpaid internships. The comparison felt deliberate and precise. When Emily mentioned her Christmas bonus, Dad would glow with delight. When I mentioned getting a 3-month contract, Mom would ask when I planned to start serious about my profession. The goalposts changed repeatedly, always just out of reach. What they never realized was that Emily's achievement had been funded from the beginning. Her Stanford degree provided opportunities that my state school qualifications did not. Her debt-free graduation allowed her to pursue an unpaid internship at a top business while I was trying to make loan payments. Her resume displayed stability because she could afford to be picky about jobs, but mine demonstrated job hopping since I accepted whatever paid the bills. We were not in the same race. She had begun at the 50-yard line while I was still looking for the track. But something changed in me over those grueling freelance years. Perhaps it was because I struck rock bottom so frequently that I became accustomed to the look. Perhaps it was recognizing that my parents' acceptance would not come regardless of what I accomplished. Perhaps it was just tiredness that had finally crystallized into rage. I stopped apologizing for my situation. I stopped downplaying my accomplishments to make people comfortable. When clients sought to negotiate lower rates, I stood strong or went away. When family members made snarky remarks, I responded with silence rather than self-deprecating quips. When people inquired what I did for work, I simply responded, "I'm a designer," without the qualification of freelance. The confidence was made up of 3 parts: performance, fake it until you make it, and actual progress. But it worked. Better clients started contacting me. Projects became larger and more expensive. I established a reputation for dependability and great work, which resulted in recommendations and repeat business. Then came the family supper, which ended whatever remained of our friendship. Every family meal became an exercise in humiliation. Emily would discuss her job path, her 401k, and her boyfriend David, who worked in technology and had promising future prospects. My parents hung on every word, asking clarifying questions and gloating to their friends. When the talk moved to me, Dad would ask whether I had found real job yet, and Mom would recommend that I consider returning to school for something more practical. The final straw occurred on a Tuesday evening. I had driven 4 hours to see them for dinner, something I did on a weekly basis despite every instinct screaming to stop. Emily video phoned midway through the lunch, her face beaming with joy. She and David were purchasing a home. "We found the perfect place in Marin County," she said via her phone screen. 3 bedrooms, gorgeous kitchen, close to good schools for when we have kids, but we're just slightly short on the down payment. I saw my father's face soften into a loving expression, one I'd spent 26 years striving to win. "How much do you need, sweetheart?" $90,000 would make it comfortable. We could do it without it, but it would stretch us thin. Mom and Dad had one of those quiet chats when complete decisions are made within eye contact. Dad nodded. "Consider it done," he said. "We'll wire it tomorrow." My fork clattered on the plate. "You're giving her $90,000? We're investing in her future." Mom corrected as though word choice altered the mathematics of preference. Something within me cracked. Perhaps they finally broke free. I couldn't obtain $30,000 for college, but she did get $90,000 for a house. Dad's expression tightened. Emily has proven herself. She's responsible. She's made something of her life. And I haven't? The question came out smaller than I had anticipated. Dad replied, "Look at yourself." And his tone was so contemptuous that I recoiled. "You're 26 years old, working freelance jobs, living in that terrible apartment. You've accomplished nothing. Emily is settling down, building equity, making smart choices. You are this family's failure, and we are not going to finance it anymore." The hush that ensued might have swallowed worlds. Mom did not contradict him. Emily's expression on the phone screen indicated discomfort but not dissent. Nobody came to my defense or eased the impact. Despite feeling as if my entire foundation had fallen, I stood up, legs still solid. "Okay, sit down. We're not done with dinner," my mother remarked. "Yeah, we are." I walked out of the home without looking back, even when Mom told me I was being theatrical. The trip home was a flurry of tears, wrath, and something other, something harsher. Determination perhaps, or perhaps the last death of hope. I stopped phoning, messaging, and attending family meals and holiday celebrations. My phone would periodically light up with messages from Mom wondering whether I was still sulking and Dad insisting that I mature and stop punishing everyone with my attitude. Emily sent a few half-hearted messages on the importance of family and forgiveness as a source of strength. I removed them all. The first several months of no touch felt like withdrawal from a substance I never intended to get hooked to. Every Sunday evening my finger hovered above Mom's contact. Years of mandatory check-in calls have built up muscle memory. Holidays loomed as emotional hazards. Thanksgiving arrived, and I spent it alone in my apartment, eating takeaway Thai and watching movies, feeling both liberated and heartbroken. Christmas was terrible. I awoke to 17 missed calls and a voicemail from Mom whose tone shifted from pleasant to accusing as the conversation went. "I don't understand why you're doing this to us. We're your family. This is abuse. What you're doing. Your father has been so stressed he's had to increase his blood pressure medication. Emily cries about you constantly. When are you going to stop being selfish and come home?" The trickery was so obvious that I nearly laughed. Almost. Instead, I kept the message as evidence of their efforts and banned her phone number. Then I drove to Mrs. Harris's house, where she had invited me for dinner weeks before, knowing that I'd need a place to go. Her family greeted me as if I had always belonged there. Rachel's younger brother showed me how to play the new video game he had acquired. Her grandma showed me images from Taiwan and told me stories of how she immigrated to America with nothing but resolve. Mrs. Harris's husband, Robert, shown real interest in my freelancing business and linked me with a friend in need of design skills. "This is what family should feel like," I told Rachel later, as I helped with the dishes while the rest of the family played board games in the living room. "This is what family feels like," she clarified. "Your family is just broken. That's on them, not you." The clarity of that remark, that their dysfunction was their fault, not mine, helped something settle in my chest. I'd spent so long trying to figure out what was wrong with me that I'd never considered perhaps the problem was them all along. However, breaking communication did not mean I stopped thinking about them. Every accomplishment brought up memories of my father's displeasure. Every milestone came with my mother's condemnation. I would get a wonderful customer and instantly thought, Dad would say, "This is still just freelance." I'd save a lot of money, and then hear Mom's voice questioning why I wasn't saving more. Dr. Evans, whom I had resumed seeing following the family dinner outburst, referred to them as intrusive thoughts. "Your parents' voices have become your internal monologue," she said at one session. "Part of healing is separating your actual thoughts from their implanted criticisms." We worked on it in cognitive behavioral therapy, detecting when I was catastrophizing or expecting failure based on their previous scripts. She asked me to write down every bad idea and then source it. Was this what I truly thought, or was I channeling my father? Did I truly believe I was failing, or was I just echoing my mother's assessments? The experiment indicated how much mental real estate they still had. Even in their absence, they dominated my psychological environment. So I started remodeling it too. For each critical notion, I made myself identify 3 objective facts. You're going to fail. Change to, I've completed 15 projects successfully this year. Clients have given positive reviews and my income has increased 40%. You're not good enough. Change to, 3 different clients have referred me to others. My portfolio has work I'm genuinely proud of, and I'm supporting myself entirely. Slowly, gradually, I began to remove them from my mind. Instead, I worked. God, did I work. The rush became fuel, better than coffee and more lasting than sleep. I took on every freelancing job I could find, establishing a portfolio as my eyes burned from screen time and my back hurt from hunching over my laptop. I took online courses in user experience design, motion graphics, and brand development. I learned every skill that could be monetized. 6 months after I left their house, a mid-sized computer business employed me full-time as a senior designer. The compensation made me blink 3 times when reading the offer letter. I accepted it right away, and then contacted a financial advisor through my new company's benefits package. "I need to invest aggressively," I informed her. "Linda, a woman with efficient pantsuits and nice eyes. I have no safety net, no family money. Everything I build must come from me." Linda asked no questions regarding family. Instead, she inquired about goals, risk tolerance, and timing. We created a plan. I maxed up my 401k contributions. I registered a Roth IRA, set up a brokerage account, and learnt the distinction between index funds and individual equities. Each paycheck was distributed with military precision. Living costs, loans, and investments. I moved into a nicer apartment, with no stains on the ceiling and friendly neighbors in the halls. Nothing spectacular, but it's mine in a way the studio never was. I purchased furniture that did not originate from Facebook Marketplace. I learned to prepare more than just ramen and scrambled eggs. I built a life that did not include waiting for my parents to acknowledge me. The new flat became my laboratory for discovering who I was without their influence. I painted the walls in colors that I loved. Deep teal in the bedroom, warm terracotta in the living area, and don't worry about their approval. I hung my own artwork, which wasn't good enough to show my family but that I had always admired. I bought plants and managed to keep the majority of them alive, which seemed like a larger accomplishment than it actually was. I also started agreeing to things that worried me. Rachel invited me to a rock climbing gym, and instead of rejecting since I was never athletic enough to catch Dad's eye, I went. It turned out I was really good at it, and the problem-solving component attracted to the same portion of my brain that enjoyed design. I joined a weekly climbing club and made pals who had no idea about my familial background. One of those pals, David, a software engineer, different David, the world has a sense of humor, remarked that his firm was looking for designers. I'd been afraid to apply to IT businesses, figuring they only wanted people with computer science degrees or prominent design school qualifications, but David persuaded me to apply. "The best designer on our team dropped out of community college," he commented as we played against each other. "Companies care about your portfolio, not your pedigree." Well, the good companies do. I spent 2 weeks upgrading my portfolio, picking my best work, and producing case studies to justify my design selections. The application procedure was tedious. 4 interviews, 1 design challenge, and a presentation to their creative team. But when the offer arrived, the wage figure made me reread the email 3 times to ensure I wasn't hallucinating. It was more than double what I'd been earning from freelance work, with benefits and equity, and a team that seemed to see design as a fundamental talent rather than a cosmetic afterthought. I accepted instantly and sat in my apartment, looking at the offer letter, until Rachel came over and demanded we celebrate. We proceeded to a lovely restaurant that I had usually passed by, figuring it was not for people like me, and ordered champagne. To you, Rachel said, lifting her glass. For being the most determined person I've ever met. To being too stubborn to fail, I responded. No, she said firmly. To being smart and talented and refusing to let anyone convince you otherwise. I sobbed into my champagne, which was probably not appropriate etiquette, but the relief seemed essential. This employment proved that I had been right all along. My parents were mistaken. Emily's success did not always imply superiority. It was an advantage, but I had managed to achieve equal achievement without it. The vindication tasted better than the pricey champagne. Starting at the IT business felt like entering another universe. Everyone had monitors with the right color calibration. The coffee tasted nice. People genuinely honored deadlines and did not demand free changes. My boss, Megan, a lady with 20 years of experience in technology design, regarded my comments as if they were important. You've got good instincts, she informed me after the first month. Rough around the edges in terms of working with developers, but that's just communication style. Your actual design thinking is solid. I learned everything I could. How to present to CEOs, conduct user research sessions, argue for design decisions without offending engineers, and negotiate organizational politics without jeopardizing my beliefs. Megan guided me through the entire process, introducing me to other senior designers and encouraging me to take on challenging projects. The imposter syndrome was persistent at first. I'd sit in meetings with folks with master's degrees from Carnegie Mellon or Stanford who had previously worked at Google or Apple and felt like a phony. But gradually I recognized that my perspective was significant precisely because it was unique. I'd achieved success from nothing, so I understood restrictions in ways that privileged designers did not. When we were developing a budget monitoring function, I challenged the team's premise that everyone had savings accounts and investment portfolios. Not everyone has financial cushions, I stated during a design review. Some people are tracking money down to the dollar because they're choosing between groceries and rent. The noise level dropped. Then Megan nodded. That's a perspective we need more of. How do we design for that reality? That function became one of the app's most popular features, especially among younger users, and those on a low budget. The business newsletter featured it as an example of inclusive design. My name was stated directly. I did not email the story to my parents. I didn't take a screenshot of the appreciation and send it to Emily. Didn't even mention it on social media where they might see it. The accomplishment was mine, and I didn't need their approval to make it happen. But I would be lying if I claimed I didn't anticipate Dad reading about it and understanding he was mistaken about me. That daydream would occasionally play on repeat. He called to apologize, and Mom cried about how she had misunderstood me. Emily admitted that she had always knew they were treating me unjustly. Dr. Evans and I also worked on letting go of that fantasy. They may never acknowledge what they did wrong, she told me. Your healing can't depend on them finally seeing clearly. But what if they do? Then you get to decide if their apology is genuine and if you want to accept it, but hoping for it keeps you tethered to their approval. Real freedom comes from not needing it anymore. Not needing their approval. The thought felt as unattainable as flying, but I started working toward it regardless. My career has accelerated. After 1 year, the IT business elevated me to lead designer. I switched firms 18 months later for a senior job at a startup that provided ownership. The firm was bought 14 months later, and my stock options were converted into genuine money, the sort with multiple zeros that made my hands shake when I checked my bank account. But I did not blow it. Megan and I had anticipated windfalls. The money was invested, diversified, and live in my comfortable apartment and drive my safeguarded. I continued 7-year-old Toyota. The only indulgence I gave myself was to start looking at land. I had always admired the concept of spaciousness, of having enough land that no one could peek over your fence and estimate your worth. I spent weekends driving north of the city, looking for sale signs. The majority of properties were either prohibitively pricey or excessively tiny. Then I discovered it. Sonoma County has 40 acres of sloping hills with valley oak trees and a seasonal brook that runs through the eastern section. The land had been on the market for 8 months because it required well and septic construction, which deterred most purchasers. The property included an ancient farmhouse that needed to be completely renovated, as well as other outbuildings in varying levels of disrepair. I did not observe any difficulties. I saw promise. The sellers were an older couple relocating to Arizona to be near their grandchildren. They liked the land but couldn't keep it up. We sat at their kitchen table, having instant coffee, and I made my pitch. 2. They accepted, with tears in the wife's eyes as she expressed her happiness. The property would go to someone who valued it. I paid for the land with cash from my assets, then took out a construction loan for improvements. But I did not hire out everything. Years of studying DIY tutorials and spite-driven dedication meant I could accomplish more than most people expected. I engaged contractors for structural construction, well drilling, and septic systems. Everything else I investigated and learned. I spent every weekend out there ripping out rotten timber and learning how to tile. I restored the original hardwood floors on my hands and knees using a rental sander, painted every wall, and replaced light fixtures and cabinet hardware. The farmhouse gradually turned, room by room, into something magnificent. But the house was only the beginning. I hoped that the property would work for me. I explored agricultural choices and realized that Sonoma County provided ideal conditions for lavender production. The market for lavender goods, essential oils, dried flowers, and culinary lavender continued to increase. Better, lavender required little upkeep once grown and could offer a steady revenue. I planted my first 5 acres of lavender, spent weeks installing irrigation lines and learned about soil pH, and bought bees to aid with pollination, which I realized I like maintaining. I added a small herd of goats since they are great for land management, and I've always desired animals. I built a processing barn so I could dry lavender and extract oils. I opened an internet business and received a license to sell at farmers markets. The learning curve for farming was severe enough to be classified as a cliff. During that first year, everything I thought I knew about hard labor was redefined. I spent my weekends reading agricultural extension guides and watching YouTube videos about lavender growing around 2 a.m. when I was unable to sleep. I joined internet forums where experienced farmers answered my many inquiries, frequently with more tolerance than I deserved. Initially, I was scared of bees. I'd joined up for a beginner beekeeping class at the local extension office, where a weathered farmer called Sam taught 15 of us how to keep hives without becoming anaphylactic. He maintained a zen-like calm around the bees that I couldn't imagine emulating. "Till sense your fear," he stated during our first practical session, putting me in a borrowed suit. "Remain calm, move deliberately, and respect what they're doing." My hands trembled so severely that I could hardly handle the cigarette. But Sam stayed around me, walking me through each step until I had successfully tested my first frame for eggs and honey. When the bees swarmed over my gloved hands, I felt a sense of amazement rather than dread. "You're a natural," Sam observed, and I almost burst into tears at the simple generosity of someone recognizing my ability. I purchased 3 hives, and Sam assisted me in installing them on the site. I gave them silly names like Beyoncé, Dolly, and Cher since I was going to have fun with this. The goats were given similarly ludicrous names: Rambert Downey Jr., Goatsart, and Billy Joel. My property started to seem more like a home than an investment. The physical effort was difficult but rewarding in ways that my IT career never was. I'd spend my mornings on the computer doing design work, followed by afternoons in the fields, my hands in soil and my thoughts blissfully silent. The goats would follow me about like demanding babies, head-butting my legs for attention. The bees hummed a steady tune. The lavender bloomed in beautiful purple rows and smelt amazing. During the first harvest season, I recruited Sophie and Jake, 2 local high school students, to assist pick and wrap lavender. I paid them considerably over the minimum rate and included fresh goat cheese and honey as extras. They worked hard, and I enjoyed watching them find that agricultural labor can be rewarding when done decently. Sophie remarked during a lunch break that she was attempting to save for college, but her parents couldn't assist with the expenses. The echo of my own narrative was so powerful that I nearly flinched. "What do you want to study?" I inquired. "Environmental science. But state schools are expensive and I'm not sure if I'll be able to save enough while also supporting my family." I paused for precisely 3 seconds. "I'll hire you part-time year-round if you want. 15 hours a week, flexible around your school schedule. The work varies by season. Planting, maintenance, harvest, processing. You can save specifically for college." Her expression changed. "Seriously?" "Seriously. You're a good worker, and I need consistent help anyway. Jake, if you're interested, I have the same offer." They both agreed. I taught them everything Sam taught me about land management, beekeeping, and agricultural cultivation. I watched them gain confidence and talents that no classroom could offer. When Sophie received her admission letter to UC Davis the following spring, I offered her a bonus and promised to keep her position available for summer employment. "Why are you doing this?" she said, still clutching the package in her fingers. "Because someone did it for me once," I explained, recalling Mrs. Harris and a $550 check from when I had pneumonia. "And because you deserve to be supported." The farm evolved into more than simply a company or property. It demonstrated that you could create something kind and sustainable. That achievement did not include treading on others or hoarding chances. Every decision I made, I questioned myself, is this what my parents would do, or is this who I actually want to be? I selected differently each time. The second year, the lavender earnings paid for my property taxes and insurance. The third year included such expenses as well as equipment charges. I wasn't becoming rich, but the farm supported itself as my portfolio grew from my IT work. I could handle the most of the technical work remotely, which allowed me to live on the property full-time and commute to the city only twice a week. I created a life that looked nothing like what my parents cherished, but rather like freedom. During the 2 years of quiet, my family made occasional attempts to communicate. Mom would text me on holidays, asking if I intended to visit. Dad once sent me an email asking whether I was over my tantrum. Emily phoned every few months, her voice stiff with responsibility, asking how I was doing but never truly listening to the answers I didn't provide. I blocked their numbers. I eventually modified my phone settings such that their texts were sent to a place I never examined. On social media, I had them all banned. They knew nothing about my life, achievement, or possessions, and I preferred it that way. Then arrived last Tuesday. I was in the processing barn packaging dried lavender for an online purchase when my phone called with an unknown number. I nearly didn't respond, but something made me pick up. Hello? Heavy breathing came through the line, followed by Dad's voice, which shook with something I hadn't heard before. Uncertainty. Maybe we need to talk. No, we really don't. My voice sounded flat. Years of treatment have helped me establish boundaries without emotion. Your sister drove past your property. This paused me. What? She was in Soma for a wine tasting with David, took a wrong turn, and ended up on some rural road. She says she saw your truck in a driveway, a big property with lavender fields and a renovated farmhouse. My gut twisted, but I kept my voice calm. And is it true? Do you own that land? Why would that matter to you? Dad's breathing became deeper. Emily looked up the property records. 40 acres, house, barn. She says it must be worth close to $2 million. $2.3 million. I corrected before I could stop myself. I had it appraised last month. The quiet on the other end was so long I assumed he had hung up. Then how? Hard work, smart investing. Everything you said I wasn't capable of. We had no idea you were doing so well. You could have told us. My chuckle was unfunny. Why would I tell you anything? You called me a failure and funded my sister's life while leaving me to drown in student loans. We thought you needed tough love. We thought if we didn't enable you, you'd find motivation. Tough love, I repeated, tasting the words as poison. You gave Emily $100,000 while telling me I'd accomplished nothing. That's not tough love, that's just cruelty. Mom's voice could be heard in the background, as if she was using speakerphone. We want to see the property. We want to be involved in your life again. No, you can't keep us out forever, Dad responded. And now I recognized the sharpness in his voice, the usual demand for acquiescence. We're your parents. You stopped being my parents when you told me I was the family failure. You made your choice. I'm just living with it. Your sister is very upset, Mom said. She's been crying all evening. She feels terrible about the house money now that she knows your situation. My situation? The lavender bundle in my fingers crushed beneath my hold, releasing its perfume in a purple cloud. My situation is that I built a life without you, without your money, without your approval, without your presence. I don't need you now. We could help you expand the farm, Dad said, and I could hear him scurrying and recalculating. We have connections. We could invest. I don't want your investment. I don't want anything from you. Emily's voice came through. She must have been there too. I never meant to hurt you. I didn't know they were treating you so differently. That almost crushed me because it was such a clear falsehood. She had been there. She had seen them disregard me at every step. I took their money despite the fact that I received nothing in return. But I had spent 2 years making armor. You knew exactly what you were doing, you all did. You bet on the wrong daughter, and now you're trying to hedge. That's not fair, Mom said, her voice rising to the pitch she used when she lost control of a story. Neither is giving one daughter everything while telling the other she's worthless. But here we are. So what? You're just never going to speak to us again? Dad demanded after everything we'd done for you growing up. You mean feeding and housing me? That's called basic parenting, not a debt I owe. They were arguing, and I could hear it. Muffled voices are talking over each other. Dad eventually got back on, his voice attempting to be pleasant but ending up sounding desperate. Let's have dinner. Just one dinner. Come to the house. I am being an adult. Adults have boundaries. Adults walk away from people who damage them. Adults build lives that don't include their abusers. Abusers? Mom's cry could be heard even without the phone. We never abused you. You're right. You just systematically destroyed my self-worth while financing my sister's dreams. Totally different. I hung up before they could react and quickly blocked the unknown number. As I hung up the phone, my hands trembled slightly, adrenaline coursing through my body. But behind the trembling, there was something solid. Perhaps certainty, or simply knowing that I had spoken what I needed to say. They attempted many ways to contact me. An email from Dad's work account went directly to spam. A letter was addressed to my property, which I returned unread. Emily showed up to my fence one Saturday morning, but I had already installed the video system and had not opened it. She stood there for 20 minutes, intermittently screaming out my name, before departing. The most difficult aspect was when they attempted employing other relatives. Aunt Linda phoned saying, Mom was heartbroken, and I couldn't just forgive them. Cousin Michael posted a Facebook message that somehow got through, talking about how family was everything and holding grudges was poison. I blocked them all. Anyone who supported my parents without understanding the entire story was not someone I needed in my life. My therapist, Dr. Singh, had been preparing me for this moment since I first saw her 18 months ago. They'll try to reassert control when they realize you don't need them, she remarked in one session. That's when your boundaries will be tested most severely. She wasn't incorrect, but the limits remained. I created them with the same elements as my new life: tenacity, self-esteem, and the unwavering belief that I deserved better than what they had to give. The lavender farm continued to flourish. I planted an additional 10 acres of plants, established a suitable irrigation system, and employed 2 part-time workers during harvest season. We began doing agritourism, inviting small groups for farm tours and lavender picking excursions. My income rapidly increased, to the point that I considered quitting my IT career and going full-time farming. My social life improved as well. I met individuals at the farmers market, including other merchants, who became true friends. I started dating Luke, a man I met at a sustainable agriculture course who bred heritage breed chickens and had bad pecking order jokes. Nothing serious yet, just something warm and simple. Something that did not require me to prove my value in every interaction. 6 months after that phone contact, a box came at my house. Although there was no return address on the label, I recognized Mom's handwriting. Inside, there was a $100,000 check and a message written in her precise script. We should have given you this in college. We apologize. I stared at the check for a long time, sitting at my kitchen table with morning light flowing through the windows I had built myself. $100,000. They gave Emily the correct amount without hesitating. The sum they determined I was not worth. The money has the potential to do a great deal. Pay off the remaining college loans. Create a decent store on the property. Buy the equipment I've been saving for. However, accepting it would include agreeing to their terms and deadline for reconciliation. It would entail admitting that money could repair what they'd shattered. I tore the check into pieces that were too tiny to be put back together. Placed them in an envelope with one sentence written on a sheet of paper. You cannot purchase forgiveness. I sent it back to their address. Dr. Evans smiled when I informed her about it at our following session. How did that feel? Expensive, I agreed. But right. Growth often is. Dad tried again approximately a month after the return check. He showed up at my gate unexpectedly, as if he had decided Emily's ambush technique would be more effective. I saw him on the security camera, standing there in his weekend khakis and polo shirt, appearing older than I recalled. I picked up the intercom. Leave. I just want 5 minutes. Please. You had 26 years. You used them to tell me I wasn't good enough. We're done. I was wrong. His voice broke slightly. And a part of me, still his little girl, craved acceptance and longed to open the gate. But I had worked too hard to let that portion drive any longer. You were. And now you get to live with that just like I had to live with it. Can't we move past this? Can't you forgive us? I can forgive you, I murmured softly, understanding that what I was saying was true. I can forgive you for being flawed parents who played favorites and damaged their daughter. But forgiveness doesn't mean reconciliation. It doesn't mean letting you back into my life to do more damage. It just means I'm not carrying your mistakes anymore. He stood there for a long time, shoulders down. He then walked back to his car and drove off. I stared until his taillights vanished down the road. That happened 3 months ago. They have not attempted since. Perhaps they have finally understood that certain bridges, once destroyed, cannot be rebuilt. Maybe they tell their pals that I'm ungrateful or unpleasant. Perhaps Emily is still crying at the unfairness of it all during her wine tastings with David in their $100,000 home. I don't know and don't care. That is the freedom I have gained. The skill to stop caring what others think of me. My lavender farm has ended its finest season yet. Revenue surpassed 6 figures for the first time, and estimates for next year appear even more promising. I am collaborating with a tiny cosmetics firm to produce a line of lavender skincare items. Luke and I are discussing about moving in together and even building a second little house on the land. I'll be presenting a session on sustainable agricultural methods next month. Life is nothing like my parents envisioned for either of their daughters, yet it is all I needed it to be. Some days, I still feel that old anguish, wishing I had a family who acknowledged my accomplishments and showed up in my life. But ultimately, I'm grateful for the family I've chosen, friends who genuinely care, a therapist who helps me recover, and a community that appreciates what I create. The Martinez family lost a daughter when they labeled her a failure. They didn't recognize it until she quit wanting their approval and proved them incorrect. By then, I'd already created something they couldn't touch. A life devoted exclusively to me. Purchased not with their money, but with my own effort, tears, and obstinate unwillingness to be the person they claimed I was. Sometimes, at nightfall, I go through my lavender fields, the bees singing and the goats trailing after. And I'm experiencing something I never felt as a child. Peace. The absolute assurance that I am precisely where I should be, doing exactly what I am intended to accomplish. My parents handed Emily $100,000 and referred to it as an investment. They offered me nothing but uncertainty and criticism, calling it inspiration. It turns out they were both mistaken about what I required. They refused to offer me exactly what I needed. The opportunity to fail on my own terms, to suffer without them watching in disappointment, and to construct anything without their fingers on the scale. They intended to abandon me. Instead, they released me. So when people ask me if I'll ever reconcile with my family, I grin and answer, probably not. Because the family that matters isn't the one you were born into, it's the one you construct for yourself. Person by person, decision by choice, and boundary by boundary. And mine has no space for folks who only appreciated me once I no longer needed them.